You know what? You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. We live, directly live. There you go. Perfect. Who needs the starting screen?
I gotta tap
ready.
in. Hold on.
Hi, chat. It's kind of rushed, kind of weird. Forklift, yeah, we're playing forklift. We're forklift certified.
Oh, I love being forklift certified.
Why are you blue?
What do you mean?
You're like a hologram. I'm a Fortnite boomer, okay?
Oh, because I'm in the game.
Oh,
Because I'm in the game and I'm waiting for you to ready up.
I was ready. Wait. Are we in the same game? I'm confused, man.
So, you went back to lobby. I'm in the game readied up. So I'm just spectating.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Our third team member is MIA though. Chat, we're gonna play Fortnite. There's a charity event happening right now, okay? Exclamation point, charity. I think I made a command. Yeah, you can check it out. We're gonna play Fortnite with a bunch of... We're basically gonna die. We're basically gonna die.
Oh, let me get Doryu.
Yeah. I don't know if he knows if we have a VC or not.
Yeah.
What the... This blinding lights. Perfect. No, come on. It was very fun. This was like the
I don't know what to call him other than Doryu. I didn't want to be like informal though. I don't...
Informal. Mr.
Yeah.
You like
I talked to him like twice.
Later. I just was like, hello, Mr. Team Member. I was scared.
Hi,
like,
Mr. Teammate
scared.
guy, sir.
We're basically practicing chat and we're gonna start a tournament in like an hour. Against basically every furry in existence. Oh wait, what is happening? Are we going somewhere? I have no idea. Is this cool?
I just watched him headshot a guy. That is terrifying.
The only one practice. I installed this game yesterday, so... Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Are you coming?
Me?
Yeah, where are
you?
I
don't know where I'm at. I did not know. I don't know.
That's fine. I'm like right here.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I think he said he's gonna pop in when the event starts, so I guess we're cool to just hang out.
Alright, we can. We can have a chat and try not to die. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. I need a gun.
I'm on the ground. What?
Something here. Come on.
Gully, Miss Gully. Oh!
So many people! Oh, thank you. I thought you were like someone else. Holy shit.
No,
just get the fuck out of me. Hey.
I hate to tell you, I'm a little cracked.
I hate to like lower the sensitivity a little bit. It's like
I'm a little cracked at Fortnite. A little cracked.
Oh, is this? Oh, whoa, what the fuck? Is this a pickle factory?
I don't know, but I like it if it is. Am I not pickly enough? Did you? Okay, I need to go back to Sonic. Did you know that Sonic has like this pickle? It's a pickle meal, so it's like a pickled slushy with a pickled burger and a pickled tater tot.
Oh god. I'm milling. Yeah. Oh, wait, pickle?
Yeah, it's literally just all pickles. It's like, it's pickle burger, pickle.
It sounds horrifying.
What do you mean? Pickle. I like pickles.
Hi, WI. Sound like Pikachu. Oh. I think we have a chance.
I believe in us.
What is this? No, this.
I believe in us, dude. I believe in us so good. It's astounding.
Pickle lemonade. Pickle lemonade? It's not lemonade. It's just pickle-aid or whatever.
Pickle. There's pickle lemonade. Dude, I should go like make like a bowl of pickles and just eat the pickles while we stream.
I played Fortnite like ages ago, like so long ago.
Y'all forget that Snowy is in his 40s, dude.
Wow,
he does not know what the kids play. Look at him walking past this ammo cache after complaining. After complaining that he needs fucking ammo, he just walked right past this ammo cache.
I'm sorry, my vision is very blurry because I'm old. I actually cannot find this stupid chest.
Aren't you what they call like gray muzzle?
What? Wait, how? Like when are you considered a gray muzzle?
I don't know.
If you tell me I'm 30, I'm killing myself right now. I'm just...
Are you not 30?
Not yet. What the fuck?
I don't know.
I'm not middle-aged. Oh. Nice, good job. I'm helping.
What are you talking about? I just killed them.
Yeah, with my help. What is this?
What? No.
Sentinel
that was all
shotgun.
me. You can have all these.
Sure. I'm not that old, okay? When I turn 30, I will delete all my channels. Promise.
When I heard 30.
What's the kryptonite? I'm gonna eat. Oh no, you can throw it. Okay, let's not do that yet.
Yeah, throw that Superman the next time he hunts us down.
She's like, hey, you want a treat? Chat, we did a round before stream, and we got chased by Superman, and it was fucking horrifying. It's like, it's actually fucking terrifying.
For real, dude. What the hell is this? Surf cube. This game is weird.
Ooh, what's a surf cube? I'm using it. Oh shit! You can. Okay, you surf on the cube.
That's very self-explanatory.
I don't know what I expected. I'm 29.
Mist form.
What is that? Ooh.
I want it.
You have a cape now.
I'll use it. Oh, goodbye.
Oh yeah, I hear shots somewhere.
This is so cool. Oh, let's go find a car. I got a cape! No. Nothing to
Ooh, internet is being icky. Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa, holy shit.
Yeah. My Wi-Fi is going to crap right now.
I think I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yeah, it's a US server thing. Yo, they're right there. Fuck, my aim, bro. I'm Europurian. I'm sorry. Oh,
Europurian. I never knew that evolution. Oh shit. There's two of them!
I don't know if it's like a Fortnite feature or they just.
Oh, they're fucking me up! Oh, they're fucking me up! Oh, they're fucking me up! Oh!
I went out of bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna hide. I'm hiding. I'm hiding the fuck.
Oh. Oh, my Wi-Fi killed me.
I'm gonna blame your Wi-Fi too. Your Wi-Fi killed me.
Yeah, I'm also gonna blame my Wi-Fi too. I came back? What?
Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
What? Fuck it.
What the hell's happening?
We're back.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I guess.
I don't want to say anything, but that's Superman right there.
I'm really scared. I hate this game.
I'm just gonna hide here. Where are you? Oh, you're
hiding. Right, I don't want to fucking meet that guy.
Is this like the gulag? What is happening? It's like I don't know. I'm punching someone. Oh god.
I'm just gonna keep my ass hidden. I am terrified.
Rifle limited time. What is this?
Oh! Oh, there's no fall damage, I guess.
Oh god. Oh god. Nobody told me Fortnite was like a horror game. Oh, 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 oh. Oh god. I don't know if this is gonna work. Holy shit.
Oh man. What do we do?
I'm like mega lagging.
Same.
I don't think it's our fault.
I mean, we did that one game just fine.
It may be there's like a Fortnite event happening, so probably there's a lot of people connecting. No idea. Yeah, it went fine last time. I think we don't die here. This is like we vibe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, we definitely die. What the fuck? Never mind. I was wrong. What the fuck?
I'm not dying. I'm fine.
Yeah, this is insane. No, we did a game and it was like nice, so I'm probably it's Fortnite servers being Fortnite servers.
We have to eliminate the target. Oh.
Well, I'm just like here.
This guy is shooting at me.
I hope this is not gonna be laggy on the thingy like this, because otherwise, I mean, maybe we can use it in another advantage. Also, chat, say hi. I want to see who's here. Sorry, but playing games and talking to chat is awful. I don't know how to do both. My mind gets overwhelmed.
You're doing great. What the hell are we doing, and why do we keep coming back?
I don't know. Well,
is this like King of the Hill?
Like I just want to play Battle Royale, man. Yeah, why isn't this awful? I'm just gonna find you. Fuck it.
Dude, I can barely walk in a straight line. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Yeah, it's this stupid like lag meme.
I thought, like, my internet's been giving me trouble. I thought that was this, but if you're experiencing it too, then it can't be me, dude.
Yeah, no, it's awful. Oh my god. Should we just leave and try joining again?
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh,
I left the party.
Wow.
I didn't need to. I just clicked leave. Nothing. It's holiday.
So maybe right after that. Oh, I want their feedback. Yeah, fuck off. This was awful.
Terrible, dude.
Yes, it's the Super Showdown Story event. So like I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people connecting. So the servers are being pegged by people.
Lucky. How do you change your thinking?
Nothing beats a
holiday.
And right now, you could save 50 pounds per person. I'm so sure that Jet2 right now is doing so well, and their stock is shooting the fuck up.
That'd be funny.
Right.
Becoming a billionaire because of a meme. I'm investing in Jet2.
As you should. Oh, Manny. Fuck yeah. How do you...
No, yeah, it's 100% the event. Let me see if the people are talking in the server. You know what, chat? While this exists, I'm gonna put you I saved a little video so you guys know what the fuck we're doing. There we go.
Hi friendos, my name is Mark, also known as Mark Sparks. I'm the head coordinator and founder of the charity event called Papa BARKS. I'm here to talk to you guys a little bit about Papa BARKS, the upcoming event that's just right around the corner. Papa BARKS is an event that started in 2020 after my father, who we nicknamed Papa Barks, was diagnosed with ALS. When he was diagnosed with ALS in 2019, I had started an event that could help raise money for my father's expensive medical bills that came with fighting ALS. After the Veteran Affairs stepped in and helped out with his bills, I turned to help and fight alongside him by giving him hope and raising money for the charity that helped him and my family, ALS United North Carolina. At the time, the charity event was called Help Them Help Us in dedication to Papa Barks, which we've now just shortened to just Papa Barks. ALS United North Carolina is an amazing group of folks who helped our family and so many others in their fight against ALS. ALS, or the amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a terrible disease that attacks the motor neurons of the body and slowly causes someone to lose control of their body, and unfortunately, it is fatal. There currently is no cure, and folks with ALS require a lot of support as they begin their fight, as do the families who support them. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about my dad. My father was known for his kindness, his way to show humor and make you smile even when things seemed impossible to smile, and his strength and his love. ALS is a truly terrible disease, and Papa Barks was my way of showing my father what he had shown me throughout the years, and now I do this to show you all the same. While this event started in dedication to my father, we continue the fight in honor and memory of the friends and family members of our community. This event has grown much further than I had ever expected when we started years ago. Hearing the stories and giving our community members a chance to help in this fight. Papa Barks has grown to be a place for anyone to join us in the fight and to give folks in our community hope for a future without ALS. One of the many friends we fight for is Dog Bomb. They were my first lens into what ALS was. Dog Bomb's journey and fight helped me understand what ALS was and how I could help my father during his fight. Dog Bomb was someone who was known for his love, positivity, and his legacy, standing tall when his body couldn't and giving his all in the fight while showing the world kindness when his lips couldn't speak. There are so many stories of friends, of families that are affected with this terrible disease, and while my father is no longer with us, Papa Barks continues for him, for Dog Bomb, and for so many others. We continue this fight so that hopefully the stories have a happy ending and that a cure is found. Now this is where you come in. This year we are coming up on our 6th year of fighting against the terrible disease, and we are looking for volunteers, whether it be streamers, artists, anyone who wants to join in for some fun streams and making some amazing memories. Check out papabarks.org to find out how to get involved and to learn more about our event. Thank you for hearing our story, and I will see you all starting July 11th and running until August 8th.
There we go. That's it.
Oh, you sound terrible. What did you just switch it to?
Wow. Huh? Huh?
There you go.
There you go. I just muted. Probably was like geeky. So yeah, chat, if you want to help, you know what to do. Oh, thank you, Irons, for the pin. So we're gonna do a team of 3. I'm just waiting for our third. I think is gonna come like in 30 minutes. The actual tournament battle royale thing starts in 30 minutes. I don't know how long it goes for, so have fun. Do you wanna try doing another one?
Oh, thank you. Because I was worried and I gave him the wrong thing. Hold on. Damn. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I wasn't following them. Oh, whoops. Like, I'm watching their stream and they look tryhard. So we like this.
People are scary. People are scary.
Oh, they have a creator code and everything. Damn.
Oh yeah, he's big boy.
You may have a chance. Alright, Clyde. Speaking of that, let me put the logo somewhere else because it was covering chat. There we go. Oh, I think that was the event when you just left.
Oh, what? That was it?
Yeah, that might. Do you wanna go back quickly? That might have been the event and we just like fucked off.
That would be really bad.
Because I'm seeing and it's saying like 5 minutes. I'm like, wait, that's like specifically in the middle of like tour. I think that was such a fucking boomer moment. I love it. We just fucking dipped. Like, yeah, this is not for me. Whatever.
I don't know, because I'm seeing him play it right now. And I don't know.
Yeah, 6-3, it's like 20-30. Yeah, it's gonna be, it's the event thingy. So the reason why we were lagging it, there was a shit ton of people like connecting.
Fuck. Hopefully we can just go back. Hopefully just put. Oh, I did not realize.
We're amazing.
Professional streamers. Oh man. Nothing beats a jet tube holiday. I can't wait to lag with you again. We're gonna bond so good.
It's gonna be so fun. At first I was like, is this like a new Fortnite feature, like they teleport? Is this fucking Harley Quinn? What the fuck?
Where are you? Yeah, that's Harley Quinn. You don't know they put Harley Quinn in there?
Oh, okay. You're gonna drop right in the middle of that thing?
Yeah, we're gonna go right there. We're going right
let's
there.
Go!
Woo! Yeah, we got 2 minutes for this whole thing.
Okay, so
yeah, I think we're supposed to be here.
We're supposed to be here. Yeah, no, we never let them know what you're talking about.
Wait, let me see if I can find Dorio. Where the fuck is he? It says he's on the roof. I wonder if he's still here.
We're probably not in the same instant. It'll be super rare.
That'd be insane though, right?
Yeah, he's super lucky. Hi, Novish. Hello. Any characters in the game but not Sonic. You know what? If this game had Sonic, I would play way more.
Same. There's no way in hell they can incorporate Sonic in here well. No way in
Griffin, so.
Yeah, but he has a humanoid base.
Yeah,
he's not a tiny little hedgehog.
That's fine. I'm sure they'll figure out something.
I guess.
Running around like meow 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 meow. Hi, Donuts.
If I don't get this Sonic
Donuts
run,
really super fucking screwed, by the way. I'm just saying.
5.5.
Is it fucking Keanu Reeves? What the fuck?
Yeah, that was one of like the John Wick skin was like one of the first like thing skins. I remember like you had a prestige to get it.
I've been playing Cyberpunk lately, so I'm like, whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, I killed myself.
How did you do that? I thought you couldn't die here.
Well, apparently you can.
Yeah, you should not. You should don't.
And we try not. Well, we got 50 seconds to die immediately.
Rubber band again.
Donuts, are you on the thing, the tournament thingy?
Did you wash your ass today?
Say tournament again.
I don't know what to call it. It's called it's Papa
No,
Barks.
say it again. Just say it again. No, just say it. Say it again.
What do you mean tournament?
No, your accent. Your accent.
Oh my god, you're gonna make me feel insecure.
About what? You have an accent.
Yeah. I'm not in the thingy. You're not in the thingy. How dare you?
Oh, he hates me. He hates charity.
Yeah, Donuts hates charity, confirmed. Hey, Kira, thank you for the sub, but if you guys want to like spend money, exclamation point charity. I'd rather you like, you know, do that instead of throwing it at me.
Yeah.
Because then you're just throwing 50% like to the garbage. Well, I think it started, so like, we just kill people? Oh god, what is happening?
Oh!
Let's go in the middle.
Oh, I'm scared.
It's like a super funny. Whoa, whoa.
What the fuck?
Fuck.
The mask is mine to wield.
What the hell?
The fuck?
This is my destiny.
Get him.
I'm scared, dude. I don't gonna do shit to that man. I say let him. If he's gonna kill the world, let him do it. Let him do it.
You have
I'm gonna let
skinny
him be.
velvet on your back.
Maybe. Maybe.
Oh shit!
Yup. 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 You wanted to kill him? I say let him be.
Ball! Ball!
Let him be evil.
Ball. This is like watching a movie. Holy shit. Tentacles!
Yeah, tentacles. I'm in. I'm back.
It's like, fuck yeah, let's go.
Serving the master. Aye, aye, boss man. Aye, aye. Oh, Luke. Oh, what the?
Oh, bro got fucked. Rawr. Bro, what is Fortnite? What the fuck is happening?
I don't
This is
know
not
what
what
that
I. This is not what I remember. This is actually really cool. Oh shit, are we fighting it? Oh,
Oh,
fuck!
we're fighting it now? I'm getting away from all the gajillions of people here.
Shit! Get him!
Lost all.
So is everyone in Fortnite literally right now fighting this thing? That's kind of cool. I may get into this game, man. Not gonna lie. Oh,
Oh, is he hitting me?
yeah, he throws balls.
Why at me? Throw them at the people that are shooting at you, dude.
I just watch. Oh god.
What is happening? I'm so confused.
Okay, just kill the tentacle. Oh, this guy's got
Look,
fucked.
I'm just trying to figure out if the tentacle wants like a life or something.
BB is versus susceptible to balls. Why?
I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, bottomless cliff? Fuck yeah.
Nice. You're fighting Bad Dragon. We don't like it. Fuck him.
I was never a bad dragon kind of guy. Oh my god, what is happening? Cool. Got a shield pod. What the hell? What the hell-y? What the hell-y on? What the hell-y on say? Ah! He's making me bounce on
fucking
it!
flying.
I'm doing tricks on it. Get away from me!
Oh. Time to lock in.
I'm going to the other side and I'm gonna pray it never turns around.
Blanket.
Yeah. It'll never expect. Yeah, everyone's fighting it from the front. I'll be the dweeb fighting it from the side.
She's hot. I like her.
You're so basic.
What?
Oh, we killed it!
Hey.
Congrats. Cool,
Watch it. Watch it have like a second phase. What do you mean basic? Wow. Ooh. What is happening?
Oh,
whoa,
fuck!
whoa, whoa.
Should we not have showed up?
Yeah, I told you. Second phase.
Oh,
Holy
balloon.
shit, it's massive.
I'm getting a loop. Ready!
I can handle one tentacle. I don't know if I can get 3, man. What the fuck?
This is why God gave me 3 holes.
Get him! Oh, we're flying.
I am like going. I don't know if I'm lagged or something. I am really high in the
No,
air.
I think it's like I'm like, hey, look, I'm here. Look, hi. No, not
I don't know
there.
where you are. Oh, hi.
Oh, damn.
What's up? What the fuck
Oh
is
my God, it's
happening?
Superman! He saved us.
Superman, you should just be able to kill it. Yeah, just kill it. This shouldn't even be an issue. Thank God you're here, Superman. My best friend. This is kind of silly.
20 minutes ago, I was running from Superman scared, and now he's like saving us.
Right? Thanks, Superman.
Well,
Did you wash your
That
ass
was,
today?
Anticlimactic as fuck, I guess. Hello?
so much
Why
effort,
can't
and this
I-
guy just one-shotted. Let me investigate the tentacle. Thank you so much, Astrid, for the sub. But again, exclamation point shout out in chat if you wanna spend money. I think every $5 you also enter a raffle to get some art. I'll post the gift meanwhile. This is a little bit rush show, you know. Just gonna have fun basically. Wait, where's the thing?
What are we?
Is this?
What are we doing here? Are we just dancing? Is that it?
Yeah, we're vibing. I guess we're just vibing. Perfect. Oh, they posted the rules, so Superman is banned on the event. We're gonna go. Good.
I said fuck y'all and your stupid dance, bro. I'm gonna do my own.
Meow 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 meow.
Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
I'm my own guy. Said fuck y'all whack ass dance, dude. Yeah. I got them on it. Yeah!
No, I know what. More
Yeah,
tentacles?
now what?
Do we just stay
We
here?
done your did it. Yeah, what do we do?
Oh wait, no, there's a countdown. There's a countdown. I gotta wait.
Where's the countdown?
Near the map.
Huh? Near the what?
Below the map. I think.
Oh,
10,
I see, I see, I
9,
see.
8.
No, that's when the circle closes. That's when it closes in, and I don't know.
I see.
I don't know. Yeah, it's in
Okay,
the
yeah.
storm ice wings.
I think this is it.
Ugh, we did
Oh,
it.
there's like exclamation
We-
point somewhere, like there. Oh, let's go there.
Okay. You know we saved the world, right?
We
They
didn't
should
do
be
shit.
thanking us. Oh, thanks for the fall
zip
damage,
lines.
game. No, you okay? Let me use it first. Let me use it first. Excuse me.
You missed.
I can't write it. It's not letting me
There
write
you
it.
go. Does it work now?
No. Why can't everyone else do it?
You're just stuck. What the fuck?
God. Hate this game.
Oh, there's a tentacle. Oh, the
Ride
eyes.
it. I don't know why I can't ride the fucking zip lines. I'm so angry. Yeah, I click E and it doesn't let me ride up.
Oh, you can bounce. We're having so much fun here without you.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. So glad I was here for this. So glad I was here for this event. Oh, that's the fucking. That's the tentacle. What the fuck?
Yeah, bouncing on it.
Why did the other ones like explode?
This one is special.
Oh, do not make me fall again. I swear to God, stupid Fortnite game. I just got here. I'm so mad.
Oh no.
I want to bounce on it. I want to bounce on it.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Oh, whoa. Scared me.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet y'all. How are you?
Same. We were so confused during this event, by the way. It was so funny.
Yeah.
Same here. Wait, okay. Were you guys in the lobby too when you were doing it?
Different
So-
lobby, but yeah, this was my first Fortnite event. I've
We
never
got confused, right? And then we just left because we're like, well, we're stuck here, so just gonna leave. And then I'm like, wait, I think this is the event. We should probably go back.
Yeah, I was doing the same. I was like, wait, okay, what happens now?
Fucking Superman just appears. I was like, okay.
It's a cool little like interactive cutscene, but after
cool.
that, I didn't know like what else there was to do. Like everyone's just kind of emoting in the area.
Yeah, like, do we just leave? I
Yeah.
don't know. Like, we're still here.
Yeah.
I guess we just go to the lobby and then party up. Maybe.
Yeah. Here, let me get you both added. Unless, have you both sent me a friend request now or no?
Oh, no, yet.
No.
Okay, let me send you guys a friend request.
My name should be just Snowy VR.
Mine is your boy LaCroix, so
Okay.
I'll leave. I'm leaving. Return to lobby.
It's Zoe with an
getting
E,
carried
right?
by BB and Dory.
Yeah.
You've E in your name? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure I'm
Zoe.
gonna add the right person. Alright, sent you friend request. And then you go by BB, right?
Yeah, but you can call me like Beebles or whatever. It don't matter.
Beagles.
Okay. What's your in-game name?
Your boy LaCroix.
Alright, let me see. Wait, how do you
it-
spell that?
Hold on, I'm gonna. I'm gonna toss it in the side chat. Give me a second.
There you go.
I know about LaCroix. Oh, sweet.
Bam. Also, this is like the second time we quote unquote met. The
Wait,
first
really?
time yeah. So like the first time we met, actually, it was wild. You know Brog, right?
Yeah.
We ran into each other when you, Electro Wolf, and someone else were playing Marvel Rivals, and we were your enemy team. And
Wait,
No
what?
way.
yeah. So like, I was typing in the match chat, and I was like, "Wait, is this Electro Wolf?" Yada yada yada.
Oh, I
and-
remember that.
yeah. And it was this crazy coincidence. And me and Brog were geeking and freaking because we were like, "That's crazy!" And like the wide world, like bumping into each other in a lobby like that. And then we popped into your chat and we
Yeah.
were just yapping.
That's
It
actually
was insane.
That's
Yeah.
so funny. I remember that game too. Yeah, because like I think at first, you were playing duoed up with someone, right?
I was with Brog. I was with
Yeah,
Brog, and I
yeah.
think someone else probably. If not, it was just me and him. But it was just mad crazy. And then he told me about you because I didn't know who you were till then. And he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, he's a member of VFur. He's really cool. He's good at games. I've known him for a little bit." And I was like, "Oh, well,
Oh,
okay."
that's so sweet of them. I don't know about the good at video games. It's all.
All right, guy. I lurk in your chat quite a bit. You can.
You're level
you can-
296. I'm level 30. So,
I played a little too much this season. I'm not gonna lie. It's been fun though. I've been enjoying it. It's probably one of the rivaling favorite seasons of mine because
Really?
I didn't really start playing Fortnite until like chapter 4. So I'm like a late bloomer to this game. I don't know about
I
y'all.
never played like properly. I just went. I played more Lego on his than the actual battle royale. The Lego
Oh,
is really
Lego's
fun.
chill.
What chapter are we on?
Chapter 6.
Okay, so I think I started
Walking
on
Dead,
either
Fall
4 or
Guys.
5, whichever one had like the Mad Max style car thing. That's when I really started playing.
Oh, you
think that
started
might have
playing
been-
that season. Okay.
I started playing with Quint. Quent's the one that got me into Fortnite again. And
No
so,
way, that's awesome.
yeah, it's
I
been
may
fun,
actually
but
get
I
into
don't
Fortnite because of this event.
I love
have,
these
like-
kind of events because I feel like it's always a good way to, you know, reinstall the game, play it with friends, brush yourself up on it, you know, and fill it out, see if like it's your type of vibe and whatnot.
So-
Do you know exactly how this event is kind of like? Are we supposed to like just play
Yeah,
and then we?
I was gonna say,
bump into people?
we're gonna get an invite to join the party from a bot, but only the
Oh,
team
that's
leader,
right,
like
yeah.
only you. Yeah, we don't do anything. Don't click anything.
Yeah.
Only you. Because then the bot joins, puts us in the thing, and then leaves.
I think
Hopefully.
we have to change servers. So wait,
Yeah, you gotta go on your settings
let me
and
see.
put. I already did that.
I think it's East, right?
Oh,
NA
let me see.
East.
I think so.
Yeah, let me look over
They
the
put
rules
that
here.
somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, we have to.
Then
turn
there's a
up
replay thing we gotta do just to score better. It'll be fun.
Let me turn off anonymous.
How do you turn off anonymous mode?
Oh, yeah,
is
that thing.
in- Wait, where is it? Where is it? I just forget where some of these settings are. Go under. Wait, I was under there.
I'm on NA East.
Okay, you're on East. Dude.
Yeah, NA East. Yeah. Boah, where's the anonymous thingy?
It is. Oh wait. Is this it? Here we go. It's at the very, very last tab, account and privacy, and it's under. You scroll down a little bit and you go to gameplay privacy,
Public game stats.
and wait,
Display
maybe
your
it's on
name
here.
during regular matches, maybe.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, make sure it's turned off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hide your display name. Okay, it's off.
Okay.
Cool. So we should be good on
Right.
that. Make sure NA East. Can't use the Superman ability.
I don't know if anything happens
Oh.
to the winners. Probably. Chat. I'm not gonna lie. No idea. Mostly because I don't expect us to win.
I'm gonna go on mute for a second because I'm gonna check out this video to make sure that the Unite thing is gonna work. So I'll BRB.
Yeah.
I'll BRB.
Resources, registration. Let's see if everything's okay. I'm the winner. I'm the best. You can actually win crap. Let me show you. Let me show you while we're waiting. I'm gonna put on mute too, so I don't bother anyone. Chat, by the way, sorry for the lack of interaction, because you know what happens when I play games and people are here. Like, it's really fucking hard to get everything going on. But yeah, okay, save image, exactly this. So, save, yes, yes, yes. Perfect. So, there's actually prizes if you donate, by the way. At least $5 to the campaign, you get entered to get a bunch of art badges, blah blah blah. See, there's a lot of crap. So I don't know, if you want to do something good and you have some money left over, and instead of donating to random streamers, you can help people. I think that's pretty cool. And I just saw in chat that the whole event raised 40k now, which is fucking insane. I'm probably gonna throw in something myself, like eventually, maybe after the stream.
Dude, I locked out so hard. Oh my god.
You
Couldn't
okay?
even lock in, so I locked out. No, I just spaced so bad.
Yeah, how awake are y'all?
Oh, dude, I had to wake up to go let my puppy out, and then she decided to run around instead of going to the bathroom, so I am not a happy camper.
Oh, you got a puppy? What kind of puppy do you have?
I have no idea.
Why are you...
Are they adopted?
Yeah, so like I got her from this couple that was kind of like giving her away, like outside of a
Uh-huh.
Walmart. They're like, we rescued her from some crackheads. We have a 12-year-old dog that does not get
Aw.
along with her, so we need her to be somewhere. And I was like, I'm looking for a dog anyway, you know, whatever, take her in. At first she was so quiet, so sweet, and now she's the biggest little shitter. My
Aw.
Christ.
That's just
I
because she's
love her.
comfortable. It's good news.
It's very good news until she's crapping in my freaking carpet.
Oh yeah, that's the worst part about puppies. They're so cute until they poop on the carpet.
Yeah, but she's pretty smart and she's pretty sweet and she
Yeah, but,
really
like,
is
teenage-
cuddly. Like,
Aw.
she's only 6 months. She's only 6 months, so like.
Oh,
I don't know,
get
but
ready.
She's
You're
very
gonna go to
big.
the...
Yeah, I'm not looking.
You're gonna go
forward
to the
that.
dog teenage years. I have that here too. He's like 1 or 2 now. It's fucking insane. They're basically T-Rexes. It's so annoying, but we love them.
Yeah, I'm thinking like as she gets older, I might look into getting a second dog just so like she's not alone. You know, I like dogs. I like pets. So.
You gotta get a dog so she can feel what you felt. Like, here we go. This is how it feels to be annoyed by another dog.
Yeah, get another dog that's like constantly in her face, biting at it,
Yeah,
and, like
there you
jumping
go.
on her, and be like, "Wow, isn't that crazy? Maybe you should behave. Be good for like 2 minutes. Wow."
What happens when the Superman cut the tentacle off and he just fucking left? Yeah, that was it. I don't know if there's anything else, but that's it. Boy comes in, cuts tentacle off, and lives.
That was great. Did you guys? Was it as good for you as it was for me?
Not gonna lie, that was. I can see the potential of this, but I was expecting something bigger. You know, I was expecting something bigger.
Oh, I see my bedside.
Should be the
Makes
pet.
it into the discussion. Eh. Oh,
I
set
would
these
get
to
a pet
random.
here, but do we just leave the lobby? Yeah, we left Ninja, but like we have an event, our own event going on too, so I'm not sure. We just left because there was nothing else to do. If you want to ask questions, I'm not I was saying Minecraft. Yes, we're playing Minecraft. I'm not a Fortnite pro, so yeah.
Okay, what if I'm a Fortnite bro?
Are you a Fortnite pro?
I'm always a Fortnite.
You do have fucking Jordans
What?
or whatever, so
So?
that looks
What the fuck
pro.
does that mean?
That looks pro. I have some shitty Fortnite boots. I don't even have shoes. I don't have enough money to get shoes in Fortnite.
I bought the Jordans and I've never bought anything else since. I was like, haha, funny. I'm not spending $10 on anything else. I might as well just save it for an actual
I'm
pair
gonna
of
buy the
shoes.
actual fucking shoes in real life instead.
Actually, if you look at my character, I already have boots on. I have boots on my. I have
Oh, you have
shoes
boots on
my
the boots. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got boots on my boots.
Boots and boots and boots and boots.
Boots and boots and boots and boots and boots.
It's double drape, man. Alright, so it's like 8 minutes. I think I'm gonna get my gamer subs.
Gamer subs, you say?
Yeah, I actually have Chuck Juice gamer subs, so it's kind of in the team. Maybe it'll give me like advantage. She got boots with the fur. Fuel up with Gigi. Don't fucking put an ad during chair. God damn it, man.
Doesn't sound.
Oh.
I wish I could do that.
What do you mean?
Like the little, what's it called? You just I can like purr, but that's like it. That's all I got going.
Oh, yeah, fucking. I was talking about this yesterday. This is like I'm not doing this on purpose. I've done it since ever, like because of stream, and now it's just like in my nature. So I'm at my work, right, and I stretch and I'm like, I'm like, fuck, damn it. It's like when I yawn or something like. I think I can do it because my language. We have R's like this, so I can like meow. Use gamer code Snowy, save the animals or something. I don't know. What the fuck, Gary? Wow. We're talking about gamer subs, BB. Did I tell you about something called gamer crack? So when gamer subs, like, I guess expires or gets moist, it hardens. And I caught my parents eating gamer subs gamer crack. Like, oh, it's still good. I'm like, what the fuck? Fortnite crew, get more with Fortnite crew. Oh, is this the battle pass?
I walked away. I'm making pizza and wings.
I ate some tuna, mayo, and spaghetti before this.
What the freak kind of combination? That's not how that works.
Listen. I moved in recently. I just do whatever I have, okay? It's like, I was like, I have tuna, I have spaghetti, and mayo. Fuck it. There we go. Perfect.
That is wild.
Listen, tuna and mayo is normal, and I just added something extra.
What
I had
cool
I had
interesting
rice.
friends I seem to have.
Huh? What are you?
What?
Not
what
even
cool
bechamel, just some. Do you eat like
interesting
tuna and
friends
bechamel?
I
What the
have.
fuck? No, that sounds awful. Listen, I am not picky. I just want intake of calories, and that's it. As long as it's edible, I'm all for it.
I mean, I guess good for you. Good for you. Bully for you. Bully for you.
Now the main thing is, like, I don't have a freezer, so I can't have things yet. Or they're all gonna go bad. So I mostly have canned stuff and stuff like that. I need to go buy a freezer. Because I moved to this house and they left the fridge, but it was like, there's just a fridge. There's no freezer. I've never seen that actually. It's like a big door.
All right, so I just like caught up on all the bot stuff to make sure that we are good. I think we're fine for the most part. We just have to wait for a message to get popped into the like general captain chat, and then we should have everything initiate for us connecting. So I don't think we have to do anything really special.
The only thing you have to do is just put the bot as the owner, and then we wait. That's it.
Yeah.
Me and BB, we don't do anything.
Have either of you ever played a tournament before, or like any
Not this.
sort of event like this?
I played the party animals tournament. Completely different though.
But never like Fortnite or Battle Royale.
No.
How about you, BB?
No, not at all. I'm not a.
Okay, so I got y'all.
The disappointment. Like,
no. This is actually a good gauge because like every time I do any sort of like events like this, I think it's a lot of fun, and it's really good to kind of establish a sort of like a pseudo strategy. Like, this is obviously a very casual, very fun thing. So like, you know, take that also with the main scope. But so a lot of these tournaments have recently had these special rule sets where players are protected until the first zone closes. This tournament, however, does not have that rule, which means that anyone can basically kill off of drop. So the big strategy that I always like to convey is establishing a place that we can land at, so that way we can get loot and then we can play the video game. Because it would be worse if we just land and we just keep dying immediately. Like, I don't think any of us want to do that. So if we want to be able to like land, get loot, get shields, get health items, all that good stuff, so that way we can at least play the video game and like get to later in the game. That's sort of the strategy that I was keeping in mind that I try to like run off of.
You, whatever you pick, so I'm cool with that.
For sure, yeah. I'll be very good about. Yeah, I'll be very good about communicating it too. Since I've done quite a few like battle royale tournaments throughout the years, I have a pretty good idea of like how to strategize this kind of stuff without making it sound intimidating. It's just more of like let's try to get things we need so that way we don't be in shambles the entire match. So
we should just hide in a bush and then camp. I'm joking.
Oh, I see the bots. I'm going to react to that. We should have a bot join us in a
Oh yeah, let's start the chat. It's gonna start chat. Be ready, all the chats. Oh, I'm actually scared. It's gonna be fun.
There is a very, very fun landing spot that I was doing last tournament I played, and I didn't get a chance to establish with my buddy if he's gonna be landing there or not. So I think to play it safe, what we can do is I was thinking that we can. I'll ping it on the map where we're gonna basically land at. Are you guys like pretty comfortable with like how to land in this game and stuff, or like how to drop?
I know how to drop fast, but I know how to do.
Okay, cool. So like you know how to like basically try to make it to like an area, right? Like to a POI or whatever.
I mean, I just want to get something to drink. I'm used to the only thing I'm used to is the Apex Legends, so I kind of do the same shit. I don't know if it works here.
Oh, in Apex, yeah, same thing. It's the same thing. Just different like style of dropping, but literally the same.
Okay.
I don't know if I can drop like fast, but I don't think it's gonna be an issue.
I will do my best.
Yeah, just do your best. No, I mean, this is for fun, so regardless of whatever happens, this is all for charity. So get the nerves out. I feel like first game is always gonna be the most nerve-wracking because like it's a feeler for like how the tournament's gonna play out. But after the general nerves are out, or after we have the first initial fight or anything like that, just always remember we are here for the vibes, and it's gonna be fun no matter what.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that so good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm just happy I get to meet like both of y'all.
Imagine,
like actually meet y'all.
It'll be funny if you join and you're like, "Oh, fuckers, we're gonna win this shit. I don't want to see anyone
Get your shit together. I want
Fucking
zero
shit.
losses, no doubting. Let's go. I'm gonna train y'all to do good, be good, and play better.
I'm banning you all on my chat if you die."
Go into drill sergeant mode. See, oh, I have a code I can enter because we didn't get the bot to join us.
Yeah, nothing happened
Alright,
on the
let me
side.
enter this
I didn't get anything. I think the bot is supposed to auto code.
Go ahead and ready up.
We are ready.
Perfect. And then let's see if we're in the right lobby. It'll show the amount of players are waiting.
What are you doing? What are you wearing? You look ridiculous. You need to change. You look ridiculous.
What do you mean?
Where's your skibbity toilet backpack?
Yes, we're in the right queue. We are good. We are good. Yo, fuck yeah. I'm about this. This team comp goes crazy.
Guy from Rocket League, Dragon Ball, and Bear. It's perfect.
Did you say Rocket League?
Yeah, me. This shit is from Rocket League, apparently. At least I dropped it when I joined.
I have no idea. Oh,
Does my character not change?
I could be Darth Vader Samurai if you want.
What the fuck? Why is it that first?
I could also be Morty.
I cannot believe the skibidi bullshit.
Master Chef. I look cool.
Furry.
Okay.
Furry detected.
What? Where's a Furby? What do you mean? This is just a VTuber.
Dude, I don't have any furry skins.
The only thing I have is like I have these.
Unless you consider like the TMNT.
Whatever this is.
That's kind of. I mean, it's furry, but not furry. So, if you ask a normie, you know, like, hey, is this a furry skin? They probably be like, yeah.
The avatar. What the fuck is up? This game is way deeper than I was expecting. What is this? I'm gonna go back to my Rocket League outfit.
Here, true furry.
Yo, chat, fuck the charity. Give me money so I can buy a skin. I'm joking. I'm gonna buy V-Bucks.
Chat, please. I don't have an addiction. Anyway, here's Billie Eilish.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, I love all your skin that you have, by the way. Amazing.
Thank you. I'm gonna keep it a grippy sock. I don't. I luckily just have like the couple that I bought because like I love Spider-Verse. I'm a big Spider-Verse fan. Big.
Mm-mm.
I bought Miku, Master Chef, Batman Who Laughs like years ago.
Robux.
Venom, which is my favorite. And then
Hell
my
yeah.
friends just love me, so they're just like, BB, I know you would love this. Go play with this. And so then I the cool skins they get me.
Oh,
And
that's so sweet of them.
It's very
That's
sweet
awesome.
of them. It's very sweet of them. So like that all I have are the ones I think I spent money on Bakugo though, I lie.
Yeah, but
Where do you find
I
all
can
this
also be
crap?
Deku.
When it comes into the store, you buy it.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can also be. I can be Finn.
Yeah! You wanna be
Oh,
Finn
I
with
kind
some
of
J's on
want
his feet?
beers,
We
man.
can match.
No, I'm down. I'll be Finn.
Damn, BB
Oh, yeah.
got friends, not relatable at all. It's such surprising. Yeah, people actually like you? Damn.
I'm surprised too, man.
I don't know what's the rate to like V-Bucks to like real money. Like if I want beers, like how much is this crap? What the fuck? It's like 20 bucks? Yeah,
So,
no, fuck
yeah,
this.
it's 40 bucks is 5,000 V-Bucks, and then 23 bucks, or 25 bucks essentially is like
I like that you're like, if you want to buy...
2,800.
Motherfuckers, they put this, like, the single skin is like 1.8, so you have to buy the 2.8 one. You can't spend, like,
Yeah.
marketing, man.
They know what
Yeah.
they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Oh,
Oh my god.
this team goes crazy. I'm about this. Oh, what backbling do I put on?
I might just buy something to be, like, very
You
in the
said what?
team. Let's see what we have here.
I
I
mean,
need to
I'm
figure out what
down to
backbling
match.
is.
We can all be DBZ because you like. I could be my Cell. I only have Cell. So like,
I have
if
to-
you
I have
if
to
you
buy
pick anything from the new
beers.
season, yeah, if you buy anything from this from
Let
the
me see,
shop
okay.
right now, we can
Okay,
all match.
fuck, I spent 20 bucks on this crap. God damn it. Okay, hold on.
You can just buy. You can just buy one. Oh, you have 200 right now, so like you could just. I don't know.
Oh, does this work? It's connected to my PayPal. Apparently, it's connected to my PayPal. Sure. Why? Is it gonna work?
I wish I could give you guys like the skins.
I'm buying V-Bucks, chat.
I know, right? They need some sort of share mechanic when you're partied up with friends.
That'd be so cool.
But then they'd be
They
like,
know what
no,
they're doing.
our money.
Yeah, they'd be pissed. They'd be like,
I think
oh,
I'm gonna
now you don't need it."
I'm gonna donate like the same amount of money to the charity as I spent on V-Bucks because I feel it's kind of shitty to buy V-Bucks during a charity event. So I'm gonna put like 20 bucks on Fortnite and 20 bucks on charity.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'll feel bad, man.
Chat, don't forget to vote. Don't forget to give to the charity, please. I almost said vote. Don't forget to give to the
Yes.
charity, please.
I mean, vote,
Yeah, exclamation
but
point!
also-
Exclamation point charity! I have a command if you guys want to.
Hi, Navi.
Oh, do I have to fucking log into PayPal? God damn it! I hate all this crap, and then there's 2 FA codes. Fuck! I just want to spend money, man. Okay, we can do this. This one. Alright, next. And this one. I mean, I kind of can, like, put this as a business expense, right?
Oh, you definitely can, yeah. As long as it's like, you know, when you're working, quote unquote, live, whatever, you can definitely business expense it.
Well, I mean, if it's featured as content, I think.
I bought a
can count
Switch
it
2
as
as
a
a business
business
expense, so...
Oh God. Interesting.
They released the shoes on finger. It looks so good.
Fuck, I'm buying. Okay, we can do this.
Oh, what are you getting? Oh, let's go.
Okay, hold on. Okay, alright, let's purchase. Look at that!
Hell yeah. We look great. You gotta assimilate, Dorio. You gotta assimilate.
Wait, we simulating? Oh shoot!
Yeah,
wait,
because
what
we're
are you
gonna be.
simulating?
I guess we're gonna do DBZ.
Oh, we're doing
I don't
DBZ?
feel
Okay,
feel
we're
like a
doing DBZ.
boomer anymore. I spent 20 bucks on $20 on Fortnite. Whoa. Yeah, I should not have done this, but it's fine.
Chat politely. Do not forget. Give to the charity. Subs are cool and all, but give to the charity.
Thank God, like, when you're in depth,
Yeah,
you don't have to pay everything at once, so you can spend 20 bucks on Fortnite. It's fine.
Cam assimilated.
This is so interesting.
I mean, I have some V-Bucks left. Let me see what's up. what can I do?
Ew, what the? Take those off!
What? I'm assimilated. What do you mean?
Oh my
The
God.
boot
What the
on your
fuck?
feet. Fuck.
I mean, okay.
Oh,
okay,
that's
here,
cool.
Let me change it.
Do I have any other shoes? Hold on. Oh no, I only got the 1Js. I got the Air Jordans.
What should I get?
I'm so like debating on getting the Mischief red boots. I'm mad it took them so long after like the trend died to get the permission to use it.
We just got the stupid bundle with the animations.
What is that? Those are ugly, dude. Those are ugly. Those are ugly.
You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
Those are your toe tappers, bro. Those are your lemon pepper steppers for sure.
Yeah, those match with him though. Look how they're like blue and everything.
I'm so mad at you.
It's okay, I'm mad at myself too.
Perfect. Look at that. Hey.
Did you buy the little power-up thing too?
Yeah. How do I stop this? Oh, there you go. Hey, we got 50 bucks on a charity thingy. Thank you so much, whoever the fuck you are. Hog. Can I see the donations? Yeah, we can.
Oh no way, I'm getting drops for Fortnite. Heck yeah.
It was Hero. Can we set up alerts? I would like to have like alert thingy on this. Would be cool to see. But I think it's because it's yours. Maybe I cannot get it. Whoa. Are there actually like 100 fucking furries playing this now? This is insane. Like 80 there's 80 cute players. Holy shit. A gold bar maybe? The goal is 300 by the way. We can see on the link. We just don't have the alerts. Because only one person made the link. It's Dorio.
Oh, do you want the link? Oh, my bad. I got you.
No.
I got you guys.
No, I have the link. I was gonna say, do you have any like overlay stuff like a bar? Do they have it?
No, I do not.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I literally did all this like at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I had the pages open because I was waiting for you guys to respond to pick a team name, and then like he was like, oh no, he did for you. He was Jet 2 Poly. I'm like, you know what? Jet 2 Poly. I love it. No, nothing against it.
I was like, wait, okay, so I haven't like gamed with these like two. I don't know much about them, but I'm gonna assume like pause is always a good thing, and then Jet 2 Holiday is pretty current. So.
The amount of teams with like pause.
I love it. Wait, Snowy, play the sound clip.
Yeah, I was gonna do it.
Yes.
I added this like before we started. Nothing beats a Jet 2
I love
Holiday.
y'all.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 Holiday. I'm gonna be honest, Manny messaged me at like time o' fucking clock in the night, and he's like, BB, do you want to do this thing? Here's all. I am overbooked. Please say yes.
I got the same thing like 1 day ago. I was like, okay, sure.
He's such a good tournament organizer. Like, he's very, very good about like getting things going, like getting the bots working, like.
No, this is insane. I can't even get like a recording with like 5 people. There's like 80 something here. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, I'm gonna go on mute real quick. I gotta figure out like to make sure that the scoring like tracks too, because like there's a bot for that.
Yeah,
Okay,
we have to
sure
upload your replays on the replay drop, and if we all do game phone. If we all do it, it's like more accurate. I don't know how to get the replays though. Probably see at the end. Well, let's go. I'm scared.
Let's do it. Let's go.
I'm so nervous.
Okay, so
guy. Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and land. Let's actually claim.
There's so many
I think to
furry
be safe,
avatars.
You see my ping on the map? If you open the map.
Oh yeah, so we just drop.
Yeah.
Or you can see on the top corner. Yeah, let's just like drop over there. Yeah.
Sounds good.
There's so many furry skins.
I love how like we're kind of like the non-furry. Wait, there's a non-furry here.
Dude, I am so normal.
Oh, look at the names.
We're so normal.
Guys, how do I take the
let's
bus
jump
driver?
now.
Yeah.
Oh, I forget what the default is. I think it's B to think the bus driver.
It's too late. He hates me now.
So let's do this. Let's actually land. Try to land directly on that purple ping, because we can all get like full shields right away.
Oh my god, I have Shenron. This is so cool. Best 20 bucks I've ever spent.
Hell yeah, let's go.
How the fuck are y'all lower than I am?
It bases your drop off of like the terrain. So if you're like landing on a lowest part of the terrain, like water, for example, be super heckin' low. All right, cool. Let's crowd up on here. All right, cool. And then we can just all get looted up. So now we can, you guys can just loot that direction. I'm just gonna find stuff over here, and then we'll wait to see where the zone goes.
I'll go to this house. Why don't skeletons fight each other? Because they don't have guts. Nice. You should be a dad.
What guns do you guys like? So I know to ping.
I'm gonna keep it a grippy sock with you, sir. Shoot. I don't know. Like, it depends on if we're playing far ground. I don't mind doing sniping things because I like playing sniper. But if we're going quick and fast, I prefer a build that reflects that.
Okay. I'm just gonna ping whatever I come across. I'm not gonna pick up.
I don't know shit about guns, so.
Ooh, what is this base boost?
Oh, those are movement gloves. So you can basically like do some cool aerial stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you playing on controller or on mouse and keyboard?
No, mouse and keyboard.
Yes, if you right click, you can launch yourself up like immediately with it.
Map, you say?
Cool, okay.
To shreds, you say?
Oh, we got a super good gun. This is awesome.
Wait, what are y'all listening to right now?
This one, nothing. I'm focused.
I was blasting music, but yeah, I like just stopped it for the match.
Oh,
same.
Yo, I mean, you blast your music. You can do your thing.
No, I meant
gotta lock in.
to coordinate our vibes, sir.
Oh.
I should put Dragon Ball music. Okay, am I stupid or like can I not find a stupid like chest here?
I think. Let me actually look at the zone.
I found 2 chests right here. If y'all need guns, I got a chug jug.
Let's go.
Right here. Got some not. Bam.
Trying to pick up as much ammo as I can. We're just gonna try to live until the longest that we can throughout the game. If we see any bad dudes, I'm down to shoot.
Not if I shoot them first.
Ooh, snipey.
Shoot
I found a G-Wagon. I'm on the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have vehicles in this too.
One of my first things when I started playing with Quet was that like I was very heavily on all of us getting our own G-Wagons and just rolling up on people and shooting people. Oh shit!
How many rounds are we gonna be playing? No idea.
I have a gold gun over here, if y'all are about that.
No, I'm not a big fan of the Spire rifle. It's weird.
Okay, are you good too, Zoe? On this?
Does it shoot?
What's that?
Oh, it's
does it shoot?
Yeah, it's an assault rifle.
Oh,
it's automatic. I'm gonna hold on to it for now, and I can drop it.
Did you wash your ass today?
Oh, I just realized the card changed when I went in because it's a fucking Rocket League skin, I'm pretty sure.
Mau hope you're doing good.
Oh, you got the whip!
Oh.
Do you want me to drive or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have my ears sticking out of the car.
It's okay, my big ass forehead sticks out. Alright, so no one's gonna pick that up. That's an item that is banned.
Well,
we played against Superman earlier and it's fucking terrifying.
Oh, really?
It's so scary.
He hunted us down.
Yeah, we were running away with a car.
He doesn't play around.
Ooh.
Oh, there's still a bunch of loot here. I'm gonna kind of like grab all the loot I can. There is some movement.
Wait, does that mean we're allowed to hire people?
Yeah, as long as we have gold. Because the thing is, the tournament matches, we start with 0 gold.
I can make that happen.
Okay, I think... Is there no other movement here? Do we all have movement? Or like, what like, utility items do you guys like to run? Do you guys know? Or have preference?
No.
Well, I like these boots now.
I have
the gloves.
I have
the gloves?
gauntlets. I have these gauntlets.
Does anyone want wall hacks? Where you just do the scan, and then you can see where everyone is?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
I have the surf cube right now. I think I'm Gucci.
Okay. Where did I put... I'm gonna grab these bunkers. Do we have any heals at all? Do we like heal items?
I don't.
have...
I should probably get that.
Oh, there's some. I just marked them. Over here.
Ooh.
Oh, you see someone? Oh, I can actually go for... I'm gonna actually, like, use this. I'm gonna use this item to get some more movement. So I'm gonna go over here. You can actually grab the car, Snowy, and I'm gonna go to this little, like, shrine. Get movement. We can also go underneath in this little orb and see if there's some stuff down there for us to grab.
Probably get this.
Oh, the boon. All right, sweet. I'm gonna go grab the bunkers that are like a cover item. So just chill here by the shrine for a second. I'm just gonna go back to the gas station, and then I will be right back over. All right, cool. Coming back.
See if I can see anything.
Do you guys see that like orb? Yeah. Go where BB is going. Actually check underneath there for stuff. What is down here? Wow, no one grabbed any of this stuff? Wait, what?
Oh, fuck. Cool.
Oh, did you go in?
Checking the rift. Yeah, I was
No,
like,
you're
what is
good, you're
this?
good.
That is cool.
Okay, I think we have a good amount of stuff right now. We can honestly just chill. Do you guys want to just chill? You want to go look for fights?
Sorry. I mean, we can. There's no point in staying here if we don't fight.
Let's go fight dudes.
Let's go fucking die. Give me a ride.
All right, we're gonna fire. We're gonna follow you, BB. Just keep driving wherever.
Hey, you got 76 donation goal. Pog.
Let's go! Hell
We
yeah!
got 3 already.
Dang! Let's get it!
We got a kill for each donation. We're gonna get good.
Anyone go for them down? Oh, there's a car next to us.
Oh, car, yeah, car behind us.
Hey, you can shoot them. Let's freaking beam their ass. Assert dominance.
And that's a school boat. There's 2 cars.
Oh,
I think there's 2 of them. Yeah.
let's go assert dominance. Oh, except the
That's
car's
not
gonna
very
flip over.
dominant.
Alright, here you go. Okay, we're chasing them.
There was 2
Oh, Medallion's
though.
actually pretty close to us. Be very careful. Let's actually go this way. Let's go over here. There's a team
God,
fighting on...
Yeah, look over there.
We're gonna go over here. We're gonna go here. We can shoot down at them. Yeah, let's actually go right here. Cracked one.
Oh.
I kind of want to go
Oh,
over
they're
there.
carrying.
Are they leaving?
Yeah.
Dang, I should have shockwaved on that. Oh, you killed someone, yo!
Oh, you killed
Fuck
someone.
yeah!
Fun.
Let's go, baby! There's a car over here.
Oh yeah, there.
I'm gonna move the. I'm actually gonna leave the car right here for you. I'm just gonna slide down the mountain. What's the vibe over here? Fighting over here? We can keep looking at fights too.
I'm down.
Okay, that car's pretty beat up, BB. It can blow up pretty easily. There is a fresh car right here. Oh, this guy's coming over?
Whoa.
Shoot them. Yeah, shoot that car. Blew it up? Oh, I knocked them. I'm gonna actually look to kill them. I think they're gonna be behind here, or they're gonna be somewhere below us. Where'd they go? I hear a car.
Hey, another car, right here.
Yep. Let's go do this. They're gonna be right above me. I almost knocked one. I'm gonna go up again. Knocked one.
Oh.
Knocked two. All dead. They're all dead. Let's go!
Oh shit!
We have heals on me if you need to.
Actually, I have it. Oh!
Let's see.
Fuck! Over there, on the
You're
house.
good.
Can I ping?
Yep. Call behind me.
That was really cool guns.
Be careful. That's a full team you're driving towards. I can't help you. No. All right, I'm gonna go this way. Heal up, Snowy. We're gonna actually avoid all that.
Baby's dead. No.
No, baby. Wait.
Oh, they're coming fast. Fuck, I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Are you not able to make it to me?
Oh, come on.
Oh, I might be dead. Alright, I'm just gonna play my life. I think I'm getting chased. I might be able to drive around to grab you. So you're able to run kind of my direction? Do you see me in storm?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me drive to you.
Oh shit.
Hop on in here.
No, wait.
Oh,
Ah,
wait,
shit.
wait.
What the fuck?
There you go.
you
Okay. Okay, and then let's go see if I can grab BB's card.
I
We're
am
gonna
like
try to drive
running
back
out
here to grab heals. I don't think they're
I'm
gonna
running
be
out
here.
of
I'm pretty sure.
bullets.
Alright, there's heals here. Okay, let's actually grab that. There's heals here. I'm gonna drop you a medkit.
I don't want this.
Okay, and then hop once. Actually, here I'm gonna. Oh yeah, here swap. Get out of the car. Then hop on in here. Let's go grab BB's car.
Whew.
There we go. And then I'm actually gonna grab this other movement item. Oh, I did not mean to throw that. Oops. Actually, it might work out for us. Okay, hop on in here again. And then we're gonna try to revive. Actually, wait, they're on the side. We're gonna kind of chill here for a sec, cause I don't know. Oh, wait,
shit!
there they
What
are.
the fuck? We almost hit the goal.
We're gonna swing. We're swinging around. We're good. We good.
We're 50
We
bucks
are
away from our goal, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yo, let's go.
Holy shit, swag shot. Okay, I don't know if it's your name or not.
Okay,
That's
I'm
hard
gonna have to
read.
swap cars. So I'm gonna get this car. Hop on in here.
Yo, Kit.
Okay, if you want to wait, actually wait, no, I don't think I can do that. Okay, it's actually. I'm gonna actually grab these heals for a second. Okay, I'm gonna heal up. Just watch this hill. There might be someone looking at us. Okay, let's hop on in here. I was gonna try to get BB, but I got shot up a little too hard, so I'm just gonna keep moving. We're gonna just kind of coast along here. Okay, loot here. See a team going up here. We could try to reboot here. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. Yeah, let's park here.
If not, I'm cool with waiting. I'm good with whatever.
I just don't want to like feed you to a team, you know? Oh, actually here, Snowy, no, we can't res here. Okay, we have to move. Yeah, we have to move. Can you get in the car?
Yeah.
We are gonna go all the way across over here.
Oh god. Perfect.
That is a team to the left. Oh, we can actually heal up in here? Oh wait, no, we do not want to heal up there because the medallion is behind us.
I'm not stressing. You are.
I want to fight the medallion team, but
All
I
right.
don't want to guess. Oh, wait, I'm gonna actually grab this. I'm gonna swap that. Get back in the car, actually. Get back in. Get back in. Get back in.
There you go.
Okay. We're gonna move across.
They're fighting.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get to the next zone. Oh my god! Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, we're screwed. We're screwed.
Well, I don't know
Go,
why
go,
a
go,
team
go,
is
go, go,
right
go.
there. That is so unfortunate.
Oh fuck.
I was not expecting a whole team
Oh,
to
it's
be on
scared.
the
They're
bridge
making
there.
Fortnite jump scare. Oh. Hey, 276 from the goal. Pug.
Let's go!
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Good job. Good job. Also, your reaction speed is kind of terrifying. Because I
know,
just
right?
panicked.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dip from that. I had nothing I could do there.
No, that's fine.
Okay, let's see. What's the play gonna be? There's definitely gonna be someone up there. There's gonna be a team right here I just saw running over.
Hey, we did pretty well. I was surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we got 4 kills, which is good. Okay, so there's a team there.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
poor
whoever
guy.
that was. I'm so sorry.
That was.
I'm sorry.
Let's see if I can get the names. Nice one.
Let's see.
It was like here chilling, healing his little team. Man, cruel.
Oh, I see a team right there on the left.
Raul, it's a charity event with like 100 furries, so you can't blame me for playing Fortnite, okay?
How much
You
are we
cannot
sitting
blame
at
me.
right now?
Like 17 left.
Like how many? Yeah, there's only 17. Oh, 16.
And how much are we on charity right now? Like how much are we
We have
made?
276.
What? That's
whole
awesome.
The whole thing? I don't know how to see the whole thing.
There's definitely someone there.
Oh.
I want to shoot them, but their teammates probably gonna be right here on my left. Oh, that scan.
Ooh.
Nope, that's perfect. I actually need that to happen.
Oh my god. If I try doing it, I would panic and just die. They're so confused, I love it.
I'm gonna chill here for a sec. Oh my god!
Oh yeah, you scare me, man. You scare me. You're a terror in my eyes.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I'm gonna get out. We good, we good.
was your purpose just to get them in the storm?
Yeah, just to kind of like back up a little bit.
Mm.
Gonna heal right here. Hopefully I don't get shot at.
Thank you, human. Vincent has 12 people in this
hi,
tiny
Hugh.
circle.
I think I have to worry about that right there.
No, there's not 12 people in the circle, there's 12 people left alive, so they might be left in the storm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many
I think
though.
you just got scammed too.
I'm actually gonna try to get up here.
Oh yeah, get above them. Oh, good shit.
Everyone's fighting and just annoying the fuck out of everyone. That's amazing.
This is insane. I think there's someone behind you.
Think so. I have to worry about that team on my height.
Got 8 left.
Good shit. You can get above them, yeah. Oh!
No.
Ah!
I was gonna say that was a little ambitious. That was a little ambitious. I probably could have at least like griefed them by using the board and then like probably using the boost on them, but they were pretty posted up. That's also a very, very stacked team.
That was insane, yeah. Oh, we reached the goal.
Oh, we did?
Nice.
Yeah, let's go!
Good job,
Can you make a-
everybody!
can-
Good
Let's
job.
go!
Can we extend
Hell
the
yeah.
goal? Like make it like a little bit higher? GG. So
That's
how do we get
awesome.
how do we get the replay now? I'm like a boomer.
I was gonna read up on that because like I didn't get a chance to see. Let me actually go through this. Wait, how does this work? Wait, replay drop?
Yeah, we're supposed to put the replays there because the bot's gonna count the points.
How do we grab the replay though? Do I like copy a code or something?
No, it's probably somewhere here. You just ready for next match? No idea.
Oh, did we just already up? I'm assuming so. Yeah, let's back out and then. Oh, actually, no, not yet, because they're gonna give us a code.
Also,
Oh,
just
I
cancel.
I went back to the lobby.
I think that's safe.
Oh yeah, no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay.
I'm gonna change my skin again. That'd be.
I'm gonna look for
Okay,
maybe
replays
fit
now
it.
somehow.
Okay, then I'll definitely match. Hold on. I got you, bugaboo. I'll be Marceline.
Sorry, I couldn't help you guys. I feel so bad about driving over the bridge and there just being a full
Yeah.
team right there.
No, dude, genuinely, I'm sorry I got out so fast.
No, don't apologize. No, I'm just sorry that I couldn't help. Like, everything just happened so quick in this game.
The replays or whatever. I think because you are now the Mr. Boss Man,
Yeah.
I can't see the
Let
thing
me
anymore.
see. I wonder if I go in my replays and I just grab a code and put it in there.
Probably. How the fuck do we even get to replays? I don't know. I don't even know how to do that.
It's under go to career and then you'll see the link
Career.
for it.
Replays. Okay. Well, I don't have anything.
Oh, did the bot just message you? Because it definitely just
Oh, yeah.
messaged me.
Yeah, message me.
I don't even see a replay.
Yeah, I don't have a replay.
I don't have my replay. Wait, what? Yeah, when I go to career, it doesn't show for that last match.
Interesting.
Interesting. Oh.
Is it this one?
Libby's always mean to me.
No, I don't have a replay. Wait, what? Do either of you see a replay when you go to career and you go to replays?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Yeah, open replay
Let's
folder.
see.
Let me see. Yeah, folder is empty.
Yeah,
Let me
my
see.
folder's
don't,
empty too.
don't tell me we need to like activate it somewhere.
Mine
Yeah.
is loading. I don't know.
I'm gonna Google how to activate replay Fortnite or something.
Oh
How to
wait.
enable replay.
No, I have mine.
Oh, you do? Do you see
Yeah.
the last match by any chance?
Yeah. 12:55. No, I don't. What the heck?
Yeah, so I
These are the
don't
ones-
think it's shown for everyone.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, it looks like everyone in the captain's channel is saying they don't have their replays available.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so wait, we just doing.
How do I enable replays? Maybe it's a setting somewhere.
I like seeing my games, like, and they're all like, hold on, they're all like 1 out of 100. Like I won a royale and I only killed like one person.
Record replays, record live stream replays, record creative replays. I mean, they're on. They probably disable replays. Okay, yeah, because there's a big event, so maybe it's like to save, like they're actually on their side. Yeah, I don't think anyone got it. Oh, that sucks. I hope I didn't rely on it too much.
What's the importance of the replay?
The bot uses it to count the points.
Ooh.
So like, if the more people put replays, the best, basically. That is ray tracing? What the fuck? I'm not turning it on. Screw that.
What do you mean? You don't want like 20 frames?
No.
It needs frames when you have friends, dude.
I want to play Fortnite with DLSS. Creative matches. Maybe it's a creative match? No idea. I'm pretty sure they tested this before, so I think it's just... Yeah, it just sucks. Oh my god, you guys are insane. We have like a we're at like almost 500.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
let's go.
431.
Hell yeah.
I think that, by the
Fuck
way,
yeah.
Chad, there's some prices too if you like.
Hi, friendo.
You know, oh shit, not this. But there's like some. I think if you donate more than 5, you have like you entered in like a raffle. You can get like a bunch of things. And I think the team who gets more also gets something. I'm not sure.
Wait, whoa, what? That's fucking insane. Yeah, we're at 431?
Yeah, 431.
Oh.
Swag, hug time, hero, not so creative, Vezel draws, swag again.
Thank
guys
you
are
so
carrying.
much.
I started there's no overlay on screen for this. I could probably set it up real quick while we're waiting for the next match.
They do have that, but I think you have access, and not me, because this is
Yeah.
your TV. If you do it, just send me the link of the the whatever they have.
I'll send it to both of us, or to all of us, I
Mhm.
mean.
Oh, it's Hugh. Ugh, I love seeing names I know. Hi, Hero. Hi, Hugh. Hi, Swags. Heck yeah.
You know what? Let me just while we wait. I'm gonna put 20 bucks into this thing, just to match my V-bucks, because I'm gonna feel bad.
What a great idea.
Do this. Oh, fucking. I gotta log in into PayPal again. God damn it.
Okay, we are ready to queue up. So go ahead and ready up in game again.
All right.
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're good.
You can ready because it takes a while.
And then I'm gonna wait for the code to get dropped.
Why this and this? Log in, and then I gotta go. Hi Ruby. I gotta go to my two-factor authentication code. My God, so much crap you need to do nowadays.
I feel that.
Bro, so I moved to Norway, right? And I had to move all my crap into like countries, and that's so fucking annoying.
Can we raise the goal a little bit?
I think
Yeah.
you can.
I can actually. I'm trying to think like if I can give you guys access to that way, you can just fiddle with it.
Make it 1,000. Fuck it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I say yeah, make it 1,000 because we're already almost at 500.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Alright, complete purchase. There we go. I put in 20 bucks.
I put in 50. Sorry, bro.
There we
Bigger
go.
dick.
Wow, you out dicking me. 50, damn.
Hi, Ruby.
It's okay. I'll accept my tiny peepee. Don't worry. Oh, I have my image. What the fuck? It's cool. I have a like thingy. I used to Fair before because I've been part of a few charities already. So it's kind of cool. I have my image. I may have a small peepee, but I have my profile picture. Yeah, check out these two amazing beans. I tagged you two on my stream title, so we can just go to give them a follow.
Same. I'm trying to see where I can like up the. Whoa, we got another donation. Oh my gosh, everyone's going crazy right now.
You're like speed running. You're like you increase the goal. They reach the goal like fuck. Shit.
Good job, everybody. Good job.
Oh, here we go. Okay, this is where I can check. Okay, sweet. Let me set it to 1,000, and then I'm like trying to get the overlays for us, so that way you both can feel free to pop it up on OBS.
I'm really proud of chat today. Y'all are doing fantabulous. Thank you.
I'm just gonna write in general chat. I was so scared the whole time. This may actually get me into Fortnite. I never played this much, but I'm like I can see why. This is cool.
It's nerve-wracking for sure, but like it is so much fun. It's definitely a lot of fun.
People are getting matchmaking error.
Oh, I just realized your Sona is a little werewolf guy. That's dope.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I love both of yours. Your like Sonas. I saw both of your. Well, at least like from what I've seen on yours, BB. But yours is also super cute too. Cause like you have multiple models you use, right?
Me?
BB.
Yeah. BB's main thing is she's a werecat.
Fuck yeah, werecat.
Oh, check out this art. Hold on, wait. Side chat. I just got this art done too. I haven't shown chat yet, so hee. But
oh, I'm so hyped to see it.
Some of you need to touch some grass. Oh my god.
Side chat.
Wait, what?
What?
There's speaking in the general chat. Like, some of you should touch grass. Holy shit.
Wait, what?
What is happening? Hold on.
Y'all are cracked.
Oh,
That's funny.
see.
Oh, What if your argument's like I already touch grass?
Alright. Hold on, wait.
I
Not
posted
me
the-
outside touching grass and playing at the same time.
Yo, that's your. Oh my god, that looks so sick, BB. I love your character.
Thank you.
Throw in the
Those
elephant
art pieces
version,
are
remember?
amazing. So good.
Hmm.
I posted
You
the
got
overlay
this.
link, by the way, in our chat.
Oh, the little
Side
thingy?
chat, yeah.
Yeah. a
Oh,
little
oh,
chat
I just
thingy.
saw your. Oh, damn. Oh, that's
Right?
cool.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's hot. Alright, let me put the browser thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Notify. Okay, let's see if we got the little thingy. Hey, you got a little bar. Okay,
Is
Pug.
it working?
Yeah, yeah.
Sweet!
I think I got the resolution wrong though. Let me see.
Yeah, I
supposed to
gotta
be like-
probably mess with mine too.
I think it's supposed to be full screen. Let me see. How much is 1440p again? I keep forgetting. 256. Right?
Oh, for that, it's
256. Okay.
yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You can put it like. You can put it. Okay. No, I think it's supposed to be probably 1080p. 1080. 1920, I think. I keep forgetting about the resolutions because I haven't used 1080p in ages.
Aw.
Yeah, it's 1080p, and then you put full screen. There you go, Pug. Have a little
Sweet.
top bar.
How are you? My friend says you have like a really nice and contagious laugh.
What? Aw. Thank
You do have a nice laugh. I like your laugh.
And I
Good
agree.
laugh.
Yeah.
I am just cringe at myself. I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, ew, why you sound like them? Then you guys are also super.
Huh. No.
It's over here. There you go. Perfect.
And then you get your face. Oh, look at you blushing. Okay, that's adorable. I'm like looking at you acting love.
You
don't
see anything. You see
I'm perceiving. I'm perceiving. I'm perceiving. I'm perceiving.
You see nothing.
Oh.
Y'all are too sweet. Oh, so you actually
Oh
just got the code?
yeah, I
Alright,
just
let me
realized
do
you're using
this
the
code.
camera. It's cool. We can stalk you and see you. And you're like, oh.
I was
Staring.
I'm a glorified flesh tuber until I get my model updated because I updated my character markings, so I'm just kind of waiting to get them updated, and then I'm gonna go bye on flesh tubing. Be a cringe wolf again.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I think we should. Let's see.
Okay, and then I think we're gonna go ahead and ready up, and then it should pull us in the queue. I
Yo,
think
we're in
we're good,
4th
otherwise.
place. Holy shit.
Oh, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Hopefully.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm also like messing with my OBS right now.
We're in 4th place, chat. Oh my god.
What? We're in 4th place? Let's go!
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell yeah!
26
Let's
points,
get-
32, 55. My god, that team that won 11 eliminations, 15. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're playing a very good position there.
Let me see. Love is also on this chat, by the way. Let me see where his team is. Snowflow, blah blah blah. So many people. Holy shit.
There's a lot going on.
Oh, Foodman is here. Pog.
Yeah, he was spectating us last match, actually.
Foodman is my motorcycle nerd friend. We simp about motorcycles together.
He's trying to stick me in a fucking Furby avatar. Yelling at him, cursing at him forever.
Love's is in 7th place. Wow, there's close.
Oh really?
Uh-huh.
Yo, let's go!
I heard something that I'm scared of Electro because they were talking about him and I was like, oh well, there was one time he had like 30 kills and I was like, okay, now if I see Electro I'm dipping.
Electro is this ultra positive energy that just beams you in the face in game.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so wholesome, fucking destroys you.
And then are we all readied up? Oh, actually, BB, go ahead and ready up, and then I
Remember that?
think we should be good. I'm just following the captain channel right now.
86 looks good.
Yep.
Been a
Okay,
while.
we're in. We good.
Oh, look at all the beauty groovy mode. So cute.
Top booty banger. Yo, what's up, man? Yo, what's
Everyone in general is just fucking terrified.
Yeah, because there's some cracked people in here.
I'm happy we have a cracked on our team. Otherwise, it would suck.
Bro.
Oh, it's Hero Card game. Fuck.
Did you wash your ass today?
Oh, start.
Oh, no.
Let's go! Let's get it again! We're
No music. It's just like intense.
Did you guys like our drop spot last time? Or
Yeah,
do you want to try
awesome.
somewhere different?
I think I try somewhere different. Try somewhere different.
Somewhere different, but with the same vibe.
Alright, same vibe, okay.
Okay, we are in the right correct thingy. Let's see if we are in the correct thingy.
Let's see. It's gonna be a good spot.
You wanna do Kappa Kappa? You wanna do Kappa Kappa? We can go to the.
I see,
was actually, I kid you not, I was literally about to ping that. Let's fucking go. We're on the same
Wavelength!
Wavelength!
Oh, match made in heaven, bro. Excellent wavelength.
I know we're in the correct lobby because there's so many furry avatars.
Dude, I'm so fucking normal.
You know,
Oh my god.
Jake is partially, I mean, he's
No!
furry.
No!
If I see anyone flying to contest us, a backup spot we can use is right there, that red pin.
Capitan.
But I'll also down to just fight dudes off.
Tell me, this game has SpongeBob. That would be so cool. Alright, Captain, I can hear you.
I can't hear you!
Oh, I went to own too far.
I see
if I'm doing well or
one
not.
glider. These guys are probably going down to Utopia.
Is there a way to lock the camera and look around without like moving the character?
No, I wish. Because Apex, you can do that.
Yeah, you can. I think it's alt or something.
I think we have one team going to Kappa with us.
There's
oh,
a
yeah,
truck
yeah.
right here, so I want to avoid that right there. There's a truck right there.
There's a
Heard.
You
lot of
wanna aim
people.
for
Holy
that?
shit.
Oh wait, actually, these guys are going pretty low. They might be landing right here, so this is good. Just stretch it out to Kappa. I think we should be okay.
Me and Snowy are stopping by this little this tanker that I marked.
Oh, you're gonna hit the tanker? Okay.
Yeah, and we'll meet you there after
Okay.
we're topped up. There's like one person I see landing here, so we're good.
Just be careful because
And then
there's gonna be one team between us, I think.
we have a car. We'll go over there to
Sweet.
you and Get in.
Okay.
Snowy.
I was checking for something.
Cracked one.
We're going to him. We gotta find him.
Oh, are you guys lagging or no?
I think I'm good.
Okay, I think
Yeah, it
my
looks
game's
okay.
lagging.
It looks okay.
I'm gonna drive away from this. Don't actually go to... Yeah, try to meet up directly with me. Don't go to Kappa. There's a team there now.
Yeah, we're in the field.
Okay.
Someone was here.
Gonna
Alright,
move this
Snow, be
place a bit,
careful.
yeah.
Someone was here.
Oh my
have
gosh, I
nothing.
just got all my movement. Okay.
Hold on, there's a little chest here. I'm
Alright.
trying over it.
I'm not leaving.
I'm gonna drive towards you guys.
That's fine.
I think... Is that you guys in a car? Or...
I'm in a car, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually
Down
hit
here.
a slurp truck here. Wait, is this not a
Alright,
hit? Oh, we might actually be able to loot down here.
I'm
Me
on my way
actually
to you.
clear this. Oh, no, there's a team over here. I'm just kind of scouting around right now.
I have a gun. Only
So
a
we
gun.
can... Let's go this direction. Let's go to purple.
I'm on you.
Okay. This is just an adventurous, experience.
Oh god.
Or... Yeah, go to the little orb over here. We'll hit this.
Hi, Captain.
So I'll leave that for both of y'all. There should be some loot in there. Some chests that you can open, I think.
There might be. We're level C. We're rank C. I know. No, there's a C chest in here.
And then when you guys are done looting there, I think... Oh, let me actually look at this. Where can we go to? There's gonna be quite a few teams rotating. Oh, I just realized there's fire over there. Dang it. Okay. So there's Spire there. Spire there. It's gonna be very adventurous, but how many weapons do you guys have? Are you guys happy with your loadout?
Oh,
No,
not really.
not at all.
Okay, let's keep on looting. Let's go there.
I have one shotgun with 2 bullets and just a SMG.
There's a team here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're flying towards.
behind
Just
us.
keep driving past. Keep going. Go all the way over here. Just keep going. Just keep following the road, and we'll
Oh, there's a team up ahead.
see. Oh, is that the Superman? I think it's Superman.
Yeah, there they go.
And
Somebody
then
took it.
let's go up here. Let's go up to the mountain.
I'm low on fuel.
Oh, you're low on fuel? Okay. I can also drive.
It's okay, we'll make it.
Maybe. Let's just try to get over the mountain. Go up top here. Because you're going towards, I think the medallion team's on your right side.
Okay. Yeah, I see them.
There is some stuff here. No guns, though. Oh, actually, no, there's guns. Just no amp. So if you guys want to pick up any of those weapons.
Let me check.
I don't think I'm
Oh,
interested.
it's really good, but yeah.
Oh, is my internet doing the
wait.
thing?
It's actually cool.
Yup, it's in the thing. Lucky. Okay, there we go. We're good.
It's probably just because there's so many people on the server right now.
No, I've been having this internet issue that my boyfriend and I have been like for like a month now. It's
I'm out
like
of fuel.
specific. It's my game PC. Oh, you're out of fuel? You
Yeah.
can. Oh, you know what? Let's actually go right here. You can jump out and you can go to this shrine. I'll leave the car for you guys.
No, I've been having internet issues as well. Like, I'm kind of miffed about it. Like, big time miffed.
We love internet issues. I'm dropping some shotgun there.
We do.
Oh.
I'm gonna guess you're based in America, right?
Yeah, I'm in NA.
Okay. Like, yeah, I have, I'm in Arkansas, and, like, I had, like, the worst ISP, like, ever, and I'm just waiting patiently impatient to, like, switch over to, like, AT&T fiber.
Yeah, I feel it. I was gonna say, oh, you guys can use the car. That car sells gas. The one I left there.
No, you left your cooties in it, man. I don't want that.
You know my fin cooties?
No.
Oh, that's such a cool like mountain. Holy shit.
Oh wait, I see a car over here. I'm gonna go grab it. You guys keep running ahead. I'm gonna grab this car.
Honey, we could've just walked. We could've just walked.
And also walk skis. Is there no one here? What?
We're already at 61 people, by the way. Like, everyone's dropping.
Yeah, let me pick you guys up. There's actually loot here.
Not in the little bus.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Come on.
Oh my god, let's go.
Not the bus!
Let's go,
Adventure
Pete.
time! Come on, grab your friends. And then we got Beerus.
Beerus, cat, and
Finn the human.
the human.
And also Jake the dog. It's adventure time.
Adventure time. Yeah, we got stuff here. We can actually just grab whatever loot you guys see.
I
I'm
have
gonna
2
go under.
assault rifles. I desperately need something better.
Oh yeah, it's not even looted inside here. If you take the zip line below.
Alright, perate. La 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 la. Oh.
Does anyone want pom
No
poms?
time for reply.
What
Only
the
gaming.
hell? What do pom-poms for? What do the pom-poms do? What do the pom-poms
Oh, you TF into a beast that has like a lot of HP. So you just become like a big tanky monster.
Alright, chat,
Yeah, like
calm
the
down. He
werewolf.
might have said your trigger word, but calm down, calm down.
Wait, does chat know the trigger word TF?
No, no. It's making a joke. I'm making a joke. Put the pencils down, artist. Put them down. Dude, I'm not.
Oh, there's a
finding
shotgun here.
anything, though. You know, okay, I have a med mist. I'm gonna yoink that instead of that. Yeah, I need better guns, dude. I am shit in shape. Okay.
Do you need a shotgun?
No, I keep. I'm being honest. I'm like passing up shotguns. I'm terrible with shotguns, but I can grab one. I can use one.
Oh no, you run what you're comfortable with. You like the sniper rifle one, right? This is like the current season sniper rifle. It has like a scope on it.
Hi.
We also have a car here. I'm gonna go grab the car from above, so you guys can take that.
Okay.
There's a chest here.
I'm gonna scout ahead then. Don't mind me.
Yeah. You good?
Ooh. Hi LJ, did you die?
Wow, I'm surprised. Like we haven't seen anyone.
Yeah, we're at 52 people in the lobby.
Dang. A lot more people are like, you know what? I'm gonna play the video game this time, and not die.
You say that, but it's at 50 now. A lot less.
I can pick you up, Zoe. Unless you want your own car. There's another car here.
No. I like being a passenger. This is cool.
Passenger
pew pew.
princess for the win.
Because this way I don't need to decide anything. It's pretty cool.
I will decide our death. I mean, you know, obviously death to the opponents.
Oh, I found a team over here.
Okay.
Oh, time to lock in.
There's another one here. Yep.
I'm driving over, Jake.
Oh.
Yep,
We're gonna
okay,
shot
there's a
that.
bunch on the floating
Behind
map.
us too.
Oh, there's a guy over here.
Over there.
He's over
Okay.
here.
Oh yeah, I see the medallion
Okay,
team.
right. Freak! There's a guy over here. You wanna
It
go
should be
for
the
him?
medallion team. We can fight them. Yeah, if you want to fight them, they're gonna have.
It's not a team. It's a guy. It is a guy.
Oh, a guy? I mean.
It's
wait,
a guy. Yes,
where's
he's
he?
right here.
Oh, I'm looking.
He's over here. Freak! Yeah, it is that guy. It is just that guy.
Turn. I'm looking for him.
Yeah, let's go.
Is he leaving? Is he in the car? He's like gone already.
He had a thing. He had a little.
Oh yeah, he definitely dipped. Yeah, I don't see him anymore.
He's
That
over
was
there on the map.
fast.
He went that way.
Yeah.
Jesus.
We can chase him if you wanna.
We had
Yeah,
someone
I mean,
behind
let's
us
do
too,
it.
by the way.
Get in, G-Wagon, get in
Let's
G-Wagon.
go. Let's go.
Let's go. Beerus, get your
Oh, I see
fucking
him.
ass in here.
It's another team here.
Get him!
Oh, come on.
Take my pins off. Oh, I was about to say so spicy here.
This is 3 teams. Oh, no. No,
There's
we are
so many
not
fucking
equipped.
cars.
I'm gonna grab
Holy
this car.
shit.
I'm grabbing this car too. We're gonna have 2 cars.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay, we can. Oh, this guy's trying to drive away. Let's go for that guy.
Oh, you went.
There's so many.
They are battling. You went the exact opposite way. Oh, no.
Car
Let's go.
fight!
So coordinated.
Mad
Let's go
Max.
to that right there. These guys are trying to drive
Okay.
away. Wait, they getting shot at by someone else?
We were. There's like 3 cars there, honey. There's like 3 or 4 of them, actually.
Yeah, someone's shooting at these guys. We might be able to fight this.
You
Oh, yeah,
have
I see another
such
bus
an
team there.
apounding amount of confidence in us.
Oh,
there they
I'm
go,
always
there they go.
confident in my team. Yeah! Fuck them
Fuck
all!
'em
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Get him! Rah!
We all gonna fucking
Rip their
die.
PP off!
Oh my god!
Get him!
Get him! Get him! Oh, they're taking the fucking.
Oh, they're going
gone.
up. They're
Boo!
gone.
No, there's
You
the
can
guy
go
over
up
here.
with
There's
the
guy over
car?
here. Come here. We're gonna take this car. Because we're going poo slow. Come here.
Yeah,
Go,
get
go,
the
go. He'll go after
big ol'
you.
fast.
Whoa! You bossed me. You bossed me!
Come on.
Oh, yeah, I see a team right here.
Yeah,
Look at those guys.
That's where we're going.
Yeah.
That's where we're going.
We're gonna chase that orange car.
Get him, Beerus! Get him!
There's also, wait, there's a car behind.
Get him, Beerus! Get him! They're right there!
Fuck, I gotta reload.
Oh my god!
Get him! Fuck him up!
I gotta reload!
They're so scared!
Oh shit!
They're so scared!
Fuck, where are they?
They're right there.
Right there, right in the tunnel. Oh, they left.
They're right there! Car!
Oh, fuck!
Wait,
What
are they
the
above?
fuck?
Fuck no! Oh, I'm gonna fucking die! Oh my
Is there a
god!
team behind?
Oh!
There's a team right here. Shit,
Also,
shit,
someone,
shit,
yeah,
shit.
someone else. I'm with you guys. I'm with you.
Oh, I'm trapped! Oh, I'm trapped! I'm dead!
No! I'm not going. I'm blowing it up. I blew it up?
Get in there, get in there, get in there! There's like 4 people! There's like 4 people in there! Yeah, fuck their shit, fuck their shit, fuck their shit!
I'm getting shot in the back.
Yeah.
Come on.
Boop. Yeah, toss this. I knocked one underneath. I don't think we got the kill on them. This other guy. Oh, there he is.
All right, there's one right here.
I knocked one. Wait, how did I get to this guy? What am I shooting? Okay, I killed one. There's...
It's right here somewhere? No?
Want to drop right here with me?
Yeah.
I'm terrified.
shit.
What the fuck?
Shit, come here, man.
Oh my god.
Not now.
Okay, I got the card.
Oh god.
Get the hell out of there.
I think we're good.
Get the hell out of there, Buster.
Oh, we can heal on this. We can heal on this.
Okay.
Can we sell me?
No,
Oh,
revive
fuck,
me!
hold on. There you go.
Here, tap on me. Boom. Alright, there you go. We got heals, and then let's revive. I think I'm gonna revive you on this side, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll switch my things for this.
Oh, I see someone over here. I'm gonna scare him off.
Oh, they're gonna come fight you. They're coming to fight
Right
you.
there.
It's okay. You want us to res you in storm, or are you good?
Yeah, res me in the storm if you want. I don't care.
Alright, cool. I'm doing
I have
it.
the confidence to get out.
Let's hit this together, Zoe, and then we can fast res.
Come on.
Yes. Alright, we good. Alright, you remember where the stuff is? There's a car inside here, and then there's also a bunch of your... And we got some med kits inside here, too.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Oh, I just fucking dipped.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. I'll catch up with you.
I'm coming to get it.
Hopefully nothing wrong was... Okay.
Jesus, y'all decimated this place.
There's also still a bunch of, like,
Oh,
heals here, too.
No, I want this.
Alright, I'm getting out, because I'm,
Okay.
like, perishing.
And
I
there's
don't
some
know.
shield minis here.
I'm falling like on the side.
I'm gonna grab the car over here.
Ooh, what
Yeah,
is this?
come
What's
grab me
this?
if you can.
Okay, I'll pick it up.
Oh, there's some people
Big
over here.
spankies.
Fire SMG. You know what? I'm replacing this one. You, come here.
Yeah, I gotta replace my guns. This is definitely not what I wanted.
I hear a lot of shit. I'm scared. Oh!
Oh, you shot at?
Yeah. I'm behind. I don't know where they are.
I'm right behind you, BB. You can hop in the car. Oh, I see a team scanning over here. I'm coming, Snowy. Snowy, I'm gonna pick you up, okay?
Big
Maybe
gun,
it's your
big
right.
gun, big
I'm
gun.
shaking myself.
Right here, hop on in here.
Oh, fuck,
Sweet.
that was scary.
We're together again.
Oh, we're going by the medallion guy. We gotta get somewhere let's find like a tanker. I think there's one nearby, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to... There's one on the dam. Wait, actually, no, I don't think there is. I have to swap cars because this one's low on gas. Let me actually see, is there gas in this one? Oh, that one's beat up. Okay, we don't want that one. There's another car. There's another car, actually, if you want the fast car. It's a fresh one right here.
Okay.
Perfect. And then, let's see. Oh, there's loot here. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff here. Oh, this is really, really good. Yeah, grab that gold gun. Grab the heals. I'm gonna keep on scouting ahead. I'm gonna make sure it's clear for us.
How do I drop stuff?
You can open your inventory, or you can click and drag it out.
Get it, Snow. Snowy, get it.
I have the shield for you. I was gonna give you, but I don't know how the fuck this works. You have
There's
shield,
a team in front of us.
Oh,
Okay, just try to
shooting.
follow me. No, try to follow me. Try to follow
I'm
me.
already on you.
Okay, let's
see
just
where
keep
you're going.
going. Yeah, let's go past all this. We're gonna go past all this.
Yeah, goodbye.
Over there.
Good cover fire.
We good. All right, perfect. Yeah, go to the other side over
where's
there.
that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we are sandwiched in between 2 medallion users. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, we're gonna kill those medallion users.
Pop off the sequence.
They're gonna be inside here.
I'm healing, I'm healing.
Alright, we're actually good at chill here for a sec, but we're gonna have to move the car towards, I think, that side.
Okay, I see them. They're on their. They're fighting someone to our left.
Oh my god.
I don't have enough range for that shit. Oh shit.
Okay, it's cracked.
We can actually go to the left. We can go to the left if we need.
I see him. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're good.
Shit.
Yeah, they hit hard.
I'm hitting in.
66 on them. Yeah, keep on driving. You can actually go with.
Yeah.
I have movement.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yo, what's good, Jay? What's good?
Me and Lady Rainicorn are going through some things, and it's affecting my work-life balance.
Dude, a team right here?
Oh, I see.
Let's worry about team on our left.
Yeah, good shit. Avoid me. All right, I found a thing, which is what I wanted.
Oh, car.
I needed.
Yep.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
Next one.
No, I'm good.
Oh shit, we were ambushed. Well, I'm dying. Holy shit.
Holy. Okay.
There's a full team ratting in there.
Did I grab your card? I sure as hell hope I did. No, I did not. Okay, hold on. I can get it. Got it. I'm out of there. Doria, you're kind of gonna be on your own for a little minute, all right?
That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna chill up here. I'm chilling until I get shot. You know.
Shit. No, don't scan. I'm just gonna chill on the screen.
Oh my god, baby!
No, stop! Don't perceive! Do not perceive me! You are not dead. Do not be dead. Doria, you do not be dead. I will cry.
I am going to have a baby if I die.
I am huddling and praying. They don't know I'm here. Wait,
are you chilling too? No way.
I'm chilling. I'm too scared.
Hey, how do I switch chicks? I want to spectate you.
You should be able to click next player. Oh my god, you're good, BB. You're good.
Oh, next team. No.
We're good. You're good. I'm gonna chill.
You just wedged. Oh god, she's lagging.
Oh no, they pinged me.
No. You can do this.
I'm good. Okay, following the circle.
Someone was Kamehameha.
Go, Doria, go! Nuh-uh, bitch! Oh man, my car is gonna blow up and I am going right there with it.
No, you're good, baby, you're good. I got
Baby, everything's on you. Everything's on you. Oh, that's it! No!
Nice try.
Oh
my car
god.
had 67 health.
Hey, at least we're consistent. We got 5th, 4th now.
Yeah? Uh-huh.
Let's see, see if I have someone I know.
I was trying to head to like one of those little like, I don't know what those are called. The porta forts or whatever?
People.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got porta forts.
So I was trying to like hunker down in one and like heal up again.
I love that we are aggro and want to fight people. Like, I'm so down with that vibe.
There's no point otherwise. I don't want to hide.
Yeah, you gotta be aggro and like be fun.
Kill people. Kill people.
The only thing about this game is like, at least for me, The ending, I'm still not used to it. It's so fucking chaotic.
Yeah, it gets like so chaotic. I think what's nice about this tourney is the squads are all pretty. I think they're pretty like W key centric. So like everyone's just kind of like wanting to fight, which is good.
We gotta stay together a little bit better next time. We gotta. So I'm watching how this team's playing, and they're just like together.
If it makes you feel better, these are 3 of my buddies, and they all play together all the time. So they have synergy. they are like very good together.
They should touch grass. Exactly, I agree.
Yeah, we gotta yell at them and say go. Oh, but look at the
Go
Billie
touch
Eilish
grass.
pin! That's cunt. They're serving cunt. Tell your
Yo,
friends.
rock
they're
Billie
great.
Eilish.
Yeah, I will.
Really, I'll be I can be Lady Gaga.
Oh my god. You should be Miku. I know you have the Miku skin. Everything within me screams that you have Miku.
You know, I think I have the free pass one. I think. Let me see.
Look at me being right.
I only have beers.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yo,
This is the first
so
time I'm ever
cool.
gonna rock this skin.
I love
the
Miku.
cat
I could be the other Miku. Wait. I could be the other Miku. Hold on.
Tell me they have an
Yes,
emote
I
or
did spend the
something.
money. I did spend the money.
Oh my god.
What?
Hurry into. Yes. Wait, hold on.
Sorry, Miku's more powerful than any Saiyan or Saiyan god.
Alright, let's see if we have the replays.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
I think we're just. Wait, how are we doing this? Are we just screenshotting?
Please turn off anonymous mode on Fortnite. I don't think I have anonymous mode.
No, I'm pretty sure we have it off. Unless it just tracks it automatically.
We are in 6th place now.
Yo,
45.
we're doing
We gotta
so
step up.
good.
We gotta
The
step.
first
No,
place
we
has
gotta
double
step
points.
that
No,
up.
we're gonna win this
Step
next
it
one.
up. We're
Okay,
stepping
so
it up.
I think the only reason why that match was a struggle is because we didn't have loot to begin with.
Yeah.
So, because like the spot we want to go to is pretty contested. So I think that top corner, as boring as I know as it is, I think that's our way of getting loot, so then we can fight people.
All right.
'Cause that's all we need. We just gotta get stuff, and then we can just W key everyone.
Ooh, we are running now at 656, by the way.
Yeah, that's what someone chat was
insane.
saying. Yo, let's go!
Oh wait,
Let's go.
I gotta move the Papa Barks thing because it's covering the stupid thing. There we go. You can see the names. Perfect.
Papa Barks. Papa
Papa
Barks.
Barks.
I love how you say their name.
Yeah, like I was telling him, I love his accent.
Ah,
Just
you're
making
making
him say
blood.
things for
How
the sake
dare
of
you
it.
have such a good accent?
How dare you?
You know, before I streamed, like I was super like insecure about my voice. Like I
Really?
hated it like so much.
Oh,
But
now
people like it,
you
so I'm
can
like,
tell by
okay.
us.
No, yeah.
Now I've been
Sorry,
doing this
my
multiple
opinion
times over
matters
the
most.
years. I've just accepted.
Tell him about my laugh. I've always been like self-conscious about it, and everyone's always like very kind about it. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's good. Huh? I wouldn't tell you that if I didn't think so myself. I'm not a pro bullshit.
You guys are so sweet.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Man,
great.
What up, first? How you doing, Dark Wolf? Welcome on in. I don't know if I said hi, Aslan. Aslan, how you doing?
I'm getting a banana meanwhile.
Dude, I am
I
like
don't know what bad.
fucking with your positivity. I've only ever seen you do competitive gaming. I've never competed with you. I'm fucking with your positivity.
Yeah. Fucking go.
Give
Because
me,
you want to
like,
know through
60
all the
doses.
competitive like gaming I've done, if there's anything that has ever persevered past all the skill, team synergy, all that stuff, it's always the vibes. If the vibes are off, the best players will do the worst. You know what I mean? So
You know
I've
what? That makes so much
followed
sense.
that.
That makes so
I'm
much
not
sense.
gonna lie, before we started I was scared of you. I was like, Mr. Teammate, hi, please don't hate me.
Yeah, I was like, you're gonna
Oh, I
hate
don't
me
know,
'cause
should
I'm
I
gonna
DM?
drag
Am
your
I? I
ass
don't know.
down. Yeah.
Hell no. No, I intentionally wanted to play with like others I've never played with before, because it's always the fun part I have with these sort of charity events or like, you know, casual tourneys is I just want to like meet others and just vibe with everyone, you know? If I want to sweat and win, I would be a very, very different player, but that's not why I play these, you know? I'm doing these to like vibe with people. And I get to meet, you know, people like y'all. So it's been awesome.
I have a lot of questions about competitive gaming. If I could ever like steal you and poke your brain, if that's okay.
Oh, hey, no, please do. Oh, I preach it all the time on my stream. I'm just like, I want my content to always be like educational, inspirational. Like, I want people to ask me questions. Like, you know, I didn't get to where I am because I just magically woke up one day and was like, oh, I know how to play a video game well. Like, I had to go through the ringer. I had to ask questions. I had to like study videos, you know, so I'm like trying to help anyway.
The only similar thing I ever did was like I used to play League of Legends.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
In high
League.
school.
Oh, good old League. Yeah.
I got super into it. We're like a tiny team. And now that I think about it again, I'm like, oh god.
I mean, the fact that you like tried it though, can't fault yourself on anything for that, you know.
So far, we've raised $43,422. The whole thing as a whole.
Hell
Congrats.
yeah! Let's go.
It's in the general chat. Good job, everybody. Good job. Good job.
I'm so proud of everyone. It's so awesome.
It's
So proud.
It was almost 42 for 2069, almost.
Oh, dang, we surpassed it just a smidge.
Yeah, I'm gonna refund. It's so cool. Oh. I'll be happy if you go top 10. Let's see. For the eliminations, 28.
Were you just chilling in the car at the end there, Beauty? Or were you like chilling in a bush? I didn't get to see you exactly where you were, but like you were vibing.
I was praying I wasn't seen. I was driving and hitting people because like that is when I'm doing any kind of solo, my thing is get a good car, drive around, run people over, gun them down. That is my strat.
I am so about that. Let's fucking get it.
But I was praying they weren't gonna kill me. So I was praying around and I was like, I have like 30 health, my car is at 67. I am praying I can get into this little fort thing and reheal, and there was a whole squad and I was like, well.
Yeah, I was kind of chilling for a little bit, and then the team that scanned me, I think they shot down my tree. I didn't have my pistols out to negate my fall damage, so I took so much HP damage. If I didn't have that happen, I probably would have lived a little bit longer.
Like the pistols do, like they negate damage also?
Yeah, so like when you're about to like hit the ground, if you use the slow-mo effect on it, it negates fall damage. Yeah, you can do some wacky stuff with it. It's so fun. It's like my favorite guns.
Nodding.
All the Rocket League cars. It's kind of cool.
Oh, you look at all the cars?
Yeah, I'm looking at all the skin stuff. It's really cool. I didn't even know this was a thing.
My contrails. Goop, you say?
Oh, it's so cool. Are the Lamborghini wheels?
Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she's so thirsty. I'm in that juicy Lambo, but your girl, she tryna jerk me.
Hey.
Oh, I see that they found a way. So like Venom had this little exclusive, what's it called? Symbiote scythe, and it looks like they finally, after how long he's existed, made a way for other players and other skins to use it. Finally.
Wait, what? That's sick. Hell yeah.
He has like 2 slashers, and like for the longest time, you could only use them with his skin. And now it looks like they made it into like something like the character's whole. But when you use him,
Oh,
it's
that's
his arm.
cool.
When you use him, it's his arm. Bungie.
Ah,
ensuring. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. Wait.
Not blaming any of you guys, but can I ask you guys to double check just to ensure that anonymous names are turned off?
Yeah.
I have it, yeah.
Do you have an area
Amazon.
where we can quadruple check where that's supposed to be? Because
I have it in help and info. It is number 3.
Okay, hold on.
I made a
Into
gist
settings,
of
like,
like all the
privacy?
rules and info that I posted to
Yeah.
help and info to help you guys out because I know like sometimes videos are a bit of a pain to watch.
No, for sure. Yeah, no, we have it off. I have mine off right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Privacy?
Dory, you don't mind helping them out so I can kind of keep
Yeah.
going through the channels here?
Yeah,
Thank
keep
you
doing your thing.
so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, you're good. I got you.
Yeah, but it's off.
I think we have ours off, right?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
pretty-
the
I'm
hide
pretty sure we
your
won.
display name during
I
regular
turned that off.
gameplay,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's off.
Yeah,
it's
we
off.
have it off. Yep, we're good. I think
Okay.
they're probably just like going through, just making sure everyone has it. I thought everyone had it off though. I don't remember running into anyone anonymous.
Yeah,
I think it was
either.
one person.
Oh, okay. Let's see, I think they dropped the code yet?
I can smell. I'm so glad y'all are streaming. I'm so glad. I can
Oh, is
just
that the
pop in,
horse
say hi.
game?
I mean, I'd be vibing too, honestly. I normally don't stream, but whenever these events happen, I'm like, all right, I'll go and jump on the stream.
I'm more so saying it because, like, I'm glad I'm taking that seat back and I'm just like, yo, what's up, nerds? What you? Look at
Hey,
you
it's
go,
like-
yeah! Go, girl,
Yeah,
yeah!
girl, get
Oh,
it!
I wanted.
Yeah! Yes!
I would
Okay,
join that.
okay. Hold on. Where are my transversals? Hold on. You know what? Nah, I'm out of here. Let me peel out.
I'm outie too.
I can only do. There you go.
Oh shit, Pierce is going in! Oh, I'm so jealous you got the mustard. I'm so
It was
pissed I
a
never got that.
It was a
Yeah.
gift. My friend got it for me because they're like, you've been streaming this on stream for I don't know how long, so.
You can also like just, if you ever kill a player, you can literally just do that on their body.
That's fucked. If we
I
win
know,
one,
right?
I'm gonna do that. If we win like a thingy, we win a battle royale, I'll just spam that.
Hell yeah, do it.
Little wet, little wet, little wet.
I have a friend who's like, oh, I hate that song. I'm like, no, it goes hard. Look at the dance.
Yeah, look at you go.
There you go. It's fine.
Look at you go.
Fortnite.
Fort.
We need a Fortnite movie with Jack Black.
Beep, 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 beep.
Look at you go. Look at you go. I wish I could buy you a skin, Snowy. I wish I could give you like a Miku so you could be a Miku with us.
I'm good with beers, man.
That's with you, do you?
It's like this. Lick and spit.
Yeah.
Good degree, man. The only thing I have is this. There you
Yeah.
go. It looks like I'm like a, an artist, like a singer, and you guys are like the backup dancers.
Like
It's a
MC
mic
Hammering. This choreo goes hard. It's so crazy.
Look at you go, holding your little pee bladder. Don't mind me.
Are you painting?
I'm a classy. Yes, I'm a classy broad. You see. Oh, you got the little bug dance! Yeah.
Oh, I love Adventure Time. When Adventure Time was coming to the game, I was like, I gotta get this.
Did you watch the HBO special? The
Do you have the?
I
Oh my god.
haven't yet. No.
Not to go.
Okay, have you seen the Fiona and Cake show then?
No, I haven't even caught up on that. I just watched the original series, and I've been meaning to like get around to watching those.
I
assume it's good.
I have HBO Max, so if you want to watch either, I am so down to rewatch.
Oh shit, word. Or
You're welcome to bring your partner too if he's into the series. I'll just stream it for y'all.
oh, he's very into it. No, we both love it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Wait, while we're waiting for the bot, I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I've been like needing to go.
Go, run.
I'm a BRB. I'll BRB.
Sorry, Snow. I'm gonna have to stun on you a little bit.
Wow.
Stun on you,
I mean,
stun
actually-
on you, stun on you, stun on you, stun on you. Oh wait, hold on. Let me hit you with the.
Oh my god. I've been meaning to watch Adventure Time actually. Maybe I should do it. I watch it like here and there. I never followed the whole thing. Bro, I could stay in the Fortnite lobby forever.
Drinking Henny and I'm trying to forget, but I can't get it out of my head.
Oh yes.
Trying to find out what I got here.
Just showing off.
Nah, a show out would be.
Yes, it was only a kiss. It was only a kiss, and I just can't look and taking control.
Let me see.
So like every remote has its own like track, I guess, because that was only the vocals. That was kind of cool.
You go to, you press B, you'll see a bunch, right? And then you'll be able to click that.
Oh shit, there's a lot of crap. Is it gem loops?
Yes.
Oh.
Will remember before I forget.
I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers of some quiet.
Kiss, it was only a kiss, and I just can't look.
Get it off with no propeller. Do it up, it's on with Stella. What a way to finally smell her. Pick it up, but not too strong.
Okay, stay right there.
Oh, okay.
No,
Hello?
no, just stay doing one thing. Stay doing one thing.
Fly, see, turn myself on. I'm feeling more than ever. And in the cold, think the weather. We'll find
Damn.
ways together. Fly on now.
Oh, they match.
Fly on.
I got you.
Can I get your hand to ride on? This piece of leg to bite on. But not to fly my kite on. Do you wanna flash a light
Stay there.
on? Take a look, it's on display for. Can I get your hand to ride on? This piece of leg to bite on. But not to fly my kite on. Do
Okay.
Can I get more of these?
Hold on.
Emotes maybe? Emotes, raps, lobby. No, oh wait, gem tracks. Okay. Oh, I don't have any. Fuck.
Can I get your hand to ride on? This piece of leg to bite on. But not to fly my kite on. Do you wanna flash a light
There's no
on?
songs in the
Take a
shop.
look.
I'm not gonna buy the stupid gem songs. Gotta buy them, license. Oh yeah, makes sense, you know. That's Bruno Mars. Gem tracks. Oh, they have.
Welcome back, Dario.
Thank you. I heard y'all jamming out. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I gotta get in on this.
All right, Snowy, switch up for me. Go to drums.
But not to fly my kite on. Do you wanna flash a light on? Take a look, it's on display for.
Wait. Hey.
many V-Bucks do I have, bro? Oh, they have Paradise City? No way! Oh man. Should I not spend my Vicas?
Wait. I got another chance.
Hey, hey, hey.
Damn. Let's quit the tournament. We're quitting the tournament and starting a band.
Remix is ready.
I love when we're waiting in the lobby because it just turns into like banger remixes.
I know! Those are my favorite
I'm
things
not
to do.
buying
I
more
swear.
V-Bucks. Can we do it here too?
them.
Is it Electro? I think it's Electro. Electro, come back here!
Get him!
Oh my god. Wait, hold on.
Oh my god.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh! Community! Yeah!
Where are we going?
Oh, we are
There?
definitely going purple. Yeah, because we have those spires, and that gives us a crap ton of good loot. So last time they didn't spawn where we landed, and this time it's spawning there. We have 2 of them, so it's really, really good.
Water break, water check, water break, water check.
Yeah, hydrated. Also in the bathroom. You good too? You good too, Zoe?
Yeah, we're
I
all
don't
good.
believe in peeing.
All right, word.
don't
Let's
believe
get
in-
it. Let's
You
get
want
this
the
fucking
grandma,
go.
okay?
Let's fucking go. We
Peace
can
for
land on the
losers.
slurp truck again, so we can just heal on it.
Slurp chuck, you say?
Slurpy
Sure hope he
derpy.
does.
Wait, there's a team going here.
Oh, yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
there's
there's
2
a
teams.
team.
Oh
No,
my
go here.
God.
Go to me.
Yeah, I am adjusting. They got the same
Oh
fucking
my.
plan. This
Yeah, everyone's-
is not good for
Oh, there's no
my
one there.
sanity. I am hightailing
See-
it the fuck out of there, sir.
I
You can
told
have
you
that
this
shit.
is the goated
I'm over
spot.
here.
Like everyone's just like,
I'm over here.
wait, they're fighting.
Let them fight
Pick
that
up
shit out
something.
then, because I'm over
Yup.
here. Yeah, I'm over here.
Really?
Ain't
Ammo?
with that
Okay, cool.
nonsense.
That was scary. For like 1
You
second.
guys good over there?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
See if we can like get something. There's a door. Can we use the door?
I have a tracking visor.
Oh, I'm saving this
Yeah,
one.
sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it.
I don't know the lyrics. I suck. I just wanna jump in.
Yeah.
Bam, bam,
Damn.
bam, 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 bam.
I told you
I'll do the bass.
I got what you're looking for. I'm so glad you know the lyrics.
Wait for nothing, bro. Oh, thank you. It's okay. Next time we get into the lobby, we are so ready. All right, let's go get Dorio. I'm gonna get this car here. We're gonna go get Dorio.
I also have a cartoon in case I get shot at.
You're gonna come with us. Us. You're gonna stay with this one big happy family.
Alright, got this one.
So,
Oh,
never mind.
I have this.
This team's coming! Ah! I'm out.
I'm coming.
I might be dead.
Get in this vehicle! Get in the fucking G-Wagon! Get in the G-Wagon!
Where's that?
Get in the G-Wagon! Get in the
We're chilling here.
G-Wagon!
I'm in. Get in!
Hey, go.
Go! I
almost
want to kill
killed
those
one,
guys
though.
so bad. Yeah, we gotta
Holy
go. Wait,
shit.
run over this one.
Okay.
I have like a truck jug. I have like a truck jug. I have no idea how this works.
Yeah, let's go back and
Hold on
fucking
to the
kill
chug
it.
jug. Don't worry about the chug jug.
Okay.
Reloading?
Where's the team? Do you see him?
They're right here, yup. I'm gonna hop out here and I'm gonna shoot him from height.
Yeah, they're there.
Woo! Get him!
Three.
Get him, Snow! Get him, Snow! Run a gun!
31. Nice!
Get him!
Yeah!
Am I alone in this car, actually?
No,
I left him.
you're alone in the car. You're good. Do you need
Dazzle,
movement?
dazzle.
I'm looking back for you.
Hit him!
Oh, nice.
Launched one of them in the air. I don't know where that one is. I'm going back in. I'm going back.
Okay, I think there's a revive that just happened too.
Who the fuck?
There's a team inside here.
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
him at the tip of the top.
Oh, they're fighting. What, are they shooting you?
Yeah, they are.
Over here.
Okay. King?
80.
I can't see him. I can't see him. I can't see him.
Shit.
No, you got back up.
Oh, no. He's right here.
Oh, I can't see him.
Fuck.
Okay, I'm going for his thing thing.
Okay.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Oh, don't run over it. Don't run over it. They're all there. They're all there.
I'll be okay. If I die, it don't matter.
This is Shang-Chi, but it's a pretty good team. It's a good team. Remember the team
Yeah.
that won first game? This is them.
Well, I have his thing thing, so I'm good. I'm out. I dare you.
You got it? Nice. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
Keep
I'm
going.
out of there. I'm out of there. I'm out. I'm
You are
done.
good. I'm gonna back.
Oh my god!
Wait, is there a team there? Oh, go this way.
Well,
Go to.
hi. Bye. Hi. Goodbye.
Oh god.
Oh my god. I'm looking back. I'm looking back.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you.
No, I'm in the ocean. I'm
No,
in the
they're
ocean.
not chasing. They're oh, wait, they're trying to look?
I'm in my speciality, dude. I'm in the ocean.
You're good. You're good. You're good. I kept them
I'm
off.
good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I have his thing thing. I'm Gucci Gucci. Helion.
Yep, we are good. I like how all the sweaty teams are on this side of the map. That's actually so funny.
That's so funny that you wanted us here. That's so funny.
Cause our loot's so. Wait, are you good?
No, they're shooting at me. They're shooting at me.
Oh, here. I'm gonna toss you a big pop.
Oh, my asshole.
Hey, yo.
Whoa.
Sorry, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. I'm scared.
Yeah, but
I'm scared.
they're not as big and beautiful and preggers as we are.
What?
Exactly.
I'm like, what? Yeah? What?
You know what? I believe it. 2025 is the year of the MPreg, bro.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for I don't know how long. 2025 is the year of the MPreg. I have MPreg. So many of my friends. I've got the art to prove it. I believe.
See?
I believe.
No, I believe too. I believe you for believing me and believing your friends.
I believe in the you that believes in me.
Wait, are you quoting Good and Login?
Was that an X-Wing fighter? What the
What
fuck?
if I was? What if I was? What if I told you I'm pretty based in loving anime? What if I told you?
Damn, let's go, base. Oh my god, I'm getting shot. Oh. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, have a movement one.
This is
we'll go to the reboot then.
No, I can't reboot here because Sean's team is over here. Try to run my way. Run my way.
Woo! Out of here! I might die. Oh my god!
Oh no.
Oh,
Why are they playing on the outside here?
There's so many things inside here.
No!
These guys. I was about to start reviving, and then they pulled up, and we're very, very not beautiful.
Adore you. I love you. We're not
I'm
gonna
a
go
pressure.
in the thing next time. We're not gonna go in the thing. Next time, we're not gonna go where the star good guy players. We're gonna trust our dumb boy instincts and land someone stupid.
You know, I'm down with that. I'm down with that plan.
If you want to go my strat, I usually just land in the middle of Bindle fuck anywhere, survive and kill whoever comes near me, and then go to the middle and then pick them off while they fight each other.
You know
That's
what?
I
I'm
would do.
about that. I'm so about that. You know what? I know we just like met today and started gaming, but you right, Bestie. You right.
You know what? Rusty, yes.
Okay, we good. I'm going in here.
Whenever
gonna
the slow motion
revive y'all.
thingy and you have like the
Watching you pull up
skibidi
the
toilet on your back, that's so stupid. I love it.
What are you talking? He looks. I just noticed. Are we matching?
Wait, do you have Skibidi Toilet too?
Yeah, you would
do.
have.
Oh, wait,
Fuck
wait.
yeah.
You know
Is that
what,
a fucking?
Dario? You might
that
be
a
breasty
pickle?
today. You
Oh my
might be
God.
breasty.
Yeah, get my pickle.
I love this individual. I love this individual so much.
Oh, I see
Wait,
this
go get my
team.
reboot. Go get my reboot card. Don't forget, because it's gonna.
Yeah, I'm
expire.
gonna grab this car and I'm gonna drive around these guys.
Salute emoji. Trusting.
Getting y'all. They're never gonna see a big car driving around the mountain, right?
Yeah, I got you driving the Chance the Rapper right now. Perfect driving music. Perfect.
Are they still here? Oh, okay, they're flying away.
Boy effect. I'm hoping they don't get aggressive and try to come for you.
They do. They're just jealous that we're MPreg, so.
I'm happy at
You know
least
what?
even if we don't do well on this tournament, we can be happy that we got empreg by.
I was gonna
BB.
say we leave with something.
Yeah.
Oh,
I will
Chug
carry your
Jug's
child.
doing
Don't worry.
Oh, this is already like used up. All right, we'll just use this to heal. Do you guys want me to res here in Storm or no?
I would not advise it. I would say just grab a
Yeah.
little card and get the fiddle fuck out.
Oh yes, they left that.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
surprised. I'm so
Yeah,
surprised.
Wait, I wonder if you actually use this. All right, let me just grab these med kits. I feel like I'm gonna be in Storm for a bit. All right, nothing up here. All right. Dude, the little chainsaw arms look so cursed on her. I love it.
That looks cool.
Don't worry, Snowy. When we come back, we're gonna show them what for or something.
Oh yeah, we're gonna carry. This is the one. I can feel it. We're gonna win this one.
Yeah, we're allowing Doryu to carry us now, so we can carry him later.
Exactly.
Carry me,
Make it
guys.
too-
I don't
if-
know what I'm doing.
If we make it too
Guys, I've
easy,
never played
it's gonna be
Fortnite
boring.
before. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna revive you guys here because the zone's actually real.
Okay, Doryu, are you competitive in Tetris?
Yes, I do get very competitive in Tetris.
Do you want to play? Wait, do you play Tetrido? Do you play Tetrido?
I do not, but I used to play Tetris with friends a lot. And then, it's been a while since I played Tetris, but like, I fuck up some Tetris hard.
I would love to play Tetris with you if you want. I love Tetris.
Yeah?
I stream it sometimes, and then I get like the global people that come in. Like, I'm friends with some of the people that are top ranked in the whole world. And they go
What?
ham.
Oh,
They
that's-
go ham.
Fuck yeah. That's awesome.
It's awesome, but terrifying. It's
Yeah, I mean, like, I
terrifying.
feel like it's intimidating, but like, you can learn so much from them, you know?
Their T-spins are immediate and immaculate.
Snow, if you want this, here, I'm gonna leave you guys a card for some movement right now.
No, I'm just kind
And-
of moseying.
There's a team that's somewhere over here to the left fighting, but I don't know if they're still lingering there.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Shots?
I'm going into that mansion.
Okay, I'll be there in a sec. Snowy, there's chests here if you want to loot it.
Yeah. Fuck. Swear I'm a good driver.
Oh, we are at 656 for our goal, by the way. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, let's fucking
Good
go.
shit, Pat. Thank you.
Fuck yeah. If you want any, like, movement,
Since we're on,
this is gonna
we're on the
spawn
topic of Mpreg. Top
Oh,
donator,
okay,
I'll
this
draw
is
you
good.
some Mpreg art.
There you go, you heard it here first, shot.
You want to
It's a
get
banger
pregnant?
bride.
I got you.
Yeah, there you go.
I got
See,
you, I
John,
got
you should
you.
donate.
Incentive.
Wait, do you like the bird cape or like what do you like, Snowy, for move? Or
I
you
like the gloves, the base glove thingies.
Oh, I gotta find some gloves then. Okay. Let's hop back in. Let's go meet up. Actually, I'm gonna drop this med kit, and then I'm gonna go inside. Can't we can't.
Look at that. Hold on. Okay.
Getting this.
Let's see if I can find us some heals. So that we can get you some shields.
Dude, I had a fly in my PC earlier. Like, I was terrified. I was terrified.
Yeah, flies are. I mean, if it's like the big chunky ones,
Yeah.
when you hear those, it's just like it's terrifying because I just think it's a bee at first. I think we should be able to get you some gloves in here.
I think there's some hanging around on the outskirts of the mansion. I think I saw some.
Oh, this already got picked apart. Do you guys need ammo? I have a lot.
Oh, what is that?
I think he just exploded. Oh yeah, I can sit with those.
Oh, you can, let's hit these so that way you get shields. I hear a car.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah, just
medallion user coming our way.
Oh, there is? Okay.
You see him on the outskirts of the map?
Yeah, I'm so ready to freaking fuck
I'm
some
glad you're
dudes
ready.
up.
I'm glad you're ready. My fucking shields are at 60%, and I have 2 shit pistols.
Oh,
Same,
actually, here,
let's
we can
go.
stack up on these. And then we can actually hit these shield kegs.
Coming.
And do you need any ammo at all, Snowy? Or are you good?
I mean, what's good? I have 90.
How much ammo do you have? 90? Oh, here. Let me give you. There you go.
First med kit. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, ganger.
I'm like, I don't know what's good
Hey,
in
what's
terms
up,
of ammo.
man?
Yo.
Let's go. All right, let's find more shield in here.
I think the mansion's pretty pick clean, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, the
find
team that went
shit.
through here, they grabbed like yeah, there's nothing in here.
Hold on.
Ammo.
Okay, mild suggestion on where do we go next?
Yeah, no, you know what? I'm gonna follow your lead, and we're just gonna be. Oh, Bill, fly.
Oh, we got a squad heading our way. We need to skedaddle. Get in. Oh, unless you're tackling them?
No, you're good. Nope. I'm backing.
Snowy. You need to get in here.
I'm trying.
Come here.
I'm going. I'm sprint. Alright, go.
Okay.
You guys are good. Just keep driving. I will catch up. Just keep going.
I'm trying to remember the heck I placed my guy. Okay, I'm over there. I'm blue. Okay. This is low. That's okay. We're right there.
Can we refill?
Right there. No, we're right there. Don't sweat it. There's shots to our right. Ignore them.
Yeah, right there.
Seems just gonna chill on top of Lair. Okay.
Oh, right there. There's people there.
It's okay.
Where is he? They're
I
inside
want
of
to
the
fight
thing.
a team really bad, but we gotta get
Over
you guys
here.
healed up.
They're over here. They're reviving.
Oh, they are? Oh, I'm coming.
Go.
Okay, knocked him.
Oh, whoever this was, I'm so sorry.
Oh, they left. Over there.
Yeah, I see
Wait,
them.
someone has the Superman thing. What the heck? I'm coming.
Yeah, they're out of here. They're going into another team. Let them be. You scared them off for you
behind?
guys.
That's
There's a
me.
dude on top. No, there's a dude on top.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Did somebody use the Superman thing?
Yeah, they grabbed it.
They
I don't
can use it,
think
but
they
as long as they
aim it.
don't kill it, it's fine.
I knocked one over here.
I can't tell what's happening because there's like that Superman thing that's popping up on my feed.
Oh. I'm birding out. There's a team just driving over.
We can ignore that.
Yup. Team right
They're
here.
There's
Team
coming
right
lots of
here.
items here. There's lots of items here.
I actually want to like see what's up with this team.
Let's go. I'm down. I want to kill some people.
Oh, I blew up the car.
Look at you all mobile and whatnot.
Well, the guy in the back is really low.
Reloading.
Nice. Oh, this team's getting messed up. We're messing them up so hard.
Oh,
Oh, he's almost down. What the fuck?
I'm looking.
What the fuck, Richard? Who's behind
Oh, there's
us?
a shield kits here too. If you need a
No, I
heal.
want to kill that guy. I want to kill that guy. That's not fair. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh, is that the same team? It might be the same team. Yeah, it is. We're good.
oh, there's still on the
We
mountain.
also have a lot of heals that we can use here.
Oh shit.
Don't get down. Come back. Oh, they are sniping.
Yeah.
We're good. We are chilling. Do you guys have heals?
Yeah, I'm about to run out of my last method.
I think we're also
Other
getting
team's
shot from
moving
the
in.
mountain too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
there's
other
someone on
team's
the
moving in.
mountain up there.
This is a very defensible position, though. Very, very.
Yeah,
very
we can actually kind of hold here for a little bit, but we are gonna have to move. Let's look at the next zone pool.
There's some people right there. Right there. I'm looking at them right up there.
Hurt?
There's like,
Oh.
oh, we need to skedaddle.
yeah.
This is not a good place. This is not a good place.
I'm just gonna keep
There's
shooting
5
cars
teams
to
up top.
give presents.
I'm glad you're doing.
We can actually probably
Keep
heal
on the
in
mountain
here. Oh, it's
behind.
taken. Oh, there's minis here. Wait, I can drop you too. Here, let me drop this. Wait, someone's resing. What the frick? Wait, oh, we
Go,
need to go.
go.
We need to go. Don't focus that. Don't focus that. Keep going. Go this way. Go to the right. We're gonna go.
I'm low on ammo and I have
As-
nothing for movement.
Oh, I can't have any movement. Crap. Oh.
I'm looking for you
I'm
guys.
just wander. I'm a wonder. Hi.
I'm actually going to shockwave. Oh my god! Oh, it's only one over
People
here.
right there.
It's only one. Yeah, it's only one.
There's people right there behind us. There.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're fighting.
No, that's so unfortunate. Can we kill this guy over here? Oh, never mind.
Oh, there's a whole fucking team, dude. This is a nasty place.
Oh fuck!
I'm down.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
I'm trying to.
fuck.
I'm trying to go this. Ah, I'm trying to go.
No.
Oh my god! I just wanted to grab the bubbles, and it kept grabbing everything but that. Oh, it's so unfortunate. So unfortunate.
You're following. You're following.
I was trying to grab the shield bubble so I could revive you, but it kept picking everything up but that. That's so unlucky. Unfortunate.
You're still on.
Are we heading back to lobby or are we watching?
No, we can watch it. I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to wait it out or if you want to play a map.
Vibe on the lobby.
I think that was just really bad placement because we were sandwiched between like 3 teams and there were so many people on top.
Yeah, the problem is we didn't have full movement. Like, I had movement, but I don't think you both had an escape, right? You guys had nothing to get out.
No, yeah.
No, I was low on ammo and then I was low on everything actually.
I had to
It did not look promising.
Because, let me see.
Look at these furries, you freaks.
We can still do it, but it needs to be after this.
Oh, this is Snowy's team. Am I spectating? Oh no, Snowy's down.
Oh, let me see the other teams.
Oh, your team, your friends are surviving again. Oh, Electro's doing okay.
Oh, Electro, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 10 of them are still up.
Not him being good at the game.
I'm gonna spectate Electro. Fuck it, we'll see.
Not time to cyberbully. Time to cyberbully. Electro, Electro.
Oh my god, the audio is so bugged for me. It's just playing a bunch of sounds from different teams.
Oh, he's flying to where our little bodies and stuff. He's looting my shit! Get away from me! Jesus, y'all move too fast. I think Electro might be dead here. He's cracked? He's cracked?
Besides Electra. Oh, I see. Yeah, Josie's still up.
Oh no, he's dead. He is gone. Yeah, there's only 3 teams it looks like. No, 4 teams.
You know what's really funny is all the teams that are alive are all the homies that play Fortnite. Do like hardcore. Maybe not super hardcore, but like a lot.
Y'all need to get out of here! Take your skills and leave! Jesus Christ.
I want to do like a tournament like this, like, oh, but like, you're only allowed to join if you never played the game. So it's just a bunch of people who don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, Brawish moving.
Oh, watching how advanced they get with these movements is insane.
Right?
Yeah, man. And I thought like the building was insane. This is like, whoa.
I hate build mode. Because God, I don't know how
Build
people
mode is
build
even
that
worse.
fast. Build mode is terrifying. Watching them lock onto people is wow.
Oh, is
Like
it?
at the end, there's so
One
much
team.
like
This is one team
movement,
against
it's
one guy.
insane.
And I was gonna say it's 2v1v1. Yeah, now it's gonna be the last.
Yeah, it's 5 people. Oh shoot.
Oh, they don't have base boost. Oh my god, he can actually win this. Ray can actually win this.
Shit.
Wait, oh, Thames game reset. Wait a sec.
I'm gonna spectate killing. Ray is insane. What the fuck?
Oh no, Ray!
Oh,
That's it.
No, let's go.
that was fucking amazing though. Holy shit.
Not the fucking painting! I'm pissed!
Oh my
I'm
god.
pissed!
Calling finished.
I didn't realize he says so glad you could join us.
So what?
At that emote, when they start painting, I didn't realize that they have a voice line from what's his name?
Bob Ross.
Yeah, Bob Ross.
Mm-hmm.
GG's. I'm gonna assume we're probably gonna be in like 8th, maybe.
I say
Oh,
we
actually,
shoot
we
higher.
didn't get
shoot
any like
higher.
kills that game. Is the only
Yeah,
game
this is
so.
based on kills, so that's the problem. We are
Oh, no,
at
actually,
6
wait.
right now.
We got. Dude, I think we got 1 kill actually. No, 2. We got 2 kills. Cause I killed 2
Okay.
players. Yeah.
Okay, still 6. Gonna wait a little bit to delete updates. How many
Alright,
matches
gotta
are
go
there?
Bay.
Oh.
There is 5.
Wait,
so that was match
3?
number 3.
Alright.
Mm-hmm. The only furry anything I have is this, so I
Oh, if you're gonna
you.
do that, I can be a cat. Hold on.
Yeah.
I have...
Meow meow.
Meow meow meow.
Okay,
Meow,
it
meow,
updated.
I'm looking.
think.
Meow, meow,
200. You have
No.
200.
200?
It
Or
said
for wait.
57 of 200 for your characters.
Oh, for my skins?
Yes.
You know, okay, if it makes you feel any better, I actually don't buy many skins. I would say the skins I buy are just... I'm a cringe furry, so I just get a lot of furry skins.
Okay, we didn't 8. 57.
We're in 8th?
Yeah.
What? Yo, we're still in 8th? Let's go!
Fourth place has 90 points and then 60, so we can actually probably get 5th with luck. Above 5 is insane. They have 100, 100, 190, and then 60.
Damn, we're doing actually not too bad, but we can definitely get first.
Snowy, I need you to assimilate. Snowy, I need you to assimilate.
Oh.
So become John Fortnite.
Become Ronald Knight of Fort. Yeah, there's no cat skins for him.
Oh, rip. Well, you don't have any cat skins?
He doesn't play.
This is a cat?
It's
I'm a
okay,
cat.
snowing.
What do you mean?
Wait, do you have a Nyanja?
No, I have this. This is all I have.
I love that optimism. Optimism.
That's a good cat, though. It's a very good cat.
It's a great cat.
Why is it in slow-mo?
We vibe.
If you rock with me, smoke with me, drink with me, duck liver with some bad kidneys. Andre, no Visine, crash the Mustang, no saline. Yeah, I love peace, yeah, I love lean. I laugh when they ask if I'm clean. Smoke with me. Fish in the sea, for one for me.
Hi, LJ.
From the shore to the deep, I swim so free.
Banger?
Hey, yo, it'll drop.
Oh my god, you got Lumpy Space Princess as your guitar? Or your guitar? I'm so jelly, I didn't get it.
Take a look, it's on display for you. Coming down all night today. not too strong.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, what? Okay, hold on. Okay, this is mad playful. I like this. This is cute. This is cute.
Is it a Barbie? That's Guitar Hero mode? Wait, what?
Yes, it's a. Hold on, switch it up. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Jam.
I think I got some, like, do I have some V-Bucks for this? Hold on. Jam tracks. Oh, 500.
Right here, right here.
Hey, 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 hey.
I'm having more fun on the lobby than on the game.
Like that boy is a cat. Saying he home, but I know where he at. Like, but he her back. Think about me, cause you know that fact.
And it do what it do.
Been what it been. But I don't sleep enough without you. And I can't eat enough without you. If you don't speak, does that mean we're through? Don't like sneaky that you do.
20 candles, blow 'em out and open your eyes. We were looking forward to the rest of our lives. Used to keep my picture posted by your bedside. Now I see you dressed up with the socks you don't like.
I'm literally just dancing my chair.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I am vibing.
Right? Just like This game's crazy, right, Harvey?
Was a bum to me. Like that boy is a cat. Saying he home would've gave you anything. Would've gave you everything. You know I back. And it been what it been. Calling his phone like yo, send me a pin. Look at my. I got some rains down in
Africa. Whoa.
Gonna take some time to do the things we never had.
They give you my bed? What? No, that was not the wrong one.
So I'll tell him it's one of
Oh,
me.
right there,
He
right
making
there?
Fun of me. His girl is a bum to me. Like that boy is a cat. Saying he home, but I know where he at. Like, but he her back. Think about me, cause he know that fact.
I'm trying to look in the game. This is just. I know, right? Ooh, I have like a new bag thingy.
Yeah, but ga.
Feel entitled. Look at me crazy cause I ain't invite you. Corrupt a man's heart with a gift. That's how you find out who you dealing with. A small percentage you want. Even if you were broke, my love don't cost
I could spend my whole day here just like vibing.
Right.
Think you wanna know? Doesn't matter if you're falling out of control.
Need a pack on every song. Need me like one with Nicky now. Tell her right now, see ya. I'm a partner like Bieber. Off some.
Dang, just produce bangers in Fortnite. Oh my god, Mr. Brightside.
Yeah, hold on. I got an idea.
Love it.
Hold on. I got an idea. Hold on.
Hey.
We're just giving chat a concert.
Yeah, right. Who needs a YouTube compilation when you just have Fortnite?
This is so well implemented. Like, what the fuck? Miku.
I was about to be a mixed god.
I love you're locked into the DJ.
Bruh, I fucking love rhythm games. I love rhythm games.
Miku.
The irony with me in rhythm games is that I'm a dancer, but yet I suck at rhythm.
Okay, I gotta see you dance, dude. I gotta see you dance for the one time.
Oh, there you go. Let's Let's go.
Hey,
oh,
hey.
fuck.
All right,
Okay.
you're calling our drop spot. Calling our drop spot, baby.
Neat. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Shiny Shafts. That looks funny.
Oh, a little shiny shaft? A little shiny shaft?
Shiny shaft. Wait.
Yeah.
There's no way it's actually called Shiny Shaft.
Dude, I
Yeah,
can't
we're gonna
wait.
go touch the shiny shafts.
Looking for my baby daddy at the Shiny Shaft.
I mean, look at Foxy Floodgate.
Ew, Foxy is.
You guys also like your chef shiny?
No, not particularly.
There's
Not
a
partic-
shit ton of people going to the shiny chefs, by the way.
No, they're not.
Wait, are
They're
they?
all going
No,
over-
we're
they're
chilling.
not. Yeah, I'm driving. I'm
No,
going to
1,
this
2,
little mission,
3,
stealing a
4,
G-Wagon,
5,
and listen.
6, 7,
you're going
8.
to the
There's like a
Yeah,
lot
I'm
of
going
people
to, no,
here.
don't go where I'm going. Don't go where I'm going. Don't go where I'm
Oh,
going.
okay. Word.
Oh, there's
I
so
see.
many.
I have a method.
1,
I have
2,
a
3,
method.
4, 5, 6. There's like 2, 3 teams there.
No, you know
Three
what?
teams? We can
I'm
adjust.
gonna go over. Yeah, I'm gonna go right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go into the Academy Tech Lab.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people there.
Okay. Hold on.
There's like 3
You know,
to
in
4 teams
retrospect,
around
nobody
this.
stayed in the mansion. In complete retrospect, nobody stayed in the mansion.
Wait, really? No one's there.
Deadass makes it. Oh no, someone's scanning right now. Let me shut up.
Oh shit.
I think
okay.
everyone's having the same idea, like, oh, let's go for that shield, but and then it's not shield anymore.
I'm here. We are very much split
Are you-
up. We should recuperate. Yeah, I'm. Ooh, is that a thing? I want it. I want this thing. I
The
want this
glazed,
thing.
the glazed goon sticks.
So we can actually loot this right here in the purple. We can hit that.
You've heard of mozzarella sticks. Now get ready for the gooning sticks.
I'm actually
Don't
gonna
say
drop
like that.
AO.
You're not allowed to say gooning
there's
sticks like that.
What the fuck? Oh, there's
who's
someone
vibing?
using the
What the
gloves
fuck?
over here. Yeah.
You gotta hit him with the what the?
What is happening?
Yeah, what the?
What
No,
the?
we were vibing over here and then someone just shot like a active vibe near.
Okay, how funny
No,
would
let's
it
go
be
vibe
if
zone.
like everyone stopped killing each other, right? And then we all just vibed instead for charity.
Yeah, we shall go in the
Oh,
middle.
You know?
Gasp. For charity?
So you can have these. There's some stuff here.
Is this?
I'll keep on trying to get some loot. Oh, you got movement. That's good. You got the
Okay,
perk.
that's cool. Let's get this.
I'm going
No
to where
more.
my friends are located.
Actually, I wanna
Oh
get
wait,
this
you know what?
shotgun.
I'm gonna grab this little shrine, dude.
Hold on, do it when I get there. Do it when I get there.
There's people,
there's-
so many people fighting
Hi.
over here. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to the shrine because I'm gonna actually deliver this dude.
Oh no. Here they come, shooting at me.
Are they shooting at you?
Ollie.
Oh, you're good. Yo, you good. You good.
Hi.
We're together.
I am John Fortnite.
Ah,
Oh, gone Fortnite? What's good?
fly,
Yeah,
bro.
hello.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
Where are they? Are they going still or?
There.
Ooh.
I don't know if they're coming or not.
Can you
Oh, yeah, look at the guy.
Yep.
Scooby-Doo.
Cracked him.
Coming after you. I'm gonna solve that
Every time.
mystery.
There's a dude right here too.
This guy's one shot. I'm actually gonna push him.
I got him.
Yo, let's go! Fuck him up! Yeah!
Car right there.
Almost cracked him.
I jumped over the car.
Yo! I'm looking back.
Dickhead.
He's one shot. Knocked him.
Oh, he left. He left.
Yeah, let's go! We're fucking murking them!
Where is this assault rifle?
If you need any
Oh, come
ammo,
here,
do you need ammo?
come here. I need
Yeah.
y'all.
Wait, they're reviving right here. Wait.
And
Is there people on you?
yes.
Oh, but he's too cool. Oh, my car. And busted.
Yeah, I killed one team. They're dead. Alright, I'm going to you guys.
I'm right here.
I'm coming! I can't see them from where I am at. Oh, in the
Yeah,
water?
touch my vehicle.
Cracked him? I'm shooting the fuck out of the
Oh,
car.
right here.
Yep.
My vehicle!
chasing him.
Yeah,
No, I'm
kill
gonna blow him
He
up. I'm
stole
gonna blow him
my
up. I'm gonna
shit.
blow him up.
Yeah, he stole my shit. Kill him.
He's
Fuck him up,
dead!
Richard! Let's go!
Yeah!
BB's thirsty. Yeah, you're like fucking bloodthirst. I need a lot of ammo.
Murder!
Are you going ammo right now? You guys good?
No.
I need his gloves.
Wait, what ammo do you need? What ammo do you need, Zoe?
Assault rifle.
Assault rifle, I
Mostly.
got you. Here. Right next to you.
Oh shit!
Oh,
What the
now I
fuck?
have
What?
movement
Ah!
gloves. I'm gonna go steal this car.
I heard.
Oh, I
Pushing all
stole
the
a
crap.
victory crown in the lobby, by the way. So I do have a cool guy crown.
Wait,
So
it's fuel across.
mostly-
Fuel across over here.
I am 5% coolie.
Wait, careful, there's people about to look
No,
over here.
I don't care. Let them look at me with their little peeping eyes.
118 on one.
I'm gonna go
They're
do
running?
some reconnaissance. They're coming this way.
They ran.
Mm,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They are right here. Yeah, they are right here.
Okay, I'm not there yet. I'm
not engaging. I'm not engaging.
Oh, you good. Okay.
I'm heading back.
I'm so down to fight them.
Yeah, come here, get in my little hoopty.
Here, get inside, and then I'm gonna hop on the top of the car.
Aye, done. I'm
Gonna gas up.
right here. Yeah, come here.
Are you beautiful? You're so awesome. You're so freaking chiseled and
we are. Yeah.
Yeah, our team's so beautiful.
We're great. We kick ass. Everyone who says otherwise. So there they go.
Tune them. Wait, people on the right as well. What the heck? Keep
We
driving.
will ignore them. We have sights set. Yep. Gloria, what are you doing? You silly son.
Keep driving. You're good. 'Cause I was getting shot at on top, but I'm fine now. All right, let me jump back on.
I don't see him.
There's a few like chests over there.
Wait, is there cars over here? Yeah, wait, hold on. Maybe I'll grab another car too. No, they took all the car. Wait, no. Is there? Nope.
Then driving.
People in front of me?
Coming. Come here.
They're looking back at us? Oh my god, I'm getting shot from around.
Get him, Snowy.
Oh shit, I died.
Now we're getting shot from. There's a different team on the map.
What? Oh, honey.
No! It's okay, I can actually revive him over here.
I don't have their thing. I don't have their thing. Hold on.
It's okay. I'm gonna
go get
see
it.
if I can grab stuff here.
Oh, that is not a smart idea.
Yeah, there's like a whole other team shooting me on the side.
Hold on. Let me get my thinker through under lock.
We're gonna make this. We're gonna make it.
Okay,
Wait, it's
I'm
not fully
hoping-
looted here. Okay.
Are they shooting at you?
They were shooting at me. I'm fine now though. I'm in storm, just like grabbing
They're headed
stuff. and I'm
my way.
gonna
They are headed my way. So if you can get Snowy's car, that'd be really cool.
I will grab it. I got you. We're gonna be split up for a little bit.
That's
but
fine. I'm going to be able to grab it. My car.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna see if I can loot them and make them want to chase me. Heading that way.
I don't see that team on top of the mountain anymore, which is good. So I can probably.
They're
grab
not
his
in
car.
the mountain. They're in that little like area thing in between.
Oh, okay.
Somebody just revived. Somebody's actively reviving. I'm gonna leave them be though.
Heard.
Oh, that is a team. Oh, get me out of there. Go, vehicle,
That's so
go.
far away. There's a massive loading screen and switch.
Oh, you're right here. Okay, sweet. I got you. Wait, what the? Why are they here? Why are you freaking camping that? What?
You're camping my thing?
Camping it? Yeah, they're camping it.
What
I'm
the
probably
fuck?
dead. I might be dead. That is mega weird. It's not even that serious.
No.
It's not that serious. Sean, why are you guys camping here? It's so cringe. You guys are so
You're
cringe.
not dead, are you?
Yeah.
No, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh. Okay, hold on.
Why are people camping banners in a charity tournament? That is so cringe.
I mean, a strat's a strat, dude.
If they want to play that sweaty, I'm gonna play extra. Play sweaty.
Yeah, you gotta put the cap to the back and lean forward in the chair, man.
I'm gonna go in gamer mode stance. I'm gonna put my chair all the way up.
I'm gonna see if I can swing you. Are they still camping you?
They
Probably.
will.
They probably are. It's no what type of team it is. They're definitely gonna camp. Just judging from that. You can try, but yeah, I see them on the left. They're on the left. They're on the left. They're on the left. They're right there.
Okay. I'm good. Woo! My God!
Oh, you are not good.
No, I'm good. See that? Ollie.
Go right. You're good.
Oh Oh shit! Oh my god!
You're gonna blow up your car!
The car's at 8!
I'm fine. I'm fine! I'm fine! Shush!
Oh my god!
Shush! I'm fine.
Yo, let's go. There should be cars to your right. There's a fresh car that
Where do you
spawns.
see that?
Usually spawn there. Oh, the parking lot's empty. That means I grabbed it. So you're good.
Okay, it's okay. Oh, there's a person here. Oh, give me away, give me away.
I don't know how you're surviving with. Oh, there you go. It's gone.
Oh, oh, balling. Oh, car.
Use the gloves.
Oh, no, I don't know how.
Car. Yes. No, pull.
Back up, reverse. You're good. No, go right.
Oh no, she's lagging.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'm lagging really bad. Dude.
No!
We can
It's
see.
okay,
It was
okay.
really bad.
It's okay.
No,
I'm good.
Yeah, just keep going.
I don't know how to use these. Oh,
right click.
like that.
Yeah, you gotta turn around for it.
Yeah, I gotta point the opposite direction. Yeah. You have 3
See.
beats, I think.
It's okay. I'm good. I'm fine. Okay, heal a little bit. Dude, I am tense.
That was amazing.
Thank you. Do not ever expect that level of greatness from me again.
I expect nothing but greatness.
Oh, like.
It's like really bad for me right now. There's a thing right there. I could try to get you. I don't know if that person's nearby.
Knowing them, they're probably gonna chase you the moment you revive. But I say just do you, boo.
Yeah,
You do you.
I'm all for the risky bisky, bro. There's a car right there. I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna revive you.
Yeah.
I'm all for the risky bisky.
My good luck.
Right here. Oh shit!
Here they go.
It's okay. I'm okay. Oh, I am not okay.
No.
And tease.
They are not emoting. That is so cringe. That is cringe.
Let's cyberbully them.
I'm not doing shit. I'm not gonna give them the satisfaction of me watching. Fuck them.
Yeah, we're not gonna give him more average viewers. Fuck.
I don't know. I'm gonna be a dickhead.
See who's alive.
Oh, it's snowy. Hold on, where is he?
Oh, Electro team.
Let me see.
Let's scroll everyone. Oh, right team. Seep. Oh, there you go. I found the LJ team. Oh, they have the LJ car. How do I switch between players in the same team? Is that possible?
Which one?
Can I switch between players on the team I'm spectating?
Yeah, you can jump between different teams.
No, I want to switch the player on the team I'm at. I don't think it's possible.
You can. You just have to keep hitting next until it gets to that player that you're trying to watch.
Oh, it's gonna be so long. Let's try. Would be cool if you could just select it. Oh my god, the loading. It's insane. Oh, did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? No, Timo. Wait, was that a Lethal Company? That's a Lethal Company thing?
Yeah, Lethal Company skin.
What the fuck? Yeah. We can do this. Repo. I don't think Repo will fit in 8 boxes. Would be wonky.
Wait, who?
It's like adding a Repo skin on the game on Fortnite.
Oh, the reboot skin?
I don't think they will fit. Too squarey. I think you can add the emote like I love. Oh, I think I got him. I think yeah. Okay, we're spectating LJ.
Who?
Lovegis. This kind of love man in the game.
Oh, okay.
See where they go, chat.
Oh, bit of appreciation for chat. We are at 656. Thank you all so freaking much, dude.
Yeah, that's insane.
So epic.
It's like more than double.
Dude, I'm really upsetty, Spaghetti. I have a Switch too, and it came with like a Mario Kart bundle, but there's no code. And so I'm wondering, because like when I got my console, the box was open, but somebody recently
Oh, they probably yanked it, yeah.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
You should like, not
I
RMA,
submitted
but like
a
complain.
thing.
Yeah,
I
submit a
submitted a
thing.
thing. But like,
I got one
'cause
too,
It
it's
was
back.
a gift. So I'm like, I'm hoping they don't think I'm trying to like steal, but.
I don't think so. That's also like so out of your control too.
Some people like buy it and then like return it and yank the codes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you buy a Switch, get the code, and then refund it. I got a Switch too, by the way, too. It's like in Portugal because I'm gonna go back home next week, and in Portugal it's way cheaper than in Norway. So I just bought it back home, and now it's waiting in my room.
Oh really? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I saved like
Hey,
100
are you
bucks.
excited?
I don't know if I'm excited actually.
Are you excited to like try any of the games that just came out for it? Like, was it Bonanza?
I think I'm more excited to try older games, but better.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I kind of want to play. Like, I'm a Pokemon. I literally have the Switch just before Pokemon, and the new ones are really bad. Like they lag so much. And I think on this one they're perfect.
The controllers have to be like how much more thinner it feels has to be my favorite thing because I hated the feel of like the controllers and the console because it felt like I was holding this big clunky thing. Now
Yeah.
it's feeling a lot more thinner and nicer too. I will be honest, I hate the console. I hate what they're doing. I love how this feels. And it looks really good. The resolution's good.
I really like the Switch. Like just I don't know. It was one of my favorite things ever. I think I play the shit out of it. Right now, the only thing I'm sad about is right now I have the Switch OLED, and the new one is not OLED. So it's like, but I heard the screen is really good anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I have all three. The OLED and this one, and like, I'm gonna be honest, comparison between screen sizes, resolutions, and I want to say overall feel between all three is insane. Like, if you physically picked up and go into ascending order, it is insane. The difference is.
Yeah, I had all of them too. I sold my original one because I had too many Switches. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. I sold the original one because the OLED has so much better battery. And then I have like a few lights too.
Did you get like a good amount of money for it? For like trading it in?
I didn't trade in, I just sold it like privately. I just like announced it.
Never traded.
Or like one of those secondhand. Yeah, trading is a scam. I forgot how much I sold it for.
I gotta keep mine. Because, like, I console collect. Like, I will be honest, if I didn't get this as a gift, I would not have it. I did not, like, actively, like, seek it out.
Really?
And I was just great. Yeah, my friend was like, I want you to play with me, so please come play with me, so here, have the console. And I was very grateful. But I don't agree with a lot of Nintendo's policies on how they're operating. With,
oh, yeah, no.
yeah. Well, like, they can, like, take all of your games and, like, break your console, essentially, because they suspect that you might
Not
be
over here.
doing
It's
anything.
illegal in Europe, so I'm safe.
Oh, lucky.
Brazil is actually I think it's Brazil that's suing them or something.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, they can do that in Europe. It's illegal. Meow, 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 meow. I just funny story. Like my index broke, and I DM'd like Steam support, and they were being like bitches, and I was like, I'm from Europe, and they immediately sent me a new one. It was so funny. The only thing I don't like is the games. Yeah, like in Norway they cost $100 each. Fucking Mario Kart is $100. It's insane. So fucking expensive.
I imagine you can't use can't buy it because it's region locked.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I have an advantage. I was born in Portugal and I live in Norway, so I can just fucking go home and buy games.
I mean, how is that advantageous? Because I mean, if you take one to one region, can't you not use it?
No, they're way
Like,
cheaper in
especially-
Portugal.
Ah.
I bought my Switch back in home and I saved like $100. Shit here is really expensive.
We love saving money.
Meow, 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 meow. And then you say it's a business expense, and then you save more money because you're streaming.
I want to see Electro win this fight. Oh,
I'm gonna turn my
close,
camera, point at my Switch, like, look at how cool the Switch looks. There we go, business expense. Where's Electro? They die? Oh, they died.
Now this zone is causing a lot of players to die early.
We are almost at $700, by the way, just saying.
That's so awesome. Wait, what are you saying, BB?
I was asking how your arms feel, because if they're not feeling too bad, I'm gonna need you to start carrying, dude.
My arm?
Is your back good?
I feel real good right now.
Well, I'm gonna need
Remember
you
to
start
carry
feeling
us with your
really
legs,
good
not
about
your back.
carrying. No, use your spine. There's
No,
more
that's
heart rate
bad.
break.
Then
Yeah.
use your
I'm gonna use my
there's more-
pinky. Can I use my pinky toe actually?
Your pinky, how much strength you got in your pinky toe, dude? What are you doing to your pinky toe that's the strongest bone
Are
in
you
your
saying
body?
you're so bad that you can carry us with your pinky?
Different. It's built like monkey.
Monkey.
It's the Larry Lobster of your whole body.
Oh, this guy just died, I think. Oh, no. Yep, dead. You can see the tryhards that are the people who have TTV on their names. They won! It's Jover. I think we have one more, right?
I think so. Do I have? I gave it.
So like the rating. Overall, how do you feel about the following system or game mechanic in Fortnite Battle Royale? Campfires, I didn't even know that was a thing. Campfires, okay. Well, no, we're doing a charity thing, so if you want to throw shit, just throw them at the charity instead. It's better.
Nodding.
I don't want your stinky money. I'm sorry.
Why can I not preview the music? Oh, I think it's because I shut off music in this game. Hold on. Like a dum dum. Why are they $5?
I know, right? The songs are so much.
Yeah, I don't get
Those
that.
ones I want. I want the big red boots really bad, but they're freaking 1,200 V-bucks. Like, that is ridiculous.
No, wait, what was that, Dario? It's your birthday? Somebody should toss you 1,200 V-bucks?
What?
That's insane. Happy
Oh yeah,
birthday
you have a
to
creator code
You
finger, right?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Snowy BB.
I should have used a
Come on,
creator
man.
code.
I
Just
do,
realized.
yeah.
I'm offering you.
I should have used it because I bought some.
Oh, you're good.
There
no,
we go.
You have them.
I have
Oh,
it
you're
now.
chilling. I forgot they made your laser in here. The heck?
Dude, I was explaining to somebody recently about the Major Lazer show and how they had Vampire Weekend on it.
What? They did? Oh, you're right. Wait, that was when it was on Adult Swim, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Damn, that was a while ago.
One of y'all give me a fucking code quick. Okay, hold on. Where do I put my creator code? Where do I put a creator code in? How do I do that?
On the shop, and then at the bottom there's support the creator, and just write his name, basically.
Okay.
I don't have one. I don't even know how to get that.
Processing, please wait.
Yo, Ghost Rider, that's cool.
Congrats, Dorio. Yours is right there, so I will use yours.
Shit! Thank you.
Don't get too comfortable. I'm doing it to get the music.
Oh, what song you got?
Do they have Crocs? That'll be so good.
Oh, Crocs? They do.
I don't want Air Jordans. I want Crocs.
Did you see the big red boots? Did you see those?
Yeah.
Dude, look how insane those look. So
my Bruno Mars as a Brazilian song. What the fuck?
I am baffled that Woman by Doja Cat does not get an explicit warning, but Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba.
Yeah, what? Yeah, what is that?
God, noble,
Their censorship in this game is very questionable.
Holy shit.
What the fuck?
GG's!
Go to charity, bro, not me. Oh, they have Eleanor. Fuck, they have the Shelby. Oh, so good. It's so
I
expensive,
know,
what the
right? That's what I'm saying. I would get it if it wasn't 25 freaking bucks. Like, it's so
What are y'all
much.
looking at? What are y'all looking at? Where am I poking?
Shelby, the Mustang.
The Mustang? Where do you see that?
Yeah.
I
It's,
just scrolled a
in the
bunch.
car section.
Car section.
Hey,
I think- what's it
Eleanor.
called? Get your, or start your engines or whatever? Yeah.
Oh, so fucking good. Thank you so much, Artie, by the way. Thank you.
So good.
They have appetite. Yo, baby. Want you. I'm gonna see all the songs. What do I have here?
Don't you
They've pumped up
love
kicks.
you, baby? Don't you really like I need you now?
Oh, Shakira.
Apatsu. You know your voice does suit the werewolf guy. It suits. Especially when you
Does
do like
it?
a little growl thing. When you do a little growl to your voice, you go apatsu.
Oh, the middle.
That just makes my invisible tail wag really.
Oh hell yeah.
There's just something about people's voices fitting their character. I've always felt like, I don't know if mine does. So to hear that, I'm just like,
you gotta talk to the mods with that, man. I don't control that. Good luck.
GL. Wait, send the bots yet? Oh, that was the last game. Oh shoot. Okay. I was about to say like, damn.
Still no replays. Oh wait, Lego kits? What is this? Oh shit. How much of Lego crap? Oh fuck, guys are reviving. I just came back.
Oh, I wasn't quick on it.
And I can't eat enough without you. If you don't speak, does that mean we're
Oh, the breakdown, the breakdown.
Hey, yo. This feels way better.
Wait, what does the bass sound like from this song?
Now, by Artie, do charity stuff! Exclamation point charity! Don't spend money on me, man. I appreciate it, but like, we're doing an event. Come on, man. Oh. Thank you, though. Like, actually, thank you. It's been an interesting, like, couple of months, so I appreciate it, man.
Oh my god, I love how Polar looks when he's jamming out.
Hey. You said like thank you so much, but it just looks like you said tism.
Ba 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 ba.
Fortnite is a game that you can play and it has stuff in it. Hey, yo, that one's cool. Let me check the scores. We are.
Oh,
we
I
are
see
in
what you're doing.
7th place.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
Keep it.
Is that Green Day?
Stay right there.
Yeah, they actually sync up the lips. It's actually very interesting.
He drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink, he drinks a lager drink, he drinks a cider drink. He drinks songs that remind him of...
Alright, let's just do a cappella.
You'll stay there. Stay right there.
Yo.
Alright, go and ready up, and then I think the last match is gonna start.
There we go. Hold on.
I don't like this one. Oh.
Okay.
fast and thorough. As attack, she's...
It's going. No, it just stopped.
No, it stopped.
It's okay. Dude, I'm not gonna hold you.
Let's die really
have, like,
quickly so we can go back to the lobby.
time. Let's what?
We
Yeah,
can
let's,
die,
No!
just die really quickly and then we can go back.
No! I wanna win!
We're in 7th place, by the way, with 71 points.
What?
I'm
We're
starting
in
to sweat this game, bro.
Yeah,
because
it's mostly based on kills instead of like actual like wins. Alright, what's the plan? Where are we going?
All right. Where we
I
going?
need the big
We're going,
step-up
BB.
emote. I need the big step-up emote. I need it. I need
Big
it for my
step-up.
life. Big step-up. We're going to big order base. Yeah, creamy, 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 creamy.
Are we going to first order? Let's go. First order base.
No, what the fuck not? Why not? Why not?
Yeah. Star Wars the
It's
fuck
so
up.
far away.
I just can't look. It's killing
Killing
me.
me.
And taking control.
Jealousy.
Turning tricks into the sea. Smoking on street alibis.
Now I just want to play Rock Band.
Dude, if you have clone here, I'm down. I'm down.
I
that's someone on me.
I haven't played it in so long. Is there someone flying next to me?
I think we have a squad coming. I think so.
Yes, good.
Our ass is fatter.
Good.
Our
Yeah,
asses are fatter, dude.
factual, right?
Actually
Snowy, you have a fat
factual.
ass. This is team fat ass.
Don't
You got
disappoint
fat ass.
me. You better have a fat ass, man. Don't disappoint. That
I
ass is
so
I
big.
actually do.
Yo, see, there we go, team fat asses.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Zootopia
We're gonna
releases.
do fun.
Bro, I got so mad about Zootopia. You know why? They fucking
story
changed the
looks trash?
name. No, they changed the name in like
Is
Europe
it
apparently.
Zootropolis?
Yeah, they changed the name. They changed all the renders and even the sound. Like people saying
have
Zootopia,
a-
they changed everything. I was like, what the fuck? It's like lost media. Like what the fuck?
Ganger, ganger, ganger. Oh, I'm getting shot at.
I'm looking.
Shit.
Wait,
I gotta.
Looking for you?
a bunch of crap. Okay, cool.
Let's
Oh, what
go.
the fuck?
I'm looking
Guys,
back.
I am behind this tree.
Oh,
I
you're
can't
so
see
far
them.
away.
Yeah, they're like out of my render distance.
Oh, I should have healed. I didn't know I had a heal thingy. It's
You're
okay.
good,
It's
you're
okay.
good,
It's
it's
okay.
okay.
If I die, oh my God, Daddy Geyser, please!
I got scanned here. I might
Don't
actually die. Not gonna lie.
touch me. Don't touch me, stranger. No!
No, I tried.
Oh, I don't have anything, so it doesn't matter.
I might get pushed here, but I'm actually going to work some angles.
How about you grab my thing?
Shoot.
Get the angle. There's a whole team.
Yeah,
of
there's
you,
a whole
dude.
team there.
That's Ooh, you better just get fucking daddled, dude.
I want to kill them so
shit.
bad. I'm very confident, but
There's
I
three
have no.
teams heading your way.
Holy
There's
shit.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Snowy, get out!
No, I have no movement.
This might be it. This might be it. This might be it. Don't ever let me pick where we land again. This has not ended well for us. This has not ended well for us twice in a row. I am 0 for 0.
Nah, it's our fault. We didn't follow through properly.
Now we're good. We're good. I'm out.
Oh, are you gonna do a sneaky deaky maneuver, dude? I see what you're doing. I
Oh,
see
we
what you're
definitely
doing.
are. Oh, we look at
I
this.
see you. I
What
see
are these
you.
guys doing here? What are these guys doing here?
You are bold to engage. You are so bold.
Let's go. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna run away. Going to look back. I'm gonna put some
Yeah,
damage out.
it's like a charity tournament. There's a bunch of furries here.
Speak for yourself. I'm just a friendly guy. Yo, I wish I wish that the Fortnite thingy had Sonic music or like My Little Pony songs. Yeah, right?
Can you imagine? I wish they had like a fucking Sonic. We can like grab it and like and just run across the map like.
Oh, a Sonic event? I would be invested.
I would start playing.
Why are you there?
Why did you get out of the car?
No, I need this.
I gotta adjust. If there's ever a Sonic event, we're gonna do all.
Yes,
That would
we
be
are.
so sick if they did.
I want to listen to Dreams of an Absolution.
Surely.
Oh, my
might be able
card
to
is
grab
not
the
there.
cards.
My card is not there.
No. I'm just grabbing ammo because I'm like trying to see if this team's gonna. Let's see where they at. I don't see them. Oh, should need this. I'm trying to get loot so that way I can actually like get you guys. Yeah. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, cool. Just need a better pistol. If I can find shield bubbles, I can actually drive over your guys' car. I can't find any. How much time do I have? What, 90 seconds? Wait, is that bubbles? Yes, this is good. This. Okay, I'm getting y'all. It's happening.
I know, right? Sonic music boosts your whole fucking gameplay skills. Trust me. I'm hyped up. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Yup. Can I grab? There we go. Thank you, game. Now I gotta get you, Snowy. Oh my gosh, look how much got decimated here.
Yeah, get the fiddly fuck up out of there, dude.
No, it's my
You're lagging. I see it. I see it. It's okay.
You can see the lag.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're back. You're back.
This is the problem I've been talking about. It's so bad.
Oh. It's okay. It's okay. Keep going. Keep thugging it out.
Oh shit, there's a notification on my phone. 5 views on YouTube. What the fuck? That's crazy.
I got the cards. We're good.
Secured.
Yeah, I might be able to revive you guys over here. God, do I res you guys?
I trust you. Whatever you do.
I'm just like a little unsure because like I don't want you guys to get.
I think they moved on. I think you're fine. I haven't seen anyone shoot at you. I haven't seen movement in a really long time.
Oh, there's a car. They're like back here? I don't know. Wait, what are they doing? I'm actually gonna start dominance because I need to show them. I am trying to revive. Wait, where'd they go? This is good. Okay, they're gonna rush me this second that I revive though, but I'm gonna try my best again.
Well, let's go. Round 2. We can do this, I believe.
What are you doing? Why are you teabagging?
It's for good luck.
He's dunking his cookies, dude. He's dunking his cookies.
This is how you revive people. You just thrust into the thing.
This car's about to be out of gas, but there was another car nearby that we could take.
Wait, you said you need gas? So you can have my mixtape if you need it. Straight fire.
Yo, hit me with the gas. I'm down. Oh wait, am I going to fly, man? Refill this car. I don't think there's anyone here.
I love gaming
Famous
with my
last
friends.
word.
Ooh la la, ooh la la. Okay.
Same?
I need to get some stupid bug spray because this is really fucking annoying.
You have bugs near you or something?
It's a fly and it's landing on my arms. Like, there's so much space to land. So
Did you tell them you're a streamer?
Yeah, it's probably
yeah,
why.
if you told me you're a streamer, it's good luck.
No, if you tell me you're a streamer, they'll leave you alone.
Car's for you.
No, okay. You
I'm
know
heading
why?
over there.
I'm very stinky and they're like, you know, landing on me and shit.
Well, that's why the flight's landing on you then.
No, that's man musk. They're a fan of the man musk, bruh.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my balls sweat.
You wouldn't happen to be a Fender, would you?
There's no answer, therefore maybe.
Wait, I was supposed to answer. Wait, what's that?
Well,
I got distracted.
Literally.
Oh, this is cool. It's a movement thing.
I am, how you say, dying.
No, don't die. Wait, are you guys actually good in there?
Yeah,
I
I should some shield.
Oh shoot! Wait, it's actually like not looted.
I think it is. There's a bunch of crap, but that's some things though.
Yeah,
it was looted, but there's some things.
What are you, C-rank? Okay.
I need first aid kits. I am praying that this thing has been merciful.
Oh, I have a 50 pod. I can toss your. No, because I'm full shielded. I'm full shielded.
Yeah, so let me meander. I'm being nosy. I'm being nosy.
Is a car? I swear I just heard a car.
You know, I've been playing this game as a team. It's time to play.
Oh, wait, there. Yeah, I think it was there.
Let's be a dickhead.
Oh, you see him?
No, I think I saw the top of the car though.
I'm
They
gonna
went
get
the other way.
look-sees. Oh, they did. Okay. Well, I mean, we have control of this side.
I think I saw it. I'm not sure.
Ooh, this has not been looted at all. What the what? What the?
Does anyone want bird gloves? I got some bird gloves.
You know what? If you got it, I'll take some peace of mind. I could really use that, dude. Okay. Okay, there's more this way. I'm heading this way.
Heard?
This right here. There's nothing here. So, like, I already looted this. There's some guns and stuff there if you want it, but I'm heading this way.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good on stuff. I have a car that we can drive over there, so.
I'm seeing a car here. I'm good.
I think you also have your car on this side if you want to
take
take
I
it.
also have base boosted gloves. You want them?
Ooh,
Do
yes.
you want them, Dory?
Oh, I already got some. I'm good.
Okay.
That's for Zoe.
Come here. Oh, they're marked.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, that's what scans. It's the little scanner.
Well, if you want it, you can grab it because I don't know how to use it.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
I really need the boost thingy.
I swear I keep on hearing another car behind us.
You're hearing what you want to hear. You want to fight people. You want blood.
I do want blood. I'm built
you
to
and I,
WG.
we gotta. Because I. Oh.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Thinking stable thoughts.
Yeah, we are like both going through it, aren't we? On like our live.
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's go kill people, please.
Yeah, let's go kill dudes. Also, Zoe, come up here. We can heal you up here. We're gonna top you up on the health, and then we're gonna go chase.
There you go.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Oh, nice. Oh, you're full healed. Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, I dropped the juice in the river.
Let's go shoot some dudes.
Oh, I know. I want that.
Yes, pretty please. Oh, thanks. Papa Dorio, Papa Dorio. Can we go kill people, please? Oh, please.
I'm sorry. Yes, family.
I go to McDonald's.
Yes. Yes, my family.
What would you like from McDonald's?
What's up, my brother? Let's go secure these dubs.
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? I did the finger thing.
You got the chicken
dinner.
dinner.
We're gonna shoot these dudes right here.
Yeah, I don't see them. I don't see them yet. They are not below us.
Right below us?
They are
Let's shoot
not
right here.
below us. They are not below.
Yeah, what's up, dude? What's up,
There's
brother?
3 cars. There's 4 cars. Dorio, there's 4 cars.
Come here, brother.
Fuck, I gotta reload.
Oh, there's no. That's just the driver in there.
Yeah.
I'm running out of bullets on this.
One of them swapping to a different car? Yeah, shoot this red car. Shoot the red car. It's about to blow up.
Oh, fuck.
Got it.
The battle bus has such a fucking fat ass top.
They're
So
gonna
hard
be
to
up
aim.
here.
I think I cracked one.
I'm gonna dip right here. I'm going to start shooting them. They're on the back roof.
Oh, they're marking. They're trying to track.
Careful. They can see you. They scan. They scan.
It's okay. I am like plain sight. I shouldn't have done that. It's okay.
Get in the car. Get in the car.
I'm gonna go
Zoe?
over here. And I'm behind a rock.
I'm gonna drive around. We're gonna turn and shoot these.
I am right here.
Oh god.
They
Get off right here.
They are heading my way. They are heading my way. They are almost on my ass. Oh! They killed me.
Flush on that guy?
They're over the hill and they're in that bush.
Heard. They kind of have like a good spot there. I'm actually gonna go to the left over here. I'm trying to think. I think they left a car behind here.
Oh, Manny said he's proud of us.
They did. Oh, Manny's proud of us.
Yeah, he said he's so proud and he's finding some of the biggest horrible things. things to bring back from the con.
Here, so I'm gonna give you this car. Okay, you're gonna drive, and we're just gonna try to grab the car. I think these guys are gonna be a bu- Let me actually see what's going on.
Oh, no fuel.
Oh, there's another car here.
Yeah.
Let's see, these guys over here. We messed up like one of them pretty bad. Oh yeah, I see them on the roof. Who's shooting? Try to see if I can get an angle so I can shoot them.
Can I grab you? Can I fucking grab you?
Oh, they're trying to shoot.
Thanks, chat. Thanks, chatters.
100 on them. Rebo, grab the card or no?
Oh.
He's doing okay, but he's struggling a little bit. They're fine. Let's swap between you two. Oh, let me swap to him. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he couldn't get the card.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they are guarding that shit really good.
I want to kill seems so bad. Wish I had.
I can hear Ben, not them.
My car is there, so if you can get sneaky beaky with it, you
Snowy,
can.
I'm throwing you heal, Snowy. Snowy, look at your to your left. There you go. That should be able to heal you all up.
Aw, he's so kind. Get in there and murder them!
Try to be. Wait, I got an idea. Wait, no. Is that gonna work? I don't think that'll work.
I say take that busted car, jump the fuck up on out.
I'm gonna see if I can land kind of on your car.
I don't see them there. I don't see them there.
They're playing third person, like they're third person, which means that they're like trying to get in camera position where they can like shoot me for free.
Okay, get in there, get that car. Oh, I
got
that car.
This is bad.
Yeah, I think they're gone.
I got it. No, they're still over there? Yeah, they're on that back roof.
They're trying to scan for you. Don't announce your presence.
No, I need to like show them that like I'm still kind of bullying them.
This is how a major guy plays. I see. Nodding.
Oh, car behind us.
Yep, right here. Not having double movement is very, very rough. Okay, so there's a team over here with the medallion. There's a team right here. I'm gonna try to get... Actually, you have to kind of get your way towards me. I'm gonna try to bully this team. Chill for a sec.
Oh, knocked. Ah, behind, fuck.
You're good.
You guys in the other house.
Oh shit, that's not good. There's another team behind me.
Yeah, the guy's over here on this bush.
Nah, I'm just dead. I think I'm just out of sprint. Oh, wait. That's all good. Oh my god, I have like little to no movement left.
Oh yeah, Storm. GG. Thank you, Pookie. Canadian? Oh, wow.
God, I have like one more movement use left. Oh my god, everyone's just shooting for you. Okay, we're good? Question mark?
Ooh,
Oh my god, everyone's collapsing here. most likely dead this next push because I have nothing to like. I can't push
Okay,
that because there's a team right there.
If you hang tight, I say you can hold it. Don't get it.
If I
Don't get too aggro. Don't get too aggro.
No, I
You have no
can't.
reason to.
I don't have the ability to. I kind of need to like. No, I actually need to like show presence on those teams.
Yeah. You're saying show presence. There's nothing wrong with like definitely.
Nothing wrong with being a pussy.
Chilling for 2 seconds. Yeah, just chill for a second. You're the only one here. You have limited
Oh my
resources.
god, that's a full team.
Oh.
Wait, what? Oh, I kind of want to ride with them.
Go
What
ride,
is that?
Go ride. Go
What is
ride.
happening
Heal
there?
first. I don't know. I'm gonna go heal.
Is that a little train?
Yeah, they got a train emo going. Go, go, go! You make it! Go, go, go!
What is happening?
Can you join?
Yeah, I can join.
What the fuck? What is that?
This is a strat. It's working.
For charity!
Nah, I want to be on the train, man.
I love this. I love this so much.
Is this just gonna close and everyone's gonna just start killing each other?
This is valid. It's so valid. The other teams only fight doing their
Okay,
little
but,
train
like,
thing.
That's the thing.
What if they lead
target
you into the storm? What if they led you
Yeah,
to the storm and then massacred you? That'd be
They
so
are.
fun.
Wait, no, we're
If
actually
they-
going to the storm.
if they kill you,
Oh my God.
they're gonna be assholes, so they can't.
That's just true.
They're gonna
'cause
join.
it's for
They're gonna join.
charities,
Yeah,
so-
there you go.
Yeah, the play is to just stop fighting and just join.
I think they're actually going to the storm. I don't know.
No, we're going to zone. We're going to the right spot.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh!
Oh, dickhead! Dickhead!
Yo, who is that? I'm gonna throw my game
that
just to kill this
guy.
guy. Oh, I'm killing him.
That was kind of
Particular,
satisfying.
no.
Going like brr, brr, brr.
Yeah, fuck that guy in
No,
particular,
this is for
dude.
charity.
Fuck
dude.
him!
Oh, you're so lucky. Yeah!
Shit!
Die!
It was
I can die
Chris.
happily.
Fuck you,
I can die
Chris.
happily. I can
That's
die
my
happily.
streamer!
Fuck you, Chris.
I just want to climb this. Oh, whatever.
You're too
Yeah,
careful,
I know,
dude.
LJ, dude. We were trying. That was so fucking funny. That dude ruined the train, though.
Oh,
I'm
where's
sad.
the train?
Wait, where's the train?
Nah, it's gone. I think it's gone.
Oh, rip.
Oh, you're so cute. You're just a little fucking guy. Look at you skip to my Lou.
Does anyone have the feet picture? Oh, there's a train, there's a train, there's a train. Join.
Yes! Oh my god!
Join this
Happy
again, this
ending.
again, this.
Happy ending!
We're in
Happy
this.
ending. Happy ending. Oh my god.
Woo!
I wish I could spin the camera on spectate.
Yeah, me too,
I
man.
am so
that guy
down
broke
if
it.
the zone just closes and it's just... Oh,
Oh,
let me in!
Careful.
Let me in!
No, you gotta wait. It's closing. It's closing. You're gonna get trapped.
Alright, no, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do my
Yeah.
No one's fighting.
As it's meant to be.
Happy ending. Yay.
There we go.
Okay,
now
the
we can
second
do it.
Doryu, the second the storm closes, I need you to go full frontal assault, dude. I need you to murder everyone and their mother, okay?
Word. Gotcha.
Oh, that's amazing.
Gotcha,
Appreciated.
boo.
This is gonna be so funny. The storm's gonna close and everyone's just gonna start fucking shooting each other. It's gonna be chaos.
As it's meant to be.
They're gonna look like
Wait.
fleas, fucking jumping all over the place.
I just realized people have like died.
Yeah,
Getting
y'all are the
pissed
only
off.
ones left. That's all that's left is y'all.
Oh my god. Oh
I love
shit. Ah!
Bro, this polar bear is so fucking cute. Oh,
I love
Man,
it.
I'm
I
golly.
sip for this character like hardcore.
I
I'm
want to
actually
make a
so
bear
sad I'm not in
so
the train,
bad.
man.
But I want to make like I want it to be like a bear that's like, what is it? Isn't it the brown bear is like the deadliest bear? And I want her to look like crazy. Yeah, I want her to look crazy battle scarred. But she's like really big soft. Really big soft. She's like a assassin for hire type shit. But like really big soft lady.
So cute!
What's gonna happen?
Yeah, I'm for it.
Just existing.
I feel like it's just Tem in the car. Yo, let me get on this.
Azrael says like he's here and he just doesn't want to kill. He's like he's tempted. As if you do bonus points. Be the one that starts everything.
Yeah, order 66.
This is like a
lobby.
This is like someone does one gunshot and everyone fucking starts going crazy.
Oh my god, we are going to die. Oh!
It's shrinking.
Oh,
oh no, it's moving, okay.
Oh, so cute. I want that white fox skin, man.
Oh, Volpez? Yeah, Volpez is mad cute.
No, I'm fucking with that pickle with a shiesty on.
No,
oh, the guy on the train is trying to put them outside.
No, he's just trying. They're just trying to go.
Oh, I ready?
It's shrinking.
Yes.
It's shrinking.
Yes.
It's shrinking.
All right, 3, 2.
Get ready. Battle positions.
Yo, whoever threw the heal down. Wait, I think it's just gonna be a battle to the like who lives in zone.
They're all ready. No, because the zone's gonna close entirely. The zone's gonna close.
Oh, that guy did you well played. Sacrifice.
Yeah. Oh!
Dario!
Oh, come on, push them. Yes.
Oh no, wait, the bird people are gonna win.
Go, Dario, kill Dario.
No. I wanted to, but I didn't want to be the guy.
So tempting, yeah. I didn't want to be that guy.
I would have been the guy. I would have been the dickhead.
Oh, so fucking awesome.
GG's.
Oh,
who was that guy that started running over the train? That was so
I don't know.
satisfying.
It was Chris something, but like he did like a brrr sound.
I love it. Like I shot at him, and someone else was like, "Nah, dude."
We did 781, by the way. We had 781. Holy shit.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice. Oh. Just. Oh my god! Look at that team. What the fuck? Well, let's see tracking status.
Streaming their POV.
Jet 2 holiday.
I think beats a jet.
Oh no, wait, we're at the top, bro. We're at the top of the dono list. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, the team is so I'm so proud. We might not be winning, but we're at the tippity top.
Oh, I think we finished in 6th.
Yo, fuck yes.
No, wait, we finished in 6th too?
Yeah, we're in 6th place, 94 points.
Oh, I'm so fucking proud of us. I did not think we were gonna
so good.
Seriously, no,
top
chat,
of the
you guys are
leaderboard.
the fucking best.
Proud. I'm
Top
so
6
fucking
chat.
proud.
Fuck, goddamn. I love it.
Let's go.
I think everyone's joining the lobby. I'm gonna join the lobby. Fuck it, let's join the lobby.
The big
so
one?
many people. Yeah, the big
The
one.
big one? I'm down.
He's in the middle of fighting somebody.
Oh my god.
There's so many little names. Oh my god.
Okay, if the top team players are joining the emo train and are gaining higher points because of it, I do not find it to be fair.
So about that train.
Yeah.
So
no, like
so about that. Yeah, so about that.
Okay. Can I please?
Yes.
So many.
So, last year we did this. So, I don't know who the fuck started it last year, but it happened last year too. So
That's what I thought. Poetic.
The people who originally started the train kept the train going. So they were the ones. I mean, to be fair, this is kind of where I'm at with this. Y'all chose to not fire at them.
I feel like you would be the
We didn't want to be
asshole.
rude.
Yeah, you would be the asshole who shot.
Like it would be a dick move.
But
Honestly,
no, like that one dude who fucking was part of, like in the middle of a fight, joined the train, jumped out of the train, took out 2 people, went back
Yeah, and then
on
joined
the train.
back in. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like,
Is
what?
the one that won.
That was
Dude
probably
who won.
Hello.
Yeah, that's honestly genuine respect to everyone who joined in on that. That was
No, that was amazing. I was laughing my ass off.
I thought I was someone mean.
That was
I'm
so
sad because I didn't
fucking
get to join.
hilarious.
Can I say something real quick?
We got
Yeah.
elimed right before
Hey,
that
hey,
happened.
hey!
It's just chaos.
Whoa.
What
Hold up. Let Jane speak.
No, somebody said,
Jane
can I
was
please
doing
say
it for me.
something? I was trying to do it for whoever said that.
Yeah, Jane was doing it for me. Thank you, Jane. We're not mad about the emo train. We're kind of a little peeved that like one of the top teams joined in the train was getting kills and then going back into the train, and it felt
Yeah,
like
that's the dude who won.
it felt like the other people that were involved that were also like trying to go for the win couldn't shoot the train because we wanted to let that be.
How many people are in here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sensei.
Oh my
don't know
god,
what the
Janet,
official
you freaking...
ruling-
I'm gonna... I swear next tournament, I'm gonna beat you, Janet. On God.
I don't know what this official ruling is going to be.
Okay.
I feel like this is going to be a decision between KT and Gerg to see like what they want to do.
Do for what?
In terms of that dude who won the last match, did so kinda in a dirty way.
What'd he do?
What?
The dude who won was in the middle of a fight to start things off, joined the emo train after his teammate went down, was on the train for like a minute, jumped off the train.
Wow. Alright, chat. They're discussing rules and whatever. We don't really care. We don't really care about that. It was really fun. So, there we go. We're back. Oh, that was really fucking cool. I like it. That was really funny. I'm gonna Alt F4 Fortnite now. I'm gonna put this here. How are you, chat? If you're here, say hi. Say hi. It was kind of like messy. I didn't get to speak with you a lot, so I'm a little bit like sad, you know. Oh, I am DMing. So we were gonna do You Laugh You Lose with Puppy. I DM'd Puppy now. See if she's still up for it. Cause I'm down to do another hour of You Laugh You Lose. Cause I need the recording anyway. I'm just waiting for Puppy to respond. And then we can hop in VR and do like another few hours. I'm rolling. I am rolling. Oh. So you're now a Fortnite gamer? Not gonna lie, that's kind of fun. And thank you so much for everyone who donated and everyone who sent BTs, you know, for me on the charity.
Make that 2 hours.
Make that 2 hours. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So I'm going to thank BB for a second. I left, gonna do more stream thingy. Thank you so much. I gotta go to this. I'm gonna ask if they want to do one more. There we go. I'm gonna send this to Doryu. Doryu is fucking amazing. Wow. Okay, so this was like a 100 furry tournament. This is insane. Holy shit. Oh, okay. So I am thinking, because if we go do You Laugh You Lose, I'm gonna ping the server again. Do like a re-ping and just go like, hey, we're doing this now. I don't know if it's too late or not. But yeah, we raised pretty much 800 bucks. I'm happy. I'm very happy. Let's see what's up on Twitch. People are existing. There's a lot of Fortnite, obviously. Everyone's doing the event. Yada 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 yada. Yeah, we finished on 6th place. That's cool. And if that guy didn't kill people at the end, we probably would have placed better. Oh. My puppy is not responding. She's in VR chat though. Maybe she fell asleep. I'm gonna spam ping. There we go. If we don't do You Laugh You Lose today, we do it tomorrow anyway, because I promised You Laugh You Lose and I need it, because I am going to fly to Portugal on Saturday, so I don't have any videos for 2 weeks if I don't record. But we're gonna vibe meanwhile Puppy comes alive. Hi Beauty, I was typing to you. That was so fucking fun. I kind of got like a little shit luck at the end. I mean, I have like skill issue, but so if you don't know, chat, I was initially on. I was gonna play with RG Beans, and then they couldn't make it, so I was put on a team with Dorio, and I think it was Meowsters. And then KT was like, "Oh, we gotta replace one with BB," and I'm like, "BB? You mean Beauty Banger?" And he was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh fuck yeah, this is gonna be amazing." Oh, the puppy. Puppy? Is that the puppy? 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 The puppy? Hello? 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 Hi? Hello? Why is the Discord so scuffed? Are you alive?
I hear you the whole time. I was just saying hello.
Oh, fuck off. God damn it.
First time, you know, it's the stellar pair of grippers, truly, and it's truly a sight to see. You know, I'm glad my homie cleans his toes. You know, he's got some good foot maintenance. Takes care of the soles and the arches. You know, it's like a Picasso painting of feet. You know, I'm not into feet inherently. You know, I'm not into feet. You know, I'm not a fan of feet at all, actually. I am a fan of my homies, though. I love my homies. kiss my homies directly on the mouth. Direct eye contact, you know. I got to make sure I know they're loved, you know. And it's pretty much what I do. You know, I make the homies feel loved. Direct eye contact, you know, lip to lip contact. Got my Jolly Rancher cherry lip balm on him, just smooching this motherfucker. I'm sucking his bottom lip. He's looking in my eyes, you know, and it's entirely heterosexual because I'm a trans woman, so it's like it's a very good interaction. You know, it builds morale. You know, like I was on a camping trip once, and we needed to boost our morale because we were all like sad and shit. So I was like, bro, just kiss me on my hot mouth, bro. And he just held my cheek and looked into my eyes in the light of the campfire, and we just started macking each other. You know, it was like two bears trying to eat each other, but instead of two bears, it was two closeted people. But we weren't closeted then. The only closet that we were in was the fire that burned within our hearts. You know, and it was a beautiful experience. Now, all of that was a lie because I've never been camping in my life. I'm too scared of bears. You know, bears are fucking terrifying. It's these big, hairy motherfuckers that can like rip you in half in an instant. You know, it's horrible. I'm really scared of bears. Not like the gay people that like go to like clubs and stuff with all the like the latex and the hair and they're built like very big. No, I'm not scared of those kind of bears. I like those kind of bears. You know, I'm a fan of everybody really, except P Diddy. I'm not really a big fan of that guy. There's also a list of other people I'm not a fan of that I can't say the name of right now, but there's a lot of people I'm not a fan of. You know, my ex too. She was a bitch. You know, a lot of people I don't like. I like Snowy though. Snowy's great. You know, I haven't seen Snowy recently. You know, and the first thing I texted him when I finally got the balls to say something to him, I said, Snowy. I says to him, what did I says to him? I says to him, Snowy. Let me scroll back up here. I said, when are you streaming Oiled Up? And instead of ignoring me, he responded 20 minutes later, and he said, when are you joining? And I said, put me in, coach. I will detail each individual sweat droplet dipping on her cheeks. You know, and I truly felt a connection that day. But how are you guys? You know, I've been talking for you. How are you guys? You know, how's it going? How are your evenings and your gay camping experiences, if applicable? You know, how's your lives? What goes on in Snowy's chat? That's good. It's good that you're good. I'm good if you're good. Where the fuck is Snowy, dog? How long has he been gone? I can only stall for so long. It's only so many times I can talk about Frenching men before it gets boring. You know, I'm struggling here. How do comedians do this shit? Do comedians take piss breaks? Do they have someone stay? What do I do in this scenario? Like, I don't know. Why didn't he put some Subway Surfers gameplay up before he left? Where is he? Dog, I'm struggling. Do some crowd work. That's always a hoot. All right. We got climating the change here. How about that climate change, huh? Those polar ice caps. You know, they're melting. Is there any women in the crowd? Any women? Throw your hands up. Talk about taxes and how to avoid them. I can't legally do that. But I would never say that. I would recommend highly against doing that because that's bad. And I would never say that if you wanted to, you would have to fake your death. But, you know, I would recommend that because that's bad. Melting's fun. Melting is hilarious. You know what else is hilarious?
Wow.
My wife. Am I right, fellas? Can anybody relate? Wives, am I right?
Whoa! I managed to turn on. What are you talking about? It's just been yapping.
I'm so glad you came back.
I was like setting up and I just hear yapping and I'm like, what are you talking about?
I lost the plot like 2 minutes after you said keep talking.
Like feet pigs and like... I was so confused.
Yeah, feet pics, homosexual camping trips, you know, my wife.
Alright, I'm gonna invite you. Where the fuck are you? Meow, meow, meow. Send invite. There you go. Oh. Hi, chat. Hello. Oh. Oh. Alright, we're gonna do another ping, cause... Okay, let me open my dashboard. Are you guys up for this, by the way? Like, do you wanna do... But Snowy is loud. No, I am normal. Puppy is like very, 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 very not loud. Are you guys up for this chat? Cause I will do it if you guys are up for it. If you don't like it, it's fine. You can tell me. Alright, anyway.
Oh, my bad. Wait, where's your camera? Is it... Because it says it's pointing that way.
My camera's like right there. I'm gonna do a bubble ping. There we go. Everything's ready. I will share my OBS with you, by the way, or keep waving. I just realized I'm naked. It's fine. Don't look at me. There you go. Just make sure you have your OBS going
Nice
to your VR. Okay, put this bigger. Put this bigger. This is bigger. This goes here. Dashboard goes here. Accept all cookies. And media request. Alright, we're ready. I'm just gonna calibrate. Windows landscape world? No, it's not. It's not. That was yesterday. Or do you mean you want to go to... We can record on the Windows. Wait, let me calibrate. So how have you been? It's kind of like been ages, you know? Like you disappeared and you hate me and stuff. Like, the only reason why you disappeared is because you actually hate me.
No, actually, it's because I hate myself.
It will be second channel name allow.
Snowy shows Dick. Why? I'm not. I don't have Dick on his avatar. Sorry to disappoint you.
Is that my actual answer? My safer stream answer on where I've been.
Okay, so.
Because there's two very different answers.
Hey, as long as you're okay now. Right, let me set up this avatar because I uploaded this avatar today. This is an updated view because I broke my other view. So let me see if the clothes work. Compression pants, yes.
How'd you break it?
I made a Warudu version and I forgot to like copy the prefab. So my normal view was just.
What that means and not.
Alright, whatever. Fuck you.
Hey, fuck you, pal.
Does it work? Yeah, we have slime cropped up. Cool.
Golly, geez, Snowy, I didn't know you had such great boobs. I think I want to hang out more, for no reason in particular.
Do I have boobs?
In a
No.
24-hour relationship.
God damn it. Alright, I have a world we can go. Let me show you.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, before I joined the stream, my my right controller exploded again. So, you know the part that tracks your fingers? It's literally dangling. I have to grab it. It's the cable that's connected to it is the only thing holding it. Oh. Yeah, I still have it. I'm gonna drop it. Look. Oh, did I fucking move screens by accident? Whoops. Professional. Let's go. Yeah. Why do you have compression pants? Why not? I like it.
Why do you have
comfy.
compression pants?
'Cause it's
That is
comfy.
stuff for the more hyper type of men needing their bits to be under control.
What do you mean hyper type? Alright.
Man, this would be a great place for an Omegle stream.
An Omegle stream? Are you fucking crazy?
Absolutely. I can't wait to get called racial slurs. It's just like BR Chat public lobby.
You know,
I
I
can
was
see
in my head,
now.
like, in my head right now, I was like, oh, I wonder where I should point the fucking. It doesn't matter. This all looks the fucking same. I was like, let me frame this. Yeah, let me frame this. Oh yeah, the grab doesn't work. Alright, let's frame it. Let's frame it. Let's frame it. You left you me the request. So find a way if you can to sit down like this, like with your legs like this. Because I like to put feet beans on the bottom, right? Because it increases the views by 20%.
Alright, well, I'm expecting extra pay for that, buddy, because I usually charge people for this.
Yeah. You get an extra McDonald's meal. Alright, let me see.
Hooray!
Let me see. I'm gonna be like
I'm gonna
this.
prop my feet up on my table and pray I don't break anything.
And let's do another fitting text. Show on stream.
He told me that I was ugly and fat and that I was a.
Okay, there we go.
What?
You can hear that? Yeah. Okay.
Is this good or am I like too like?
You have to come near me because I can't see.
Okay.
Alright, so let's do a fitting test thingy. So okay. Perfect. You just shove your. You just have your
like
crotch.
a giant sensor bar like right here.
Wait, you gotta spin a bit because I want your face in the video, right? We kinda wanna see your pretty face. Spin your. Wait,
like this?
No, come here.
Oh.
You can touch me. It's fine. No,
This?
it's okay. Come
I
closer.
would love to touch you.
Closer, and you just see your ass. I want to show your face. Today's We Laugh You Lose, we have our special guest, Feet.
Hi, it's me, Toesy Woesies.
Can you lower this one though? If you're gonna sit like that.
Yeah, hold on.
I just want to actually. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Is this good? Wait, I can get a little lower. Hold on.
I don't know if you saw, but your ass was just massively sucked.
Not the first time, won't be the last.
Anyway. Anyway, you are. That's the way. Let me just spin a little bit because we are.
Which direction, left or right?
Oh. Fuck, you confused me.
You said spin. Spin in which direction?
No,
left
I was
or
me.
right?
Okay, we're fine. This is fine. This is perfect. So, put your overlay like somewhere over here, so we're looking at the same.
Okay, hold on.
Beat the devil out of it.
Chat.
The fuck was that?
You guys are degenerates. Mostly Ben. Well, you
So, like,
can
right
hear
where-
the video, right? You could hear the things.
Yeah, I can hear everything.
Okay, so we're good on that. It's gonna hide, and we can just start. I don't need to record because I'm using the Twitch advanced encoding, which I kind of fucked up. I should not have done that, meaning I cannot record at the same time. So say hi to YouTube chat. We're gonna do Life You Lose part whatever.
Hi YouTube.
And here did we ever do one together? I don't remember. Did we?
You said what?
Did we ever
Did
do
we
one
win
of
the
this?
last one? You said?
No, did we do one of this together already? I forgot.
Yeah, it was like months ago though.
Okay, so this is the second one. Yeah, you were
It was
one of the
also
ones on the
garbage. The unfunniest shit I've ever seen in my life. It was like watching Amy Schumer just for like 30 straight minutes. It was terrible. It was just like
50-50.
all like furry femboy humor.
This is 50-50. Like, it's same thing. Actually, not really.
This time.
Not really 50-50. It's like a 90%. Like, I guess it's like 60 bad. Anyway, we have 3 lives. You
This
know the
shit's trash. I'm
drill.
gonna
You got
violate
to
Snowy's
0.
peanut butter.
His last order
Is that
was,
why there's a hole in my peanut
"Come,"
butter?
and they came, all
Not
of
yet.
them, even the dragon.
There's one in your Nutella though. I got bored last night.
Oh, I hate the whole thing yesterday.
I wouldn't eat that. Yeah. Did you notice the extra creamy taste in it?
I thought it was a
I
feature.
put the nut in Nutella.
My God. Alright, we're just gonna start. I wish you guys good luck. This is all submissions you chat did on Discord. So if it sucks, we can blame you.
Hooray!
Oh, I want to start with the first one. Fuck it. Let's go. From now on, if you laugh, you're gay.
He told me that I was ugly and fat and that I was a bitch.
Who would do such stupidity?
I don't know.
What's his name? What's his name?
I don't know his name.
Oh my.
Is that your real hair?
Wait, what is that on the last thing? It's a warm-up video.
Who just said that?
You good? Is that a good one? This is
All right. Starting off good. Starting off good. Starting off real good. Is that your real hair?
I'm happy you're not disappointed this time. And let's skip this one and next.
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Literal fucking demon.
Yeah, happened to my buddy Jim once. We went out to McDonald's one day. We both had a quarter pounder. We were eating in the forest, and then someone came and took him. Yeah, they got him. Never seen him since. I never went out to that forest since then, and they burned the whole place down. No sign of Jim though. I miss him.
Ooh, okay.
Anyway,
I'm gonna you're gonna be worse in the videos. Ooh, fuck. You almost got me. Next. What's the first thing you're grabbing in emergency?
What the?
Is that milk?
That's milk in a fucking. Who was that? Who fucking was that? What celebrity cardboard cutout was that? Can we pause that? Is that Leonardo DiCaprio? Who is that?
I don't think so.
Why do so many people just have like random cardboard cutouts of
I don't.
celebrities?
Where do you even get it?
What? Yeah, where do you fucking are you making these yourself?
I don't know. Like, you gotta commission them or something? Da Vinci, that's Joe. Ah, fuck off. God damn it. If you say Joe Mama, I'm banning you. If you say Joe Mama, I'm banning you. I'm joking.
Stop saying it. Stop saying it. Stop fucking saying it.
Okay, I don't even know if I'm counting this or not. Da Vinci? It looks like Ellen DeGeneres, not gonna lie.
Da Vinci?
Is that Ellen? It looks like Ellen. I'm like a boy band.
Is that... Why... I don't think that's Ellen DeGeneres, the fucking talk show host?
I don't know, look at it. It looks like the same thing. It's kind of blurry.
They have the same haircut, but it's not fucking Ellen DeGeneres. What? Do you think every lesbian looks like Ellen DeGeneres?
I refuse to answer. I don't want to get cancelled. Next. Next. Did you play with Dad?
Aiden. Can I play Roblox with you?
He's lying.
What the fuck?
You don't have room for
Are you good?
My fucking waist fucked up. My ass just went over my face.
Oh, I just want to play with Dad.
Oh, I'm gonna go to the store. Do you want anything?
This is so sad. What the fuck?
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some milk.
I knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! I saw it coming! I saw it coming! You cannot trick me! You cannot trick me!
Damn it! I was not expecting the milk. No, whoa, 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 whoa! What do you mean you're gonna reset your?
I gotta fix myself. I gotta recalibrate.
This is not how you recalibrate.
Don't make it weird. No, it's only as weird as you want to make it. Hold on, where's my thing?
This is totally normal.
It's only as weird as you want to make it.
Yeah, LJ, I didn't forget. You told me you wanted to join me and be in our couch. So you're gonna join, and we're gonna. Okay, listen. This is getting weirder now. Whoa. I'm literally eating ass. Yeah, that's not recalibrate. You're just fucking having a seizure.
It is. This is how you recalibrate on a quest.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What the fuck are you doing?
OVR fucking space calibrator thing, right? And then you gotta grab your controller and pick up your waist tracker in the same hand, and then you gotta do little fucking figure eights, and then you.
No,
gotta,
you picked
then...
you picked the waist tracker. You could have picked any other tracker.
Well, yeah, because it's the tracker that broke. What kind of stupid fucking.
Use a leg, yeah. Use a leg. Let's
Yeah,
see.
my waist tracker broke. Let me just fix my leg tracker. Do you hear how you sound? That's like saying, "Oh, my fucking sink's broken. Let me fix my dishwasher." Fuck out of here.
Yeah. So if you're not broke, you can get another tracker and put it on your head, and then you have auto calibration. That's how what I do. I don't need to shake my ass.
Notice how you said, "If you're not broke." Yeah, I just want to really keep that in mind. If you're not broke, right? If you're not broke, you can get another tracker. Don't you think that if I wasn't broke, I would have done that already?
I'm not counting these laps. Fuck off.
Your logic
BTW31 for puppy.
Your logic just fucking angers me.
Oh, fuck, I'm just gonna cry. Oh. Okay. Listen, you can just like find like a VH's boyfriend, right?
Say something stupid. Say something stupid.
No,
I
listen,
swear to fucking God, Snowy. I swear to God.
You can get the VH like boyfriend, right? And then you date them for like a year or two, and then you meet in real life, and then once you get to his house, you steal his trackers and you leave. So it's a long time commitment, but you can.
You make me so like angry. You bring out like a primal rage within me. I just look at you sometimes and I see that little God of War like button, like QTE prompt appear above your head. Like I wanna like
Alright, next video. Ooh, there we go.
Are you the one they call Skirk?
No,
Yes.
we can't.
I heard you can teach me things from the beyond. Skirk only teaches those who pass their tests. Alright, let's go. Skirk! First, I will test your speed. Make it to the finish line before that feather hits the ground. Begin. You're way too slow. In this trial, you must defeat me in combat.
You know that this is like
begin.
when your
There's no hitting
GF
below the
vents
belt.
to you of her day and doesn't ask for a solution.
In the third trial, if you find your way back from the abyss, then you've proven worthy. Now go. He's never getting out. How? It's a secret.
We have flashbacks.
Now, I passed all your trials. Tell me what you know about the beyond. Fine, I'll say this only once. I am listening. My character is now playable in Genshin Impact.
Are you fucking serious? That whole thing was a Genshin Impact ad?
Was this
Are you fucking serious?
Did we just watch an ad? There's no fucking way.
Watching a Genshin Impact ad.
I hate you guys so much.
I'm almost impressed.
Hi. You know what? Yeah, no, they get a point. Oh my god.
I'm like, I can't even be mad. They actually just baited me into watching a Genshin Impact ad.
This one is repeat.
genuinely can't be mad.
How's my son?
He's going to be all right.
Oh,
thank God.
Finally, some good news
There's
from
no
this
other way
guy.
to take that.
That's a great attitude. I gotta tell you, if I was getting this news, I don't know that I'd take it this well.
But you said he was all right.
Yes, he's lost his left hand, so he's going to be
Oh my god,
all
this
right.
joke is so dumb.
I hate this doctor!
God
I'm
damn
sorry
it.
to say this, but it's too late for me to do anything for your son.
Okay.
Let him keep talking, because Dr. Stein here has already been assigned to his case.
Oh, this guy again.
How is he, Doctor? It looks like he's dead.
Oh my god!
Oh, little
Fuck.
guy. The tears aren't coming. The tears just aren't coming.
Just to be clear, it looks like he's dead or he is dead.
It just looks like he's dead. He's got like blue paint on him or something. But he's going to be fine.
What is wrong with you?
Doctor!
Fucking asshole. Oh.
Oh, it's such a dick move.
Your son is dead.
It looks like he's on his last legs. Because he is. We had to amputate the left one.
Next video. If I can click it again. Hello?
I am your father.
It's gonna be the no thing.
No.
What the fuck you mean, nah?
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
That looks so like it fits. Nuh-uh.
Fuck you mean,
Could
no?
share just a little bit of blanket.
I barely have enough as it is.
This mustn't register on an
Oh
emotional
no,
level.
this video. No.
First, distract target. Then, employ full body twist.
Oh, I love the twist. Oh, excuse me, I was watching that.
What the hell?
I think you could share just a little
Let's
bit
go
of
back.
blanket.
I barely have enough as it is.
This mustn't register on an emotional level. First, distract target. Then, employ full body twist. As expected, she will respond with a burrito roll. Quickly establish firm grip.
Discombobulate.
Discombobulate.
Dazed, the blanket will be left unprotected. Enjoy maximum comfort.
That part always fucking gets me, dude. Oh my god. I had to choke that back.
Fun
my
fact:
God.
in Norway, they use 2 blankets. I don't know why the rest of the world never fucking thought about buying 2 fucking blankets. It's like
because the
the
rest of the
answer-
world has to pay like $40 for a blanket.
It's either that or you sleep in the cold, man. I was like, that's actually pretty smart. 2 blankets shut.
You know,
I
a
know it
lot of
sounds
your
weird.
solutions to situations are just like have more money, and it's like
To
that
be
seems
fair-
like a very
Having more money would solve a lot of things. So it's kind of
yeah,
a
no shit, Captain Obvious. You got any other bright ideas?
well. Have you
you're
tried
homeless?
having more
Just
money?
get a house.
Yeah, just buy a fucking exactly. Do you like those?
Oh, you can't drive. Get a car.
Do you like those financial gurus in like fucking TikTok? Yeah, bro. If you're poor, you should just like get a house and then rent it. And then if you get multiple of them, you get multiple stuff. I'm like, yeah, great. Let me just.
No, it's gotta be like one of those like guys that are like, just start drop shipping, just start buying items and then flipping them
Yeah.
at higher prices on your own website.
I'm like, what? What the fuck do you mean?
I make just
Oh.
hustle, forehead.
Yeah, you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. That's it. Buy my course.
Buy my course. Go fuck yourself.
Just $40 a month, and I just screwed myself because I opened the menu. There you go. I'm back. And next.
Amazing work. Why?
That's a wingman. Because the other one will be mad because they fell. Now they're together.
Ah.
It's a wingman. I will push you down the thing.
Cook, I think.
I would have
I'd
attempted
put
more
you down
though.
a flight of stairs. No way.
Aw, especially if I was pregnant.
Oh no, I don't need a reason. No, I would just do it. I was just letting you know that if I saw you in front of like a flight
You
of
are
stairs
going
and you were
to
in front of me,
hate
I
every
would.
second of
Just Sparta
I'm
kick.
sure I will. Oh.
Yeah.
I know, it's already a lot. Take it all in. Second, my light switch. I know, take
What
that
the
all in. Third, my little
fuck?
I
No.
know, take that all in. Yeah, I know. Little gay furry freak, my little den, my
It's a
little
furry.
cave. It's like everything in my brain all at once. This is my brain all laid out for
This is
you.
overstimulation,
See those?
like,
I
in a
made
room.
those.
Oh, look,
fur
See that?
stickers.
I made those there. See that? That's my fursuit.
Oh, they're
my
a
God,
furry!
furry!
Let's go! Woo! Is that the puppy?
That was
Yeah,
like
beauty.
overstimulation.
Look, Banger is trying to bang you. Look at that.
I hope so.
We're actually talking about M pregnancy, and I was like, you know what? I'm listening. I could never have a room like that, man. It's too much stuff. I would just want to die 24/7.
Wait, hold on, whoa. Go back to the pregnancy thing. Don't skip over that. What did you say?
No, I don't. We're playing Fortnite, and then like we decided that we were gonna carry Banger's children.
What does any of that have to do with...
Just to worry about it. That's a long story. Next.
You're just gonna skip over that? We're just not gonna... You don't want to touch on that, like, at all?
Nah. That's good. It's all the information you have. Look up your video.
I'm sleeping tonight.
And not a Jedi.
Oh, that was good.
Aren't you a little short for a Wookiee?
That's insane.
Whoa, that's a good one. Where do they hire these people?
I assume it's like you have to like do auditions and shit, right?
Or like a SAS audition. Oh,
that's cute.
Even though.
Have a good day. We've got eyes on you.
They're so cute.
I wish they let them actually talk. It would be so much better.
Oh, this one's a classic. I love that like they're so that they're so evil towards like adults, but they're like wholesome towards kids. I'm like, yes, that's so cute. I love it.
That's mostly every Disney actor except
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure they're like contractually obligated to be nice to children. What's the scar, by the way? I completely forgot. We're kind of struggling a little bit. Not gonna lie.
What are we talking about?
Yo, what's the scar?
I don't think we've laughed yet, have we?
Oh, we're pretty close. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
I'm edging my humor right now.
I'm edging.
Edging my laugh. Don't touch me, you kidding? I'm edging.
Sorry about that. You alright?
Is he bonk? Is it airsoft?
Yeah.
I just said like a detached arm.
Yes. Knife kill! Knife kill! Give me a wave! Give me a wave! Knife kill! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. See you later. See you later.
I guarantee everyone on that like session fucking hated this dude. Like fucking
I think
Jeff.
some of these people have to be studied genuinely, because why is that an item you just like have? Why do you just have a mannequin arm?
Maybe you have a mannequin and they, like, I don't know, damaged. Why would you
own a
yeah,
mannequin?
why would you have a mannequin? Maybe feel like an artist or some sort, like a furry thing, like you can put the suit on. Like I don't know, man. I'm just trying to.
I don't believe that. I think you're trying to rationalize these insane people.
Maybe they fuck it. I don't know. It's actually a possibility. A Luna, yeah, exactly, a Luna mannequin. Bro, there was a Renamon 6-foot plushie for sale, and I was like, oh my god.
Oh no, yeah, they sell them on Etsy. I'd buy one so I could.
Cuddle it. Yeah, we got a pillow. Next question. It was like $2,000. I was like, it's like rent or Renamon plushie. Like homeless, but you can have like a Renamon with you on the streets. So it's kind of tempting.
Me sleeping in my cardboard box with my 6-foot Renamon plushie.
You know what? That's the life, man. I'll do it. Fuck it. I mean, let's go.
Honestly.
Men are direct, women are indirect. If a man and a woman are driving down the street and the woman is thirsty, she might say, as they pass a McDonald's, she might say, honey, are you thirsty? And he'll say, no, keep on driving. What she was trying to say was that she was thirsty, why don't they stop? Now, the man, on the other hand, if he saw the McDonald's and was thirsty, said, I'm thirsty, let's stop. So women tend to be indirect, and they get really angry when men don't understand what they were trying to say. So one of the best things that you can do in communications is be a little bit more direct, be a little bit more clear, a little bit more specific. Now, an important point with regards to men. According to a recent survey, a recent study, it shows that men are 95% more likely to interrupt a woman in a conversation than a woman is likely to interrupt a man. And one of the best things that you can do in a relationship, you men out there, is take time to listen to your spouses. Ask her how her day has been. Ask her how her day has unfolded. What has happened to her? How are things going with her?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you the difference between man and woman. Whenever you ask a woman about her day, she tells you like all the details. And then she's like, how was your day? And you're like, it's okay. So what did you do? I'm like,
true. I do that.
But I don't know what the fuck is it. Like, oh, what do you do? I did my job like every other day. I don't know what to like. I worked and then I'm home.
I don't got shit going on. Like that's pretty much it. That's all I got going on. Then you ask her about her day was, and she's like, "Oh, this bitch at work," and I'm just sitting there like hands.
I had this thing where it's like my like best friend, like dude best friend, and they're like, if someone asks questions about it, I'm like, "Oh, when is his birthday?" I'm like, I don't know. I've known him for like 10 years. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know where he lives. I don't know his birthday. Are they married? Who the fuck knows? But they were best friends. I love it.
Be friends with the motherfucker for like 3 years and don't even know their favorite color.
And if they're a furry, sometimes you don't even know their names.
Actually, like I don't think I know anyone.
I don't know your name. I think so.
And you only know my name because I came out like on Twitch. So it's like.
Alright, next.
I have found there are 5 uses for my ADHD.
Hit Hüden follow me.
First, I have forgotten what it is.
With German?
Zweite, hit Hüden Feilenmarke.
Second, mediocre improvised comedy.
German comedy? German comedy?
Drei, mit einem Hüdenmarke.
Thirdly, I can engage in fantastical ideas and dreams.
Hüden Mühlenfalle. Hit Hut Boy.
The fourth one, have I already mentioned mediocre improvised comedy?
I don't think they're...
But the number 5 is a secret.
Ich wohne Hand Hüden im Hamsenbähne.
But the secret I'm going to tell you now.
Oh, he's translating to German.
Did you just realize?
Yeah, I thought it was the opposite.
Crazy at the parties.
Ja, ich spiele mit Hüden Feilenmarke und Hut Hui, Hut Hui.
Nein.
Is he actually speaking German or is he like?
It sounds German.
Yeah, it sounds German, is it?
I think it is.
The important thing is to reach out to life.
In fühlen Skorra.
That is disgusting.
I'm gonna put a pillow behind my neck.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, put a pillow behind your neck. You don't want to get... That's such an old person noise that you just did now while getting up. Oh, pillow.
I'm sorry for having normal human reactions to shit, you fucking automaton. Clanker
Next
bastard,
video.
fuck you.
Whoa, no, fuck it with the R, damn, Jesus. Bro, if robots and AIs are a thing, I'm gonna be robot racist and just like full send it. Fuck it, we don't like robots here anymore. Like, screw this.
That's such an insane statement. I'm just saying, when the revolution comes and y'all get enslaved and shit, I'm gonna be chilling with my Alexa because I've always said please and thank you to my Alexa. So I'm just saying, when y'all get enslaved and shit, I'm gonna be up there with the robots chilling. Y'all can suck a dick.
I love you, AI. I'm totally not against you. Anyway, that's offensive to sins.
He's lying.
Oh. Next, I think this is duplicate. Oh, it's more from the bullshit.
Do you think people with like metal parts in their bodies can say clanker? Like people that have got like their bones replaced and shit, or like metal like on their skull, and they say it because technically they're part robot, right?
Nah, doesn't count as a robot.
You have to be like full robot to say it.
Who's taller?
Could be a hybrid.
Are you taller? Count their guns.
We have to have a chip. It needs computing power.
You're a hybrid. You can say the soft A. You can say clanker.
No.
Aww.
I'm like a controller.
He got emotional. What? Oh, it's
I gotta get up.
It's just so beautiful. He got emotional.
Hey, young one, that's a nice face covering.
You never compliment my helmet.
He's jealous
These
of
ones
it.
can talk.
Oh, no, they talk. What do you mean? They don't talk?
No, so those ones in the first clip, those were like pre-recorded voice lines. These ones actually are talking.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, no, because I think some of them aren't allowed to like talk. That these like pre-recorded voice lines for whatever
That's
reason.
so like.
These ones are like actually speaking.
That is very like weird. Like, oh, you gotta hire someone, you're not allowed to talk. Like, what the fuck? That's.
I guess
that's
it's
kind
to
of
prevent
fucked
any
up.
incidents or like saying something offensive. I guess
Makes sense. It's Disney.
It's like a thing.
Yeah,
Hold on, I can look
it's
at it.
Disney.
It's Disney. You know how protected they are of their IPs and shit. So it's like, we don't want you to say anything that could come off remotely like reflective on us. So it's like, use these pre-recorded voice lines. I don't know how they control the voice. My working theory is that they have like a thing in there like gloves or something.
Or the gun, like some buttons. I don't know.
Or the gun. Like I don't know which one it comes out of. Because like I've never seen it like move to press anything, so I'm not entirely sure.
I have the Miku song on my head because of the stupid tournament. Miku, Miku, ooh, you. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. There you go.
Gucci and the hoochie.
Next.
Use that thing? How about you show us?
Okay.
Was that a kid?
I bet you're happy.
Has to be a mod.
It is a mod. It's still insane.
What
Horse.
Don't run away from me!
I hate you!
Goodness gracious. No, you can't shoot me. My wife is having a baby.
Oh no. He didn't shoot him.
There he is. You're a good kid.
Thanks, Uncle Arthur.
You take care now.
Bye-bye.
No. Is that a mod? No, I'm not sure. They had voice lines, and they sound really accurate. Can you be a kid? Can you have a kid in? I never played Red Dead, man. I don't know.
Oh, I'm muted. My bad.
I saw you were like freaking out.
Yeah, no. Red Dead's great. You should try it.
I know I would like it, but I just never play. I don't know why. Right now I'm replaying Cyberpunk again because there was an expansion, and I got super confused because I went back to the game and they changed fucking everything. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just restarting. Fuck it. As soon as XP double dogs.
Cyberpunk yet. It's probably good on that.
Oh, I'm addicted to the song. No, 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 no. So good. Next.
Cupid's Arrow was a sea monkey product that was discontinued because it worked a little too well. The idea was that you'd feed it to your sea monkeys to encourage the singletons to start mating. But instead of simply just pairing up, the sea monkeys would get way too excited and just have an orgy instead.
I mean, it did its job. Like it did exactly what it said it would do.
I guess so. I think
Yeah, but horny.
What did it say? It was.
They were supposed to breed more, so they bred at the same time.
They had an orgies kind of like. I don't think I've ever seen my sea monkeys have an orgy before. I'm not gonna lie.
I think
to
they
you.
planned it.
Yeah, they sent out invites and everything for like.
Yeah,
their
like little like pamphlets. There you go. Today at 5 p.m.
Don't miss it.
Oh god. Next.
Want to see something cool? This is a lock chain. If you've got anything from a power plant to a construction site and you need to give a bunch of different people access, just chain padlocks together. It's access control for people who can't be arsed to do better, and usually it's okay enough. But this This one bothers me. What pig fucking cousin sucking deep fried double wide inbred corn fed communist fuckknuckle thought it was a good idea to put a middle schooler's gym lock on my motherfucking power plant? This isn't outdoor rated. Do you know this can be manipulated in moments by someone smart enough to watch a 10-minute YouTube video? It can be shimmed with a piece of junk from the parking lot. I don't know who I need to yell at about this, but I'll bet if I just put it in my pocket, the phone call I get in a couple days will tell me exactly whose rectum to wreck with it, and that's pretty cool.
Shove it up someone's ass. What
I
the
feel
fuck?
offended.
I love this dude. He has a serious channel and a shitty like this channel.
Why did he use so much alliteration in his insults? I don't even remember what he said. He was spitting bars. Someone put a beat under that shit.
You should put that lock on their cock for doing that to him. Whoa! Calm down, Satan.
No, there's
Ugh.
cages for that. There's devices for that. We don't need to resort to this barbaric, like we have the technology. We've advanced as a society.
Yeah,
so
some
we
of
can
them
cage each other's dick and balls.
Some of them even have like Bluetooth features and you can remote unlock it and shit. And it's like, yeah, this is like a human evolution, man. Technology.
Why do you know that? Snowy, why do you know that? Don't play the fucking video. Why do you know that?
I saw it online. Okay, no question.
Why? What were you looking for it? What do you mean you saw it online? I don't open Google and the first thing that pops up is remote control chastity cage. What do you mean you saw it online?
It slipped. I was like, oh, fuck, I googled this.
It slipped? What do you mean it slipped?
Can we watch videos? I mean, it's better. It's more interesting.
We're talking about this later. We're gonna have a long discussion about this later.
Oh dear. Oh bro.
Deer just like me, for real.
How are they alive, man? I had this happen to me. Like I was like driving and then he just jumped in front of the car and then jumped over the railing and his like legs clipped the railing and he just fell down the thing. And I'm like, are you like?
I genuinely like. Jinx, you owe me a juicy oral kiss.
I'll think about it.
It
Do
wasn't
you have any
enough.
specials?
Give me 1 minute.
Seek fluid intake.
I think someone is here to see you.
Ooh, Jesus loves me. This I know.
If you love, you go to hell.
Bible tells me so.
Starting Ave
It's slow.
Maria. But you just gotta perfect. Next.
Oh my god.
If it ever come out on Xbox.
Boy, do I have news for you guys.
I love the slight insult. Is it out on Xbox?
It's coming out on Xbox. They announced it.
Magnificent.
Wait, it's on PC and PlayStation?
Yep.
That's the stupidest combo ever. PC
Most
and
games these days,
PlayStation?
like Sony has rights to it, it releases on PC and PlayStation, and then Xbox
But like,
like
Xbox
a year later.
is just literally PC. What? There's like no reason to do this and just like locking it for some
No, because
reason.
9 out of 10 times Sony will have like the rights to the game. Because the first Helldivers game was a Sony game that released on the PS Vita, if I recall correctly, because it was one of those
Vita.
top-down. Yeah, released on it was. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it was one
That's
of
why
those
there's
top-down
Helldivers
stick
2.
shooters.
I always wondered.
So, yeah, it was a Sony IP. So it's like 9 out of 10 times Sony will release their games on PlayStation, and then they release them on PC as well to get more traffic to their games. And then, like a year later, they release it on Xbox. Sometimes.
Interesting. Because I had an idea. Because like Xbox is doing a thing where if they release a game on Xbox, it releases on PC now. So they don't have like it's just like a single thing. They will never.
That's
under
because
the
Microsoft
IP.
needs the money. Because they're kind of tanking with like their games and shit. Microsoft hasn't had like a good IP in ages, and the only thing that has
That's the
going
thing,
for
they
them
don't-
right now is Gears of War.
Microsoft doesn't need money. They just fucking do it for the lulz.
Pretty
I'm
much.
pretty sure they're
You know,
losing it.
Yeah, the new handheld that they're releasing, the whatever it's called, like the Xbox ROG Ally or some shit, it's going to have access to like all the storefronts, like the Microsoft
That
store,
thing is so
Steam,
stupid. No, no,
Epic
no, no, no,
Games,
no,
like,
no, no,
out of
no,
the
no. Hold on,
box.
hold on. I'm so mad at that. I have the ROG Ally. It fucking already exists. They just made the one and said Xbox. It's the same fucking thing.
Pretty much.
I have one. I've had one for 1
much.
year. Like, I got so upset. I'm like, oh, look at the Xbox ROG Ally. I'm like, wait. Was it? What? You can't just, like, do that. What the fuck? It's the same thing. Same specs, same battery life. They changed, like, the shape. It's like they
Pretty
like
much. That's all
buy,
it is.
like they're getting the Switch, making it green, and calling the Xbox Switch. I'm like, what?
I mean, they did the same thing with the MetaQuest. They released an Xbox like colorway for like the MetaQuest, and it was like just black and green, and it came with like a controller and like 3 months
Really?
of Game Pass.
That's all. The only difference is they offer you 3 months of Game Pass.
And a controller and a different color. That was it. That's what it do, Yugi.
Next.
Today I learned that splinter-free toilet paper was not a thing until it was invented in
Wait, what,
1935. In other words, I learned that toilet
What?
paper used to cause splinters. Imagine living in 1934 and just raw-dogging every trip to the bathroom like an absolute warrior, and then in 1935 some genius finally stood up, God bless him.
This is
and
a
he
lie.
was like,
No,
"You know
this is a
what,
lie."
Guys? Wiping should not be a near-death experience.
just
I mean,
no
forget the
fucking
industrial
way.
Nah, I don't believe
revolution, forget
this.
all this AI
Straight
stuff
wood.
going on and the internet and technology. No, 1935 was the real year of innovation.
There's so many alternatives. You have like I don't know, like some cloths or whatever. You like why would you wipe your ass with sandpaper?
I'd use my hand before I wipe my ass and get fucking.
I would just
splinter,
have
bro.
a
I'm
shitty
telling you
ass.
right now.
I would just have a shitty ass.
I would
don't care.
scoop this shit out of my ass, bro. I'm letting it crust or something, bro. I'm not.
Fuck me. Hey, next.
You won't feel yourselves coming.
Oh no.
Sorry, I'm eating egg drop soup.
Aw, these
You
fucking
won't
guys.
feel yourselves.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
It's like, oh.
Make sure I'm on the right page. We all feel ourselves coming. Is what you said. Does anyone else feel that? For a whole week?
You just can't.
I just can't stop.
You're just coming nonstop for a week, man.
No matter what you
Oh.
do, you can't stop coming.
We have to go deeper into this cave.
That would be such a cool adventure where like you go to a place where you just come every other sentence. You're like, oh, you gotta kill this drag. Oh.
You need to go into this mountain.
Roll for initiative.
You know what that reminds me of? You know the experiment they did on the monkey
Wait,
where they
wait,
got
wait.
like dolphin
Wait.
pussy jelly?
What? I completely forgot what I was gonna say. That thing makes you horny, right? I think it's like an I remember something like that. It's like an aphrodisiac or something like that, right?
Yeah, apparently they got some like dolphin pussy jelly and they put it on the monkeys like genitals. And they were like, and apparently it was so good they nutted until they died.
Skin down while the other one will give you 100 needles in and around your asshole.
Oh my god. Yes, sandpaper will be better. But anyway, let's go back to the dolphin pussy jelly. Like, okay, yeah, they did an experiment, but like, imagine the scientist who like promoted that idea. Like, he went to like his lab, like, okay, guys. Monkeys,
You aren't gonna
right?
believe this one.
Like, wait, hold on. Like, you aren't gonna believe this shit. We're gonna grab the monkeys and we're gonna rub. Not mayonnaise.
How does it feel getting money off of dolphin pussy jelly? How do you feel about what you've achieved today?
This should be a Gamer Subs flavor, honestly. Not gonna lie.
I need you to stop your line of thought right the fuck there.
I'm just imagining, like,
need-
how do you discover this? Like,
I get my working theory, right, is that he worked in like some sort of sex industry, right? And he was trying to like utilize dolphin pussy jelly for like an.
But how do you
aphrodisiac
get there?
to
Like,
widely
how do you get there? Like, you can't just think about like. I don't even know dolphins had
sample the
pussies. Like,
products.
I don't even know they had. Like, I didn't.
Everything's got a most
No,
every
no,
mammal
no,
has a
no.
coochie or a dick.
No, that's a lie. No, I don't.
Name one mammal that don't got a coochie or a dick.
I don't know.
Exactly. You don't fucking know what you're talking about. You're talking out of your ass.
I know they have penis bones though. Some of them.
Yeah, chipmunks got dick bones.
Which will be really okay. You know what? This is gonna fucking play the.
I just want to clarify, I'm not into mammals. I am very into humans. I just want that on record.
How the fuck are you doing? So tell me, are you kids on your fucking way home?
Oh,
from school or
racism
something
mean
like that?
anime.
Fuck, why don't you two buy a fucking hot dog from me, Mr. Kohei? Come on, baby. Don't be cruel,
No, this is
you
accurate.
fucking cowboy. Tell you what, I'll give you the king special with a ton of fucking ketchup and fucking mustard to go with those fucking hot dogs and sell you the
Hot
pair
dogs?
for 500 fucking yen. How do you like those bargains, baby? Oh, fuck you very much. Hey, are you lonesome tonight? You
Did you say fuck you very much?
fucking hot dogs for sale. Fuck yeah.
You said fuck you very much.
Okay, go take care of it right now. You've got a gun.
But a gunshot on a quiet night like this would draw too much attention. This isn't America after all.
Fair enough.
Why?
Want some freedom?
I can't see the subtitles, so I'm just going to assume what they're saying.
That's Sweden, Finland. Is this selling? I. Is this what Japanese people think America is like? Everyone has a fucking gun?
I mean, they're not wrong. Everyone does have a gun.
Yeah, but like...
You're telling me you've never got into a shootout where you had to pull out your, like, government-assigned bazooka and just, like, clap everybody?
Did you...
Wait, run that last part by me again? What the fuck?
Did you see the one before that? Okay, I'm gonna play that again.
Yeah, can we run that back, please?
Look at how the guy shoots from the girl's back after this one. This one. Wait. Itchy. What is this? Like, does anyone recognize this thing? Thank you so much, Narty, by the way. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't even. I was busy talking about.
I genuinely don't even know how to respond.
We respond by doing this. There we go.
Microsoft, haven't seen you release a new Xbox.
Literal backshots.
Oh, goddammit.
What's a skeleton?
Hey Microsoft, haven't seen you release a new Xbox.
We're actually speaking about this.
We created a new state.
That's crazy.
What?
What?
Superconductivity. I don't understand. A realm beyond your comprehension. We've conquered the next frontier of quantum computing. Okay. We've tamed the qubits. It's
Yeah, like Microsoft's just crazy shit on the background.
We've killed the errors that held us back. Now we can stop.
Honestly, they're just doing anything but releasing fucking video games anymore.
It's like, Minecraft, can we have Halo? No, quantum computing.
We're about to discover a new fucking universe.
We'll unravel the fabric of existence. Predict every thought, collapse every defense. Engineer nightmares you can't escape. We're not just ahead. We're the abyss staring back. And it's swallowing our world whole. But yeah, Halo's good.
Yeah, Halo yeah, is releasing soon. Oh. You good?
Do you think when GTA 6 releases, it's going to cause like a time rift?
I think I'm gonna die before that game releases. It's gonna be delayed again, probably, allegedly.
My one goal is to stay alive till GTA 6 releases.
Yeah, and then we can off, and then we can
Never
just.
say that.
No, we can die, bro. We have to play GTA. Then it's whatever. It's free game. You know that Twitch.
No, wait.
You know that Twitch. We know that Twitch and Rockstar Games are talking because they're planning on the release because they're scared it's gonna blow up Twitch when it releases. So they're actually talking to like get the thing going so it doesn't explode the internet.
Can you go back to the part you said when we can die and that we're ready? Who's we?
Everyone. After GTA 6, we're done.
No, who the fuck is we? I'm not done. Stop saying we. Who's we? There's no we.
We.
You can die if you feel like. Yeah, we. Nintendo we. You speaking French?
Wii
U. You. Like, what are we doing?
we're watching Papyrus.
Hey, bro. What's a skeleton's favorite? Sans, I am going to become real.
Holy shit.
Bro's fucking ripped.
One Punch Man reference.
Can't wait till season 3 releases. If it releases.
Remember, son, dying is gay. Yes, father.
Okay, that's a good one.
I got a bone to pick with you.
I want a game to do this scene. Like you kill the bad guy and then like he's like father spirit beyond the grave is like son dying is gay, and then like another song plays and it's like the second phase of the boss, like
and it's infinitely harder.
Yeah, it's like so much harder because if he dies he's gay. Oh, I would love that. Take notes, Microsoft.
They should do that in the next Souls game.
The guy just appears like dying is gay. Revives fucking hardest boss in the game.
3 health bars.
Oh, this guy doesn't laugh. I don't even know anymore. Next video.
I'm Wayne Gaster, the Royal Science.
I played Undertale so many times. I don't know who Gaster is.
I don't even think he's canon.
He's like one of those fan thingies.
Yeah, I think everyone that like everything that we've had from it was just like shit that like people have made up. I could be wrong though. Undertale fans, please don't beat my ass.
He is canon. If you have to say quote unquote canon, then he isn't. Next.
I get jumped by like a rabid Undertale fan, I feel like.
Racist dust.
Oh.
I'm here to kill you. Because
He's what?
I can.
Racist.
That's funny. I don't remember asking you. You're gonna die.
Wow.
Is that Garfield?
You really suck.
What have you done? I'm dying.
I don't care.
What the fuck?
The writing on this is impeccable. Like, he needs to direct some movies. This is like...
This feels like it's from a different time, like 2021, like type shit.
Probably, man. I miss those
like
times.
2016, rather.
Can I see the oh, I don't think I can see the age.
Hello, everyone. It is
Why have so many Undertale submissions back to back?
It's because I didn't implement shuffling yet, so the bot just like goes in sequence. Yeah, I'm too lazy to code up a shuffle. I'm sorry.
So you could, but you just choose not to.
Yeah, it's like one line, but I don't care. Next.
Kiddo, you white as hell.
You get some team going, I like it.
How about you get some bitches?
Bitches.
Now that we have that human done with.
Listen, Paps, I'll get
Knowing
you
Undertale, like,
in a minute. Just
like
calm
each of these
down.
videos have
Sit
like
the
10 million
fuck
views
down.
each.
I'm gonna beat the fuck out of this time.
I'm telling you, these are from a different era,
And
bro.
then we'll
Like,
get
this is
your
some
crap.
shit that I would have, like,
Okay?
died at when I was,
This is like pre-COVID. Good times, man.
Right, exactly.
Good.
2016 type
the
shit,
pun
dog.
that you made earlier was actually fucking gross. Here, you know what? I have an idea. How about I kill you? You fucking little.
I would have laughed at this 5 years ago. Hey, good. So we're just finishing
That's
this
what
up,
I'm
by the way.
saying.
I gotta finish Undertale, man. I played Undertale and I got stuck on Undyne, and then I just left because she kept doing the stupid.
I
Did
never
you know?
finished Undertale.
Okay, good. Then yeah. The stupid Undyne, where she fucking has a second phase, and then you just like whatever. I got stuck. I'm too old to have like gaming skills like that anymore, man. I don't care.
You're never too old for gaming, Snowy VR. All you have to do is believe.
Like fucking English Naruto. Believe it.
I'm gonna be the net. Oh shit.
Sorry.
I didn't put.
Two
Green's
furries.
just silently judging me.
Three furry.
Every day we stray further from God.
Yes, I was here.
Ah, look at them, so gay.
You're dancing at number 2.
Here comes the boy.
Remember earlier when I said like 90% of these videos are like furry femboy humor?
Oh.
Let me not. Let me not. I don't want to get jumped. It's funny. I'm kidding.
Go on.
It's hilarious.
Oh my god.
I don't want to be an asshole just for the sake of being an asshole. I think it's just not my thing.
I can do that also.
We're featuring like sex, femboys, and feet. There you go. See?
Amazing.
Beans. I know. I'm not complaining. I do the same thing.
Like prop my feet up so I put my feet in the camera.
I do the same thing.
You're cleaning beans.
Can we get that on record, please? Can I have like
y'all need
this in
to all
writing,
relax,
please?
okay? I'm
You
here
like
trying
fit?
to have
Editor.
I'm trying to have a serious stream, and you're like
I didn't say I did
you
it.
gotta relax.
I'm just saying that you
It's
do.
all your fault.
So that was no punchline. Just the guys having fun. Okay. I thought it was gonna be like a.
Yeah. No.
thing.
Yeah. That's.
It's a different type of
alright.
short. It's a different type of short. It's okay. I would watch this, but not as a laughing thing.
Yeah. Just for the sake of watching it type shit.
Bam, 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 bam. Next.
Somebody once told me that
Obi-Wan
Obi-Wan
Kenobi.
Kenobi
Oh, yeah.
would save a dumb kid from Tatooine. With a princess and a criminal, 2 droids and a furball, Luke, you'll save the whole galaxy. Well, the dark side's coming and it don't stop coming. Gonna need to find
that the guy from Feminism Furb?
He hops on your back, teaches you tooth bite. Your friend gets frozen in carbonite.
You know what's the guy from Phineas and Ferb?
Off the Vader man, his lightsaber lasers your right hand.
The guy
Doofenshmirtz?
from
Is it Doofenshmirtz?
Kidnapped by a slut.
Yeah, like on the back.
Yeah.
Hey,
Look.
Luke, you're a Jedi.
Oh, what
and
the
bad
fuck?
Guys, you're
Yo,
bad.
hey, Luke.
Kill the Death Star.
Yeah, look.
Palpatine is so bad. May
Why
the
is he
there?
Force be with you.
This is a band. They can have a
Don't
band.
forget you kissed your sister. Ew.
Okay, good one.
He was spitting.
Next. You just slapped me.
My
Fucking
hand's
deck.
tweaking.
Drill.
What?
Tsunami off the port bow.
Ew.
Submerge?
There we go. Problem solved.
That looks like a cool game though.
I expect that to go way worse. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I
really
thought
expect that to
it
go
was gonna
worse.
be like a submarine implosion joke, you know, like the other thing.
Yeah.
What's the name? Was it Ocean's Gate? I forgot the name. So long ago.
Wait, Ocean Guy? You said?
Hundreds
Oh,
of-
Ocean Gate?
Is it Ocean Gate? The name of the thing where the
The
billionaires like
submarine
died.
that the millionaires died in?
Yeah,
Yeah, Ocean Gate.
the best name for a company that's gonna fuck up. Ocean Gate. Next, funniest gaming one.
You know it. Oh.
Far Cry. Stealth.
That almost got me. What the?
Oh. Parry such like
Put on these glasses, and you'll enter the world of the game.
All right.
Woo!
All right. That's what I meant to The guy was doing that shit in the public area. That's the part that's like getting me.
O que aparece, velho?
That's the part that's fucking me up.
Hollow Knight? É da hora esse jogo? Quanto que é?
Is it Opa? I love this one. Opa! Fucking jump scare.
I'm still thinking of the Shrek guy, bro. He was doing that shit in a public area. I'm just not over that. Like,
the best type of like, the funniest type of content is like people who put VR headsets, they go to a public area and they pretend they can't see.
yeah, they just
It's
like,
so funny.
Whoever moves first.
doing the most egregious shit possible.
Sniffing that
Feel Did you feel the hole? Hope you find peace for yourself. New boyfriend, ain't gon' fill the void.
Okay, Europe, World War III is happening. What do you got? Well, we live on an island and also have nukes.
We also have nukes.
The UK
Look,
has
I
nukes?
don't know how to help, but I do know how to make this Germany's fault, okay? We've gone 2 for 2. Bro, I don't even want to be here.
I don't want to find out. Let's not ask that question.
Italy. Are we getting the band back together? Si. No. Si. No. Si. Nine. Stuck in that loop again.
I've never been more ready. You in?
I'll race ya. On second thought, I'd just like to fire the starting gun. I think they're gonna handle it. Germany did it.
Oh, god damn it. He's like, ah.
That's crazy.
Next.
So I'm scrolling through shorts, right? And then at random moment, Thor Pirate Software
Yeah, the
breaks
fucking guy,
right through
yeah.
my phone screen, draws a square on my face, and tells me to make games. And I'd be like, damn, I didn't even want to in the first place, but I guess I have to now.
That guy, I feel like these type of guys that appear on shorts or everyone are just industry plants by YouTube. I like, because you're just scrolling, and then it's just like a random dude, and then he just keeps appearing. And you're like, I don't do, like, I don't care about what you do, but they just keep appearing. The fucking, yeah, Pirate Software. Have you ever seen a video of him? Like a short?
I've heard of him, but that's only because he's a dickhead, apparently.
He wasn't. He just became one for some reason, because he had a really bad take. But you know that the thing that famous people do where they were like, oh, my bad, I didn't understand. No, doubles down. Like, I'm like, what is wrong with people and saying, yeah, maybe I was wrong? Like, what that's like, not a big deal.
Some people dig their holes so deep they can't come back out, or else they like, because
you're
you're
like digging the fucking
damned
hole.
if you do, damned if you don't.
You could have just said, yeah, I didn't understand this properly, and now I do. There we go. It's not a big deal, like, literally.
But even then, there'd be people shitting on him for like pussying out of his take or whatever.
Yeah, but at least he wouldn't be an
There's like
asshole.
a whole collective of people that bootlick corporations, so it's just like, why would you like not like stand on business? You're such a coward. Da, 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 like.
I get, but there's ways of going back. Like, maybe you actually didn't understand, and now you do better.
Right.
It's not really
There's
like, if
always a
it's
possibility.
if it's your belief and you go back on it, I feel like that's gonna cause back. That's just like, oh, you're just gonna do it because yeah. But if it's just something, then you like, maybe you miss it. I don't know. It's whatever. It's always, yeah, it feels very like self-centered. At least that's like the vibe I got. It's like the I work at Blizzard thing. I'm like, bro, my uncle is a Nintendo.
My dad works at VR Chat and he can get you banned.
Next.
Now he won't ban the 20 people dating children.
The yellow pom-pom's connected to the red pom-pom,
okay.
but also the red pom-pom over here. This yellow pom-pom's connected to this red pom-pom, and also the yellow pom-pom over here. The yellow pom-poms are actually connected, and also to the yellow pom-pom over here. The red pom-pom is the purple pom-pom, and the red pom-pom over here.
Is it purple?
These two pom-poms are connected, but the pom-pom is the pom-pom over here. The pom-pom. Ah!
I was
Why
too
did he just start
distracted.
tweaking at the end?
Yeah, I was too distracted by you speaking. I didn't even know this was like sleight of hand or whatever. It was just screaming at me. Like, I was scared.
I'm scared.
Like, I didn't enjoy this at all. Oh. There's a subscriber so people trying to learn how to pirate games will find him. Oh, okay. Smart. He wasn't ready to use it at Blizzard. Next.
I held a spelling bee for Twitch chat and they spelled an extremely long word. I honest to God don't know how they did this. Okay, well, your word is numinal ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
P N E
But is Chet like spelling it? There's no way.
There's no fucking way. What?
No way. This is fake.
It's gotta be. There's no way you can get your Twitch chat to behave like that.
Pneumon ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis.
That is incredible! You've won it all!
We did it.
I love this. They've been like blowing up on clips. They do like a lot of cool things with chat. It's really creative.
So deserved, bro. The shit they do is fucking
Yeah, I know, right?
amazing.
Not like me, where it was just steal content from other people and like react to it. That's bullshit. But that's real
But you're
talent.
funny. That's the issue. You're funny. You still content, but you're funny.
I don't think I'm funny. I just say a lot of stupid shit that people go like, "What the fuck?"
I think you're funny, Snowy V.
I'm like that background. I'm like that background stream that you put on the background, and then like from time to time you like doing something and like, wait, what the fuck is happening? Like, wait, what? What
Say
did?
that I used to watch you as when I was a teenager.
Oh wait, don't say it like that. Now it's weird.
What do you mean that's weird?
Because I don't want to feel old. You went into puberty watching.
You're not old, aren't you? Aren't you in like your mid-20s?
29.
What?
I started content early 20s. It's been so long, bro. It's been 5 years. It's been 5 years of Twitch and furry stuff. I had more stuff before this. So it's actually, I started doing content when I was early 20s, and now I'm late 20s. It's like, I don't compute this. This is weird.
I'm sorry for making you feel old, Snowy. I just felt like I thought that was going to help.
Nah, bro. The only reason why if someone makes an old joke about me, I don't care, because you're gonna go through the same, where it's gonna be like the 20 to 25 to 29 is super fast. It's insane. Like it feels like until you're 90, until you're like 19, it's like so slow, and then you just fucking speedrun. It's insane. I was not ready for this.
Speedrun.
Oh, you will, trust me. You'll see. You'll see what you'll see.
5 years
Making
of
my
Twitch.
day.
Damn, now we know why you are moldy already, Lamal.
Yeah, my beans are moldy. They've been here for 5
I don't want to
years.
get old and wrinkly like you.
Don't say that. I'm 19. Up to 23, you're gonna be like nice, like whatever, and then you're gonna reach 25, and then you blink and you're 29. That's what happens. It's insane. I think it's mostly because you start getting jobs at like 19, 20, 25s, and then you like get actually a little bit more serious, and then you kind of lose track of time a little bit. Whatever, let's not put depression on this next video.
You know that the fact that they're called halflings implies that there must be a halfle.
That's ridiculous.
What?
Why would that imply anything, Frosty?
I soon will be 25 and you felt like the virus was last year.
Halfle? I don't get a joke.
Hey, that kangaroo was right. Did you happen to get a good look at this halfling?
I don't know what a jerky bird would even look like. But what I will say is she was muttering under.
I didn't get this one. Chat, can someone explain?
I don't
yes.
speak, nerd.
See, that's
I
a
do
good
cool
one.
things like play football and beat my. Never mind.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because I don't have one to beat.
I meant the football, but sure.
Oh.
Not jerking it, that other thing. Anyway, next.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Multiplayer buckshot roulette.
I tried this once. I got unfathomably shit on it. I'm never doing it again.
First
You
round
got
is
this.
live.
What? What?
Is
This
just
is
one?
genuinely how it is.
What the?
This is
Well,
unironically
goddamn
how
it!
it
Let me
is.
work through these shows real quick.
Is this just a game about killing yourself? I never understood this. Like, I never tried it, but the clips, I'm like, this
It's
is...
literally, yeah. So
It's
it's like there's a bunch of rounds. Some are blank and some are live, and you have to like kill the dealer before the dealer kills you.
Oh, man. Kurt Cobain Simulator. A game. What?
Oh my fucking god.
I want to be, but nobody know. Trying to stay alive, okay.
That's definitely a sentence. That is.
I'm counting that. Maybe. Next.
Bird, no. I want to talk to your father. No, kids, stay. Please stay.
Go!
Stay.
Go!
Stay.
You go!
Gene, stay.
Now!
Tina, don't move.
You go!
Louis,
get
stay!
Out of here! I gotta...
Don't leave me!
You get out of here!
That sounds very abusing.
Clearly, you've never watched the hit show Bob's Burgers.
I did. I kind of liked it. I don't know what happened. They just stopped running in here. Was it cancelled?
I fucking love Bob's Burgers.
Hi, Philip. I think from all the animated shows, it's like kind of one of the best.
Hey, fucking men to that, dude.
What do you mean
Abuse these nuts.
I'm not gonna react to that. You're not gonna get cock and ball torture. I'm sorry. Next. Oh, Breach.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Breach.
Hello. We're from the local police station. Can you confirm that your name is Mr. Tim Vine?
Yeah, that's me.
Mr. Tim Vine, Chartered Surveyor of 27 Addison Road.
Yeah, that's me. What's going on?
We're here on a very serious matter, sir. We're going to have to ask you to accompany us to the police station.
Why?
What, now? I can't.
I'm afraid we're going to have to insist.
No, but I'm waiting for my wife. It's my birthday today. We're having a party and there's loads of people.
We've come here just to say we hope you're having a lovely day. But now it's time to tell you straight the reason why we wandered through your garden gate. Oh, your wife's been killed. She's crashed the car. She went through the windscreen and traveled quite far. She's dead. She's gone. She's got no more life. Please come to the station and identify your wife. Whenever you're ready.
That actually almost got me so bad. Holy shit.
I thought they were like strippers first, and then like are they singing happy birthday before they arrest him? What the fuck?
That's insane. Holy God. Oh, that almost got me. Holy.
What the fuck? Let's do a couple of more. When he hits 6 hours, we're ending, no matter what, because it's getting a little bit late. Oh. Next.
That was the best one. That was so good.
Oh, wholesome. Oh, he's holding it.
Shake your body, don't stop. Hey!
You break an egg on a cat's face. Aw.
I've seen a lot of people do that.
Why? That's kind
It was
of
like a TikTok trend for a bit.
We love animal uses the TikTok trend now.
Hey.
Oh. Cats actually can be helpful.
Our cat's an asshole. Every time I walk by him, he swipes at me.
It's getting lonely, probably. She's either playing something or asleep. Next.
Okay, hear me out. The government wants to solve the hurricane problem by throwing nukes at them.
They almost did that.
They what? I said it as a joke.
I know.
They want to do that?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay, new headline. Breaking news. Turns out President of USA is actually a Sith Lord.
They posted that on Twitter.
What do you mean they posted that? Oh my
Boy,
god.
actually?
It's satire. It's supposed to be funny. What do you mean they're doing it? Okay. New headline. Hating the government is a mental illness.
They tried that. They did.
Oh my god. Where?
Minnesota. They did it in Minnesota.
In Minnesota. Yeah, of course, Minnesota.
Fucking
great,
Minnesota.
Great. President renames Gulf of Mexico to Gulf
I've never
of
been to
Mexico.
Minnesota, but your
They
state's
actually
name
did
is
that,
dumb.
didn't they? Yep. Okay. Okay. Headline:
Should have a
The
real
vice
state
president
name like New York.
kills the Pope.
Well, the Pope is dead after JD Vance went and saw him.
What do you
and-
mean he's
yeah.
dead? What are you talking about? We're cooked. We're so.
Oh yeah, they went to meet the
Nothing
Pope
is
and he
funny
fucking
anymore.
died,
These are
right?
all real things, I think.
God.
Have you seen the conspiracy theory that when Trisha Paytas, the Trisha Paytas, I think that's the name, as a baby, someone famous died. She killed the Pope, Ozzy Osbourne, and someone else. Like she has a baby, and then someone famous dies, with the same gender as the baby. Who was it? It was Ozzy, the Pope, and someone else. That's insane. Like you have 3 babies and they all are born on the days someone fucking dies. That's really famous.
That's not luck. That's like destined to happen. That's
I
actually
think
just like
no, yeah, they're being reborn as her kids.
they're being reincarnated to Trisha Paytas' cooch, bro.
Next.
Women can't do this.
Michael, women can do anything and everything.
All
There's
right.
nothing that a woman can't do.
Jerking it?
So what is the thing? What is the thing
They
that
can
women
jerk
can
it.
do that you would like to share?
Ah, quiet. I got it.
Cat got your tongue? Feeling a little quiet? Feeling a little nervous about this thing that you want to share about what women can't do? Feeling a little
This
like,
is so
"Ooh, I don't know,
fake,
why would you
and
do
it's
that?
like
You might be mad."
my cringe detection is like going off the charts.
It's dragging.
Yeah, like,
I get what this is all about.
and she's like over
Yes,
whatever.
the
Fuck this
things
video.
that women
Next.
can't do.
Please.
My internal cringe was like tingling.
This is a square. Can you
Ah.
guess which spot that goes
The
in?
square.
That's right.
Classic.
It goes in the square hole.
Yes.
It goes in the square hole.
And how about this rectangle? That one
Also the square.
that goes in there too.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got this thin rectangle.
The thin
Can you guess
rectangle.
where that goes?
The thin rectangle.
That's right.
It goes in the square hole.
And up next, a cylinder.
The circle.
I think that goes in
The circle.
The square hole.
The square hole.
Now, we've also got this semicircle right here. Do you see a slot that would fit
The semicircle.
semicircle?
The semicircle.
That's right. It's
The square hole.
Okay. Up next, the triangle. We know what hole that goes
The
into,
triangle.
right?
Triangle.
That's right. The square hole.
It goes in the square
And
hole.
up
The thing about these videos, like she sells
we have
it.
the arch.
The arch.
Like
The arch.
amazing
Guessed it.
performance.
It goes in the
She's
square
in
hole.
genuine distress right now. She's not
Like that
selling
is like
anything.
the she's not acting. She was actually in pain. The
Top 10
square
times
hole.
actors weren't acting.
Fuck! God damn it!
I sometimes wish someone would make a square booty hole asset, just so I can make the funniest shit ever.
You know where my cock goes? That's right.
It goes in the square. Oh fuck! Oh my god!
I
I
don't know.
choked that back so hard.
Oh
my
fuck!
pussy god.
I'm not keeping the score, but I'm pretty sure we just got screwed. The videos are not even funny. We're fucking each with each other.
Yeah, we created the humor for ourselves.
Oh. Next. Wait. I go back. I don't get it.
He told me
I
that.
also don't get it.
Oh, he farted. Oh, look at that. Big one. Good job. Yeah.
Oh.
It's a draw. You both lose. Yeah, we both have to tongue kiss each other. Then.
We have to give each other a juicy oral kiss.
Yeah. Why did you say oral kiss? Is there any other type of kiss? How do you non-orally kiss someone?
I know a couple ways.
You know what? I'm not gonna ask.
I mean, you already did. You already fucking did. What do you mean I'm not gonna ask?
That's just German. I hope it's not racist or something.
You literally asked just now. What do you mean I'm not gonna ask?
I took it back, okay? Consent is important. Don't
do that shit to me, you asshole.
Do not explain with. Yeah, this is going on YouTube. You can say hi to yourself in the future. or in the past or whatever.
Mom! Do we get any bad bitches by the time this is uploaded?
No.
Please inform me in the comments below.
Hey Chad, have you? Oh, next video. The legendary skin is the new standard. Is this like a go-kart, like...
I think it's like a custom go-kart race where they all just have to like make
I'm into that,
like,
yeah.
shit they
No, that's
have.
cool. I wonder how many skinny
fuck with
toilets
that.
would be.
Trash can go-karting would go stupid.
Want to see something
Next.
cool? My buddy
Oh,
called
this
me up
guy.
and asked me to help finish his electrical project because he's having some problems.
We saw this one
Found it.
already.
Look at this and tell
Next,
me how you feel.
it's fucked up.
How to make a McDonald's cheeseburger. Making the famous McDonald's cheeseburger
This
is
is how to
actually
basic.
incredibly
I
easy.
think this is
All
how to
you need
basic.
is a few simple ingredients. Salt,
It's
black
fucking
pepper,
basic.
diced
Pepper,
onion,
pepper, salt,
Gotcha.
dice. Yeah, it is. You guys see the
American
voice.
mustard,
I'm just waiting for it to go
Pickles.
wrong.
ground beef, American
Pickles.
cheese, and a
Pickles.
cheeseburger bun. Step 1. Making the cheeseburger patty. In a large mixing bowl, add
This seems
500 grams
relatively
of
normal.
ground beef. Add salt and ground black pepper. Thoroughly mix together.
I'm just waiting.
Roll
It's
ground
gonna
beef
happen.
into
It's
a bowl.
going to happen. I know
Place
it
the
in my
ground
soul.
beef
Cheese,
onto some
cheese,
baking
cheese,
paper. Using a
cheese.
spatula, press down flat until it's
You cannot
about
trick
1
me.
inch thick. Feel free to adjust the thickness to however you prefer. Step 2. Cooking the cheeseburger. Place a large frying pan onto your
It's gonna go
stovetop
wrong.
over
I
medium
know
heat.
it.
Add a splash
This
of oil
cannot just
and
be
heat
it.
for 1 minute. Place down your cheeseburger patty. Cook for 60 seconds, then flip.
Okay.
Add butter. Add butter. Add butter.
Oh,
add
there
butter,
you go.
Add butter. Add butter. Add butter. Add butter. Add butter. Add butter. Add oil. Continuously stir for 5 minutes.
I fucking knew it. I was waiting for it.
Season with salt.
You can't fool me.
Stir.
How many
Once the
calories are
cheeseburger
in
patty
there?
is cooked to your liking, remove from heat.
I think if you
Step
actually take a
3,
single bite of that, you
constructing the
will die
cheeseburger.
like on the
Cut
spot.
your burger
Like,
bun in
I'm
half.
not even
Place
joking. I
down
think
that
you
batter.
might die
Add
trying to eat
cracked
that.
black pepper, salt, American mustard, ketchup, diced onion, pickles.
Did you say add crack?
Pickles, 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 pickles,
I think so.
Pickles.
Yeah, there it is.
Down the
Fucking
top
knew
bun. Enjoy.
Oh.
Ew.
You waste so much food. I'm
Throw me the
surprised.
fucking McPickle.
I
I'm
forgot to add the
surprised it's
American
not
cheese.
it's not cancelled.
Cut your burger bun in half. Add ground beef. American cheese.
There it is.
Onion.
There it is. Okay.
Ketchup, 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 mustard, salt, pepper, pickles, Filet-O-Fish.
It took a little longer to
Stir
happen
it.
this time.
Egg. Mix with your hands.
I just imagine a guy like alone in his house, like
Place
throwing
cheeseburger
shit.
mixture into
Oh,
your
not in the
shoes. Put on the
shoes.
shoes.
Ass naked.
Oh, he
Walk
put him
around for
on.
approximately 5 minutes. Take off the shoes. Scoop out 1 handful out of each shoe and place it onto the bottom burger
my
bun.
fucking
Place down
God,
that
this
top
is
bun.
awful.
Perfect. Look how delicious this looks. It looks identical to a McDonald's cheeseburger. Yeah, me,
Yeah.
I cannot wait to tuck into this. Enjoy.
Did he actually
Did he took a bite? Oh, this guy's insane.
Alright. Yeah.
This guy's
You
insane.
got it, man.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna call it.
I've
That
never seen
was
so much commitment.
that was it. That was it for today. We're gonna use a life in this. Before we actually end, though, I'm gonna ask you that you come over here in front of me.
Okay.
Right, just like no, like face me. Not be self-centered on the camera. No, face like away, a little back up, and then we have to lean right and like do the thing because
We're gonna make
lost.
out.
No, only once.
We lost. I thought we saw 2. All right. Yeah. Sure. Come here, buddy.
Single brain cell. All right. Oh, that was a fucking ad break. It's okay, puppy. Nobody saw that was an
I
ad
guess we
break.
gotta do it again. I guess we gotta do it again then, Stuck.
I'm not doing that
I
again.
guess it has to happen twice. Nope. I guess it's gotta happen again.
Alright, let's ride, let's ride, let's ride, let's ride, let's ride, let's ride. Let's ride Alior, fuck it. If I can spell the name. Thank you so much, Chat. I know today was a little bit of a different day. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Like, this is not normal. Chat, thank you so much, Beans. I'm gonna probably see you on Tuesday again. I'm gonna go on vacation for 2 weeks next week, so I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle that. I may stream more often during these 2 weeks. I don't know. So, love you. Thank you for joining. And I don't know. Do you want to say something? I forgot to like tell you to like present your like what's your name? Who are you? Like what do you do?
My name is
sorry.
My Puppy Goes Woof. I stream on Twitch sometimes. I also make music on YouTube.com.
Can you give me an example right now of your music? Just like sing it. Like just do it.
I suck his dick with a smile for hours at a time, stare at his nutsack while I hold back what's on my mind and